gathered friends, welcome back to a very, very special Bionicle Day celebration, where we are gathered here today to give our thanks to one wonderful, wonderful man in the sky. That, of course, is Greg Farshtey, the writer of Bionicle, Ninjago, LEGO Magazine, editor, that is, and many other things. I am your host, Chip, and today I have with me a whole smorgasbord of guests. We have Liam.
Hello.
We have Josie.
Cats are and always will be.
Fantastic.
I agree.
We have James.
Hello, lads.
We have Stuart.
Hello.
We have Gonal.
Hi.
We have LJ.
Hello.
And Mesanak.
Hello, hello.
And, of course, Taraganuva.
Hi. Sorry. Hi, everyone.
Hey. Okay, so, everybody here today to celebrate good old Greg.
When you were bringing up when you were like introducing at the beginning, the first thing just went through my mind was the song at the end of Gathered Friends G1, and I almost like broke out laughing while you were doing the introduction.
The first thing on my mind was Greg's in the sky.
Yeah, right. It's like, hold on.
Greg
Did
is
something
in
else
the
happen?
sky with diamonds.
Greg's just
He's not dead, I just want to clarify that.
So, wait, okay, if Greg is levitating, that means he'd be wearing a miru, which means I'm in good company.
LJ, no. No, silence.
No.
LJ.
I always assumed
no,
it was more of an astral projection, given that he was taking up the
So we've got
entire
an
sky.
OMG, Greg is an item confirmed. Greg is this world.
Nika mask.
No. Great beings don't wear masks, so he actually stole LJ's movie.
Wait. Did you say great beans or Greg beans?
Greg beans.
I thought did you say Greg Beings or Greg Beans?
Wow.
What's the
I think we have a
difference?
new emote idea.
Greg beans.
Beans.
Or a title.
Hey.
We're already starting off at the right foot.
I'm just reminded of
Absolutely.
this Twitter trend a while ago. People just stuffing things full of beans, like Dungeons and Dragons dice, or like shoes.
Beans in places they shouldn't be, yeah.
I've tried very hard
Can
to
we just get a picture of Greg Farshtey like at a con with like one of his fans, but the fan is just replaced with a giant can of beans?
That'd be pretty funny.
I'll
we
do
should do
that.
it.
I've got it.
Okay.
Filling our Tahoe canister with beans.
Somebody. Yeah, I'll get right to work on that. It'll be ready by the time we post this.
That's a lie. That's a lie. We don't have any beans.
Oh dear. Anyway, so in the meantime then, or in the bean time, should I say,
Nice.
Bean time! It's bean time! Gotta get beans on bean time!
who has a topic that you'd like to start us off with?
I do want to make one note. This
Yes.
is my favorite memory of Greg of all time. Is the day he joined BSL1 and then vandalized the website by putting false information because he retconned the very next serial.
Oh my goodness.
No,
Okay, what
I don't
happened?
remember that.
Okay. Back in 2007. This is all the way back. Does anyone remember?
In the time before time.
Yes. Dreams of Destruction, I believe. It's the one where, what was it? It's Lesovic versus Karzani.
Karzani.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was that memory that was put into his head where his Toa team survived a sentient cloud. But then the very next
All
chapter,
hail the
he
sentient
reveals
cloud.
not only did they never face off against a sentient cloud, but his entire team was killed by Zyklak. So he edited the wiki to specifically say that all of his team was killed by a sentient cloud, and then that was retconned in the very next chapter.
God
That
damn
is
it.
beautiful.
So his
He did
only
that.
edit to BSL1 is literally vandalism.
There's some,
That's
I
pretty
wonder
funny.
if he did
There's-
that on purpose to kind of like give people a sneak preview, like they don't even know what I'm doing here until
Maybe.
tomorrow.
Highly
some-
plausible.
I'm almost wondering if maybe instead somebody up at the story team said, "No, that's stupid. Please change that.
There's
Well,
a
he
possi-
was possible because a
entirely
sentient
possible.
cloud isn't exactly, Well, I mean, we did have prototypes.
Yeah, I was looking at some of his questions and answers recently, and at least when he was talking to the fans, it kind of seemed intentional, like he knew all along. But I don't know. Tough
Yeah.
to say.
I mean, it is. Oh, go ahead.
He has gone on record multiple times saying that he doesn't like to plan a lot of the details out ahead of time. He just sort of writes as he goes.
Oh, you don't say.
And so one time he apparently, like, this went over in the 810 panels last year, but at I think it was Time Trap, he actually wrote the book backwards just to challenge himself.
Yes.
I think it was.
I forgot about
Was it
that.
not-
Really?
I'm pretty sure that
Was
was
it-
one of
was it
the
not-
Legends
I-
ones, actually.
Yeah, it was one of the 2007 books that he
I
wrote
thought
backwards.
it was Time Trap. Maybe I'm getting it confused with his favorite book.
I completely
yeah,
wiped
Time
that
Trap
from
is
my
his favorite.
memory.
Yeah,
That
I was
if-
about to say Time Trap is definitely his favorite.
If it's gonna be any of the Legends books from 2007, I bet you it's Downfall.
Oh, no.
No, well, maybe Downfall, but I think it might have also been, no, not Legacy of Evil. What would have been the other one? No, that would have been what I would have thought it would be.
Plot twist,
Number
it's the
4.
one that got canceled.
It got canceled because
He only
couldn't
wrote the
think of
ending.
it.
And you can start reading it right now on Missing Legacy. Wait, what?
Okay, so here's a question for the group. Is anyone here's favorite book in the series not Time Trap?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
okay,
Quite a few, actually.
mine is Voyage of Fear. I don't quite know why. I just found it. It was the only one I read in one sitting.
Here's the thing about
so-
Voyage of
Voyage of
Fear.
Fear was good.
Voyage of Fear is good. Voyage of Fear is half of a story. When I think of Voyage of Fear, I always lump it together with Maze of Shadows, because as far as I'm concerned, they're the same story, just split across 2 books.
Yeah, pretty much.
In
I
many
mean,
ways.
that's logical.
Time Trap is objectively the best book, and whoever said it's not is wrong.
I mean, I don't disagree. It's definitely up there. I think for
My
me,
favorite is my... Oh, go on.
my favorite, if you forced me to answer, would probably be Island of Doom, because
that's
I'm a
good,
Piraka
too.
shill.
I like that.
I definitely feel the same way,
My
but...
being.
I definitely feel the same way about 2006, but my favorite is Legacy of Evil.
That's
Mine
also
too.
very good.
Yes.
I will say,
Yeah, very-
Island
very
of Doom is an excellent introduction to the
You're
whole
all-
Voyanui saga.
It was just a good
Absolutely.
subversion, because
Yeah.
I was shocked as a kid. It was like, oh, I can't believe that actually just happened.
Yeah, the one thing that I'll give Island of Doom is, unlike any of the other supplementary material that existed at the time, that book actually does make an effort to bridge the gap between Mask of Light and Voyanui.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
True.
Aljo,
I
what's your
definitely-
favorite?
I struggle because I have a handful. The first book of Greg's that I ever read, and the first Bionicle book that I ever fully read, was Adventures 3: The Darkness Below, and that's just kind of
very good one.
That's just a fun story, and it also is kind of a prelude to, I think it is Voyage of Fear, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that one comes just
Well,
sort of.
in
That one-
between before the Morbuzak fight.
Not a
Legends
direct...
of Metro Nui was between those. It was after the
Yeah.
Morbuzak, but right before Legends of Metro Nui.
Yeah, no,
Really?
not
I
a
thought
direct...
I thought the Darkness Below was the second one, and then after that it was Trial by Fire.
No, it's the
Trial by
third
Fire
one.
was second one.
My bad.
Oh.
Darkness Below had Piraka, not Mavra.
Yeah.
Right, no, you're
Yeah.
For
thinking
some
of Voyage
reason,
of
I'm
Fear at
thinking
that
like Mavra showed up prior, but
Good old Maverick.
outside of that, for personal reasons, though, I think the two that constantly flip places all the time would be Downfall and Swamp of Secrets. And Swamp of Secrets is a
Interesting
weird
choices.
one. That's the stranger of the two, but it's the only novel that I can think of that has a pre-Tree Speak Liwa, and it has one of my favorite Liwa lines in the entire series.
Which one was it?
Let me see.
be your
This is
favorite.
the life. Wake up in the morning, have a little breakfast, and then spend all day trying to avoid being fried.
I've
You know,
heard
it's
noticed
funny you
that.
bring that up. it's funny you bring that up. I never noticed that
Nor did I.
Lewa didn't have tree speak in that book.
And,
either.
I mean,
I
it
was
makes
gonna say the same thing.
perfect sense.
That does beg the question, though. Why doesn't he have tree speak? Because you would think, like, if he adopted it on Matanui, he adopted it really fucking quick.
It wasn't. No. He adopted. It was programmed into him. It just hadn't been programmed yet.
That would mean he'd have to have been programmed with it while he was asleep. Like somebody broke into Kodrex in the middle of a hurricane just to make him talk
Time to
stupid.
screw with him. Time to troll him so he wakes up.
Artana himself programmed it in and said, "One day this will come in handy."
He just had a system update while he was asleep. It's fine.
Yeah, it's just like the Venture
you could
Brothers.
say he's using it more sparingly early on because he only uses it in certain media for like the first year.
I mean, that is true, but the same can also be said for Nuju.
It's just like
because the concept didn't exist at the time.
It's just like Venture Brothers. They learned what they learned. They received additional programming while they were sleeping.
With Lewa, it even says on BSO1 he didn't use tree speak until he arrived on the island, and that makes the first novel, The Coming of the Toa, or not The Coming, The Tale of the Toa. There we go.
Okay, never mind.
A little, what's that word for something?
Anachronistic.
Anachronistic.
There we go. Thank you, anachronistic, because he does.
The only reason this more ties into the whole idea that Greg in his books helped establish my English skills growing up, but the only reason I know that word is because of that one quote from Zaktan. "You are an anachronism, Toa. You are a noble hero striving for right," in something along those lines.
I agree. It
knowing
is a
that your day is long past.
Yeah, it's an
I am Zaktan, reader of thesauruses!
The edgelord himself.
Every single one of
my big history with Greg is I was homeschooled for most of my life after
nerd.
grade 6-ish, and he pretty well taught me the entirety of my vocabulary.
Oh yeah.
I
do want to bring
Greg's,
up.
biggest influence on me is that I now cannot write a sentence without splitting it in half with an M dash.
Oh my god, same.
Oh yeah.
Same.
I do want to say a lot of people. Correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of people definitely didn't start with the books when it comes to Greg's writing. Correct? I'm assuming a lot of us started with the comics.
If
I did not
you were with Bionicle from the start, it would have been the comics.
I mean, I didn't
me,
read the
it was
books
the
till
books.
college.
Really?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how common the comics were in the UK at all. I never saw them in a magazine or anything.
You had a subscription, but they didn't come with it?
I didn't have a subscription. I just picked up random issues when I found them at a newsagent's.
Okay, if you had a subscription, they were always included with the magazine when you got it in the mail.
Right, okay.
Right.
Yeah, well, no, my introduction to Greg's writing then was the books.
I don't know if it's still accurate. You'd have to look at the data somewhere. I haven't been able to find it out, but at one point in time, just because of the way the comics were distributed, the Bionicle comics were the world's most widely distributed comic book.
It is true.
Yeah, I remember reading that.
The source for that is, ultimately it is Lego, but it's in Brick by Brick, how Lego rewrote the rules in the global toy industry.
I don't know how accurate those numbers are to this day, though. I don't think there was any indication of when.
Oh,
that
I'm sure a
taken.
Batman or Avengers comic probably overtook at some point.
Yeah, I imagine they're probably accurate because DC handled all three of the. So in the book, they specifically mention it was out circulating Superman and Batman, which are in the top 3 highest sold comic books of all time.
Very true.
True.
The third, funnily enough, is One Piece. But
that tracks. Chip would know that.
Yeah.
But I believe DC would probably have those numbers. It'd be so we have Batman, Superman, and Bionicle.
That's so funny to me still to this day. I love that.
Yeah.
I actually didn't get a subscription until like 2002. So but I was with Bionicle from the start. I just had no story context because I had no subscription to read the comics. The books didn't exist, and I had no internet to play Monog. So for the first year, I was like, cool robots.
That's funny because my first comic was actually number 4. I don't remember what happened to 1 through 3 if I ever got them in the magazine or not.
My
that's what
first
got me
comic
hooked.
was Ignition number 1. Before that, I only had Nog in the movies. So
that
the
does make the
first
question,
Piraka
though.
comic was.
How long, if ever, have you guys had a Lego magazine subscription? Anyways,
2006.
2002.
1998, I believe.
2004.
2006.
Wow, LJ, you're so late. Fake fan.
Shut the fudge up, dude.
2001 here. My first issue of the comic was number 3.
What about
and
you,
it was
Josie?
very confusing to be introduced with number 3, and then it ends with we're going to stop Makuta, and then the next one's just something completely different.
And now for something completely different.
We're going to stop
you,
Makuta in the Legend of Matanui video game, coming soon.
Yeah, because I didn't have internet at home, so I had no idea about Monog, so I was just like, what, we didn't see the cool part? Like, we're just skipping that?
Josie,
We got to see it, all right.
what about you, Josie?
Before 2015, there was never a point in the life of Cats in which we did not have the Lego magazine.
Okay, so you and I are probably tied then, because I had a subscription since 1996.
Correction, we had our brain tumor in 1995. Lego entered our lives 2 years later.
Okay, so I probably had it for the longest then.
Possibly, because I don't remember if I had it before 2000 or before 1998 or not.
Hold on, let's look up what. Hold on, let's look up again when our first Legos. When we got what? Our first
No,
Legos
you know what? I remember now. I think I remember reading them all the way back in 93, 94. So. I am also probably the oldest one here. So.
I was about to say, yeah, in your case, that tracks.
I was not alive in 93.
Let's see, the first 2 Lego sets we ever remember owning were 1997.
Okay.
Wow.
We don't know exactly how long until our parents bought us a subscription to Lego magazine, but we do know that it was definitely soon, because once again, we do not remember even we do not have even the vaguest memory of our life without Lego magazine. Up until 2015, when we had to become responsible for our own mailing subscriptions, and
So there you go.
then we do not have a Lego magazine subscription.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, it really goes to show like how formative for a lot of people this was, that you've had it for most of your life.
Absolutely.
Greg's work this whole time.
I seem to have misplaced the image here, but I had like a scan of one of the old Lego magazines from. I have the magazine around me somewhere, but I can't get up to dig it out. I bought it off Bricklink a while ago. I think it was February 2001, and there was just this little tiny image on a page of previews of upcoming stuff that just had a picture of Onua and Bionicle.com, and that just caught my attention immediately.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
And at that time, the Bionicle website was so new that the website itself didn't even exist. It just redirected directly to MNOG.
For Cats, Lego was physical therapy after our brain tumor.
Makes sense.
Makes perfect sense.
And relevant to that, since we've been exploring ourselves as being fractured, multiple selves in one body, our motor skills have vastly improved. So
Very nice.
Oh, nice.
yes,
Very good to hear.
we've opened soda cans with our right hand.
Nice.
We didn't think that would ever be possible.
I think I actually found the image now.
Oh,
Wonderful.
Nice. Do
See if
post.
I can. Yeah.
We bought-
definitely
we-
export it.
we
I found
bought-
a PSD that I did to like. I tried to clean up a scan a little bit. So
I believe in you, Liam.
yeah, January 2001. That's it.
Hey.
All right, yeah.
And I ended up buying that copy of that magazine off Bricklink not too long ago, just to have that page framed.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Fantastic.
A monument to history.
I remember I ended up finding a copy of the magazine that had comic number 1 in it, completely sealed in its cellophane bag, and I only opened it the day I went to Emerald City Comic Con to have Carlos Dianda sign the comic.
Nice.
And that was
awesome.
in 2016, I believe.
Man, I want some comic artist signatures. I never go to cons or anything to get signatures, but it'd be cool to have.
Well, just become a comic artist, and then you can sign everything you own.
Me being an artist, you're hilarious.
I mean, at some point, I haven't really discussed this publicly yet, but a lot of different factors, including Stuart Sayger himself, are kind of pushing me to be like, hey, you should turn 810 into an actual physical convention sometime.
Oh man, Bionicon?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That'd be cool.
Maybe sometime in the coming years, if we can figure out the financial logistics of it.
This year, we're announcing it now.
I'll give you a quick preview. Financial logistics, expensive.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
You don't want to end up
we're
like,
also-
what was it, DashCon?
No, we absolutely do. Think about it. Not a ball pit, a mask pit.
No,
Okay,
it's a
you
Bohrok
stop it.
pit.
No, it
You're
would
getting
still
a
be a
Bohrok.
it'd still be a
You're
ball
both
pit.
wrong. The Zamor Sphere
Yeah,
pit.
there we go. It's just what I was gonna say.
Yes.
It's like
oh my goodness.
it's like a ball pit, but the balls are tiny plastic marbles.
I would absolutely love that. I would come just to be in the Zamor pit.
Oh my goodness, I need to build a
unironically.
DashCon ball pit now using Zamors as the ball. I need to build that and just
Put
bring it
that
to
on
BrickCon.
screen if it's ready in time.
That's
Oh, I'll see what I can do.
A lot of marbles.
I dare you. I dare
I
you
have 'em.
to. Okay, Swirt. I
Yes.
dare you to make the Zamor pit and put all the Kolhiiheadz in it,
I only have 3
and put that in
builds.
the presentation.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
You're
If you
asking too
only-
much of the poor man.
If you only okay,
Can
if
we
you
get
only
Greg
Knows
to be
what I
like,
have to
come-
work on.
We need to get Greg to come to Bionicon and be like the keynote speaker.
if you only have
No.
If you-
We will send out a personal invitation to Christian Faber, and he'll personally ignore it.
No. What are you talking about? He'll be like,
my
you know what?
goodness.
Thank you so much for your invitation. However, I can't be there right now. I will provide you
I will
with
send
a
this
Christian
ape in
Faber
my place.
an exclusive Bionicle Day NFT.
We need the Faber NFT.
Oh my god.
Tarago Tyne NFT. Let's go.
Absolutely brilliant.
Wait. I got the perfect meme for this. Hold on. There it is. Enjoy.
if you only have 3 built, simply invent time travel, go back in time, steal them, go back in time again, steal them, and just keep repeating until either you have enough to fill a ball pit or the universe explodes.
There you go.
There you go.
I think the universe would probably explode first.
No. If I go
Unfortunately, yeah.
backwards in time, I'm just saving Bionicle from itself.
G1
more
or
G2.
G2.
If you're going back in time, you're getting trapped in 2001, and that's how you become Greg.
What are you talking about? Greg's already here. Greg.
We're gonna fix so many things if we go back in time. We're gonna tell everyone, hey everyone, stop it. Get some
Stop
help.
it. Get some help.
Exactly.
You know what? That's a good idea.
Yeah.
So
We're gonna
at
If I
some
go back
point-
in time, I would kill Ninjago halfway through so Bionicle G2 could get its
my
TV show.
God.
It needed its TV show! It needed it!
So at some point we should probably start diving more into Greg's work because we're already a
Why
half
no?
hour
We can
in.
just ramble endlessly. It's fine.
Cats.
You know what?
Cats.
That's a fantastic idea.
It wouldn't be
Cats-
gathered friends if we didn't get massively off topic at a rate that just
Yeah.
is beyond
One
comprehension.
final note. I didn't get a chance to say my favorite book, Dark Destiny. I will not be taking any questions.
Nice.
Good choice. Listen,
That was
listen.
another good one. I was so interested in reading that book because I cannot wait. Curzani seems like such an interesting character. I can't wait to see him be like the main part of the story going forward.
Listen, the ending of that book where the Toa and Aika emerge from their canisters and like make their spirit stars and stuff, that shit gave me chills when I first read it. That was like,
yeah, that's some of Greg's like best atmospheric writing.
Yes.
For the
absolutely.
longest time.
Okay. Not to like get off on another tangent. How the hell do spirit stars work out on
We don't
Aqua
know.
Magna?
Don't question it.
I think he said in a forum answer that they're like projections from the
Red
GS
Star.
Yeah.
What?
Really?
Really?
Okay, I know this is a podcast dedicated to Craig, but can I just say he's made some very questionable decisions ever since like the ending of G1.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
In Star
Well,
Trek,
you want to
in
get
Star-
into that? We can get into that if you want.
But I think
dear.
we should acknowledge, since this is a Greg Appreciation podcast, that all those choices were made in the interest of keeping fans engaged with the story, and all his little forum ventures.
We will
were
acknowledge
for
and
that
in
Greg did a
fairness,
wonderful job keeping everybody engaged. Yes.
But I
I'm
don't
pretty
have
sure
one
if
said
you could go
that.
back in time and be like, have if he could do things differently. Like, I'm sure he wouldn't want to do like the Valika
Right.
reveal the way he did.
Yeah.
He would have wanted to
in
write about
fairness
it.
as well, like with the further along in time you go with this, the guy is trying to remember story details that he wrote like 12 years ago.
and
Or
that
more.
that he had improvised.
Yeah.
That's what I feel the worst about.
I hear you.
Sentient Cloud, are you insane?
I hear what you're saying. That he's trying his best. He's just trying to make fans happy and engaged. But I don't like it, so it isn't good.
There you go. Certified Earth Tribe moment.
Hold on. I have to ask
I don't
you,
mind the
LJ.
Earth Tribe.
Hey,
I'm
LJ,
joking.
I have to ask you, do you remember which side of the fence he was for Liwa's name?
Yeah,
Oh,
Liwa.
no.
I'm
Okay.
glad. Okay, I'm very glad because I noticed this because I pay attention. You guys finally added Liwa as a pronunciation option on his BS1 page, and then cited Greg saying, "I have always pronounced it Liwa, but I would probably consider the movie pronunciation official, which, by the way, is also Liwa."
I don't know. I'm still on Team Lua. I will always
If-
be on Team Lua.
Okay,
You will
you
never
shut-
like
If-
Lua.
Shut your
I'm
heretical
on
mouth.
Team Lewa.
Is
if-
it Lua or Lua?
Okay, you're killing me.
If
Leola.
I'm very glad
If-
that I got to retweet something that Alistair Swinnerton replied to BS1 on Twitter about,
I remember that.
and I feel like it's fairly definitive.
Now, to be
June
fair,
20th,
when we
Alistair.
made that poll for what he's replying to, it was always a meme because there is no actual pronunciation on any of the choices.
I know.
That
If
was
I read it as such.
strictly a meme. And we
Wait, I
thought
don't
about-
remember this poll. Did you literally just like write Lewa 3 times? Yes,
Yes.
you did.
Yes, I did.
That's, you cheeky bastard.
It was a pretty funny poll.
The original
I like
one
that
was
one.
supposed to just say Liwa and then yes and who knows. Those were the original choices.
if
I
cats,
have an important alternative to share.
Go on.
if cats remember
Oh
correctly,
man,
all-
the
all
great
it-
Radini, that takes me back.
if cats remember correctly, all he did was agree with everything we said. So, So really, that means that everything that everybody here believes is accurate.
As a
All the
side,
time.
We are
as
all
a side
masters of
note,
our own
We're all right about everything.
as a side note, this is the first I'm ever seeing of that render of Kenny Nui.
I feel like
That
we've
is
This
Cats
image
suck.
is absolutely hilarious. It's just off the chain because you have Kopaka at the top of the Kini Nui, and because of like Bikini Nui's behind them, it just means Kopaka is massive because he's in scale with the others.
And Onua is just floating in midair.
Onua is just flying, and I guess...
Oh,
Yeah,
so
some-
Onua has a mask of levitation now.
I love
Some poor, some
It's a-
poor,
no,
some
no,
poor
no, it's a
intern was handed a
preemptive-
folder of Bionicle stock art and just told,
Also,
make a picture.
Is anybody
Make a
going to sit
Bionicle
there?
picture.
Is anybody going to sit down and actually try to pronounce what Radini is saying?
Pohatu,
Hatu.
Onua, Gali, Tahu,
Yeah.
Lewa, and Kopak. Everything else is pretty okay, but Pohatu.
It's not Lewa, it's Lewa.
Pohatu.
Yeah, the
Pohato.
emphasis on the second syllable of Lewa is wild.
Is it just me or is that Pohato?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my
exactly.
I do love
You know,
me
I know he's
some,
got kicks, but
Pohato!
Man, you guys want
Casey
some
Whitesell,
Pohato fries?
not 12 anymore, from California. If you're watching this, hello there.
How
Can we get
dare
them on
you.
for an interview?
Please get in
You know
touch.
they found the Win Kid recently.
Yeah, I saw that!
Oh my god, really?
Okay, Meso, I really needed to play that up a lot more publicly because every time I would like build a new set and Mess and I were hanging out, like I would always go to the back of the instructions and be like, "Win!"
You have to get in the spirit of it. Channel your inner win.
I remember him distinctly from the Hero Factory sets, which feels a little heretical right now.
Sword, I know what you're going to post.
I want to celebrate Greg's greatest work.
I'm not posting
Hero
anything.
Factory Book 1, The Doom Box.
Did anyone here ever win?
No.
I did not.
Okay, that's a lie, actually. That's a lie. I won second prize in one of the Galador challenges.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
I still have the demo CD that they sent me.
oh, fascinating.
Yeah.
Nice. The only thing I have
Defender's
ever won
Disc, I
is a
think they
copy of
called it.
Breath of the Wild when I already bought Breath of the Wild.
Oh no!
I don't
love
think
that.
I've ever won anything.
I won
I
a
have
copy
never-
of Ratchet and Clank All for One when I was supposed to win a copy of Star Wars The Old Republic.
That's depressing.
Cats.
Also, yeah, that's what I got from the challenge.
Oh, you know what? No, I have
Nice.
actually won something. No. I won one of BZ Power's contests, and they never sent me the prize.
What was the prize?
Oh, it was one of the Star Wars CCBS. Can I remember
You're,
which one?
you're, you're really missing out.
I'll send you my copy of whichever one it was because I have them and don't particularly care for them.
You don't particularly care for Jin Erso and
Oh,
I
I never
have
bought
Universal-
one of the ones with faces. Those were horrible.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
what
I only
was
got
the
like
other
the
one? It was
stormtroopers and
KS2O,
robots
whatever
and
the name
shit.
of that. The
K2SO
all black.
is cool.
K2SO.
He's the
yeah,
honorary
K2SO.
Parts pack.
K2SO was
General
good.
Grievous, Boba
Grievous
Fett,
is
and the
another
last
great
Darth
one.
Vader. Those are like the four. Oh, and the speeder bike. Those are
Yeah.
Oh,
all.
I have the speeder. I actually bought the speeder bike half off at the Lego
Lucky.
store in Connecticut in the headquarters.
What was it? Just like on clearance?
No, they gave us all the store discount,
Oh,
the employee discount.
The store,
'Cause that was part of the,
50% off.
Anyways.
I really need to take a picture of myself doing the Win Kid face
I
and put my
wonder-
name over it.
I wonder
Cat-
if Greg would have bought a speeder bike for 50% off. There
We
you
need to
go.
get a picture of. We need to get a picture of Greg doing the Win Kid face.
You know what? We've got his face.
Cats are taking this.
I have a transparent render of his face. I don't know where it is, but I will get to it.
All right.
Greg,
I'm not
it's
at my
4
desktop,
PM.
I'm on
It's
a
time
tablet.
for the Bionicle fans to make you do something stupid.
What
Beautiful.
What do we want to discuss next from his history?
Okay. Well, what I want to know is, has anybody here read Greg's non-Bionicle works?
I've read
I
New
have-
Story Any Interest, not recently.
Yes.
I don't remember much of it.
I just read that this morning, so that one's fresh in my head, but I
Yeah.
haven't really read anything
The,
else
the
yet.
news
I'll be
story
honest, I
I
haven't had a
definitely
chance-
have, but no, nothing else.
I have not had a chance to sit down and read anything whatsoever other than Bionicle stuff from him.
I've read everything Greg has written, I think, besides the short stories he wrote before Bionicle and Demon's Dream.
Impressive.
Very nice.
I will say, as far as the news story is concerned, I like the tone he's going for. It's similar in a lot of ways to Bionicle in that you have like a clear set of superpowered heroic cast members, but it takes on more of a like it takes on more of a darker tone. Like there's something about these characters that made the entire team sort of break up. And now, years and years down the line, they're getting back together because something terrible is happening that requires them to do so.
I'm always a sucker for
it's
stories
basically.
like that.
I can't believe it took me this long to figure it out. It's Eternals. It's the plot to Eternals.
Oh no!
And I mean, Eternals.
And Eternals was Bionicle this whole time.
Eternals is basically just Bionicle, so.
Cat,
It all
Maybe I should
connects.
actually see that movie.
I mean, you're
Cats
not
I
ain't no,
liked it. I didn't
but
hate it.
you're wrong in every way.
I enjoyed it. I liked Eternals.
cats
I
ain't
enjoy
know
it.
how to read.
It was
Cats ain't know how to
fine.
read, you mooks. Fuck.
I
Something
enjoy
I
it.
do, something I do want to mention about some of Greg's pre-Bionicle books
Yes.
is what he largely did beforehand, as people may already know, is books set in the world of tabletop RPGs made by the company he worked for. So like Hell's Feast is in the world of Blood Shadows, and like if you flip to the back of the book, you can see like the stats of all the characters.
By the way, just real quick on that note, absolutely love the completely unabashed reference to the Castlevania logo for Blood Shadows.
Epic.
It is definitely reminiscent. But I think that Greg really carried that forward into his Bionicle writing in a way that worked really well, like in terms of you can feel in some of his previous books where he wants to set up a world and tell a little story within it, but he's mainly setting up pieces and world elements and things for you to do things with when you are actually like getting into this world through the game itself, you know?
Yeah, I think his Bionicle books definitely have something of a, like a, I don't know, they're like reading a D&D campaign, sort of.
For sure.
It feels like Bionicle books were his... It was his way of taking that kind of story writing and expanding on it without the same limitations that he had with the previously established world building that he would have been writing in.
Which does make sense when you think about it, like contextually.
Yeah.
And I think in part a lot of that is also why Bionicle works so well as a tabletop RPG.
But yeah, I think it's really conducive to a story for a property that revolves around the idea of kids making their own characters.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. That's really interesting.
Now I know that his earlier work, that Blood Shadows, wasn't that supposed to be a trilogy, and that like Bionicle and like Hero Factory, he wasn't able to finish that series or something?
For Blood Shadows, I believe there are at least 3 books, but they aren't all written by him. Because Demon's Dream and Hell's Feast are both in the world of Blood Shadows, but there's like a second book in between them that's just written by a different guy.
Yeah.
Same thing with River of God, where it's in Shatter Zone and there's a sequel that's written by someone else.
At the end of the book, you sent me the link to, which I didn't have a chance to fully read, but there at the end, there was a list of the rest of the books in the series, but they were all written by other authors.
Since you mentioned that he did a lot of like tabletop RPG books and books based off of that, it did remind me, I was actually going through like his Amazon listings earlier today, just out of curiosity. Apparently he did an Indiana Jones book?
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
That's
I have
this?
not heard about that.
He also did Star Wars. I remember finding his Wikipedia entry.
Interesting.
$107.
That's one thing that him and Ryder Windham have in common then.
How long ago was the Indiana Jones book, do you know?
Oh my god,
not
it's
entirely sure.
$177.
What if?
Yeah, it's not.
What if?
Good lord.
What if Greg becomes the Kevin Feige of the Indiana Jones movies that are being?
Okay, wait. I found a cheaper copy. Only $95.
Man, Indiana Jones and the Sky Pirates. I'm about to Sky Pirate this book myself at that price.
You know, if somebody had a copy of that book right now, they could actually afford one half of a GPU right now.
He
Cats
did a
are just-
Tales from the Crypt book.
Cats are just in love
Yes.
with this fiction in our head.
Yes, I have
that-
read that.
Cats are
It was
just
a
in love
it was
with
a
this
comic.
fiction in our head that Greg becomes the Kevin Feige of the Indiana Jones movies next year and goes back to working with Lego as a license because he's doing movies again.
Right,
so
the
easy.
end of the city. We're not going to talk about that.
Sorry, what was that?
Don't worry about it.
As cats bluntly put by screaming that cats don't know how to read, you mooks. We have regretfully not read anything else that Greg has ever written, and we're likely not around to start now. We got one of our favorite Christmas presents we've received in the last few years was a book, and we haven't read it yet. If so, that should probably exemplify how we just aren't. Reading is hard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
Especially
doing
these days, just finding time for it.
just
Yeah.
doing things. We keep wanting to do things with ourselves, but you know how it is. It's not that we're lazy; it's that we just can't bring ourselves to do anything or accomplish anything. And
Yeah, like these days, especially like in my case with Bionicle Day prep going for like 6 months out of the year in a lot of cases, I'm barely even playing video games anymore because I just don't have
Excuse
time.
me, but-
And when I do, I don't like doing anything that's more complicated than like Kirby.
yeah,
Sorry,
so
I just
they-
noticed in that link you just posted, Gregory Todd Fashty? Is that actually his full name?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Never knew that.
So
Well,
is this?
I guess I have to do my obligatory Todd Howard gif.
Of course.
There you go.
Todd! Help! Todd!
So
I'm,
hold on. Does that mean every time Greg kind of hand waves something away, he's literally just doing it just works?
Yes. It just is.
The Toa terrain crawler is actually a Toa, and the terrain crawler is a hat it's wearing.
Oh my goodness. I'm down for
Okay,
this.
I need now to see a drawing of, like, I don't know, Firo and Skirmix just, like, walking up a sheer cliff face.
Yeah.
It's like Skyrim
Nice.
cliff horse.
That would be.
Oh, not
epic.
cliff horse, no. Don't use that term. Fuck that.
Nice.
I'm so
my
glad we
goodness.
decided we're no longer caring about swearing on this series this year.
We cared? We there was a point where we did care?
First,
Fucking
I did.
fucking
Oh,
who?
well.
Fucking
the
who
first
gives a
Bionicle
shit?
Day, we didn't. Well, I won't
Fucking
go
who
for that
gives
one,
it-
But like just the event in general.
The irony, the absolute irony that, like, the first Bionicle Day, the smallest one that had, like, 5 or 6 events in total,
4.
using reskinned Beaverhouse assets, was the one where you were like, no, we have to make sure that Lego doesn't sue us or something.
There you go.
And then the one, like, 2 years later, we have, like, people from Lego dropping F-bombs on the show.
Lawsuit watch.
Oh.
2K20.
You know,
Lego-
can we stop to appreciate that Greg never dropped an F-bomb on a live stream that involved LJ?
There you go. You gotta watch your language around LJ.
Language.
My
Did
ears.
Are we just
I
gonna
know
not?
this is-
Are we
this
just
is
gonna
a
not
model-
acknowledge the cat said language?
Language.
Oh, jeez. I know this is a mild tangent, but I cannot believe that the first F-bomb on TTV came from Christian Faber.
I forget that happened sometimes.
Oh my gosh, I kind of forget. I forget that we talked to him.
Dude, that interview was bizarre because
That was live.
I'd been criticizing the man for months. I finally talked to him and I'm like, you know what? I might not agree with how this was handled, but I kind of get where his head's at, and I respect his artistic integrity. And then he starts pushing NFTs on the very same show. And then everyone else
episode
turns on
there.
him.
And see,
And I'm like, what? No, you were doing so well.
I'm glad
I
you had
wanna-
that take, Meso, because I was there, and I thought, you know, I've been criticizing this entire thing for, I think at that point, years, and not buying into it. And then he's on the show, and I'm like, Okay, yeah, I was right.
Well, you know what I mean. I just mean getting to know him better. I was like, maybe I had the wrong idea. Maybe he was being more eloquent about things. And then not only did he do the F-bomb, but then NFTs.
2
Yeah,
F-bombs.
that's what the F
So
stands
let's-
for.
Sometimes you
just,
sometimes you just want to see the world burn.
Let's
What's up,
all
Greg never supports NFTs.
let's all get a thank you, Greg, for never doing NFTs in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Go on.
Thank you.
We're watching the chat
Thank you,
right now.
Greg.
Seriously.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Greg. I love you. Thank you.
I'm sorry for the mild tangent, but you know what?
No, that's fair.
Ow.
It's a funny tangent to think about.
Yeah.
NFT's bad. Meow.
You know what? I do want to bring up Greg's cereals. I think that's
Yes.
another one to go to.
I'm
he
more
like
of a
Frosted
fan of
Flakes?
Gregoro!
I think Donald and James will
they're
have
the
some
greatest.
interesting things to say about those. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, you son of a gun.
Lucky Charms or Frosted Flakes, you know.
Gregos! They're the Greg eat.
I thought
I agree.
I very much enjoyed many of the serials. Trying to sort out the continuity between them for Wall of
Less
History irreparably melted my brain. I'm sure
Tell me about it.
Traganuva can attest to the same.
Oh yeah.
I can imagine,
It's
yeah.
rough.
They're fun in their own continuity, but when you try mixing them with the books and all that timeline, that's when it just because 2008
It doesn't
has
really
some-
work.
I think
No,
they're
it
really
doesn't.
interesting for the same reason that like Time Trap and The Darkness Below were, because Greg wasn't really constricted by the story team. He was able to just tell the story he wanted to tell. But they were a little difficult to parse between each other
I
at
mean,
times.
There's two distinct ethoses for Bionicle, and it's like the small, centralized, island-based stories, which people love from the early days, and then the 10 million characters, 20 islands, socio-political conflicts, and
Multiple
wars,
timelines.
multiple timelines, alternate universes from the later days.
I
I
think one
like
of
the
the
later
biggest-
days.
Oh,
It's
okay.
charm.
Wait,
I
it's-
think one of the biggest ass pulls, like, no offense from this statement, but like one of the biggest ass pulls in the entire story was Greg had his own Palpatine returned moment, and that was with Tuyet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You know what? This is
Greg
Vanessa
was-
can attest. This is 100% something we can agree on, and this is my greatest problem.
Greg was
like-
Rise of Skywalker the whole time!
Tuyet is
I-
like a mutual cross-section of problems.
Yeah, I personally do like the serials. I think they worked. I don't want to say fine, but they worked. I do think
They
that
worked.
They worked.
They
They were.
functioned. They do fit in with everything. I think a lot of the struggle is the finagling to get all of the different moving parts to align properly in timelines and in continuity. But it does work. It could have been a lot better. It could have been cleaner, but it functions. Tuyet coming back is absolutely, bar nothing, my least favorite thing from Generation 1.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, she's not
Hand it.
really dead. That's just a version from another universe
It was just
with
a
fake
copy,
Nui
and
stone.
she worked with the jailer to stage an escape.
And they
Yeah,
embedded
I still-
crystals in her armor.
I
Yeah.
still do not fully understand the exact timeline of events there to this day.
Wasn't it like thousands of years?
It was
Real
so,
fake Tuyets.
This is why I'm glad that I wasn't involved in the Tuyet contest, the fanon contest. I would have just been bitter that she exists in the modern age. But no, what had happened was she was arrested because she's a murderer. She was taken to an alternate dimension without Toa
What?
and kept under guard by the Order Matanui, spent 1,500 years in prison. They got all of the pieces out of her armor. She turned the guard, broke out, got the stone, and got out of there, and spent
They
the next,
reassembled the stone, did they?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, they fixed it. And
they
so
did.
then she spends the
This
next
gorilla glued it back together. It's fine.
they spend the next 2,000 years, or Tuyet does, traveling back and eventually makes it back just in time for Pterodax to be in charge and for her to go to a random hut in the woods and do nothing on Bota Magna.
That's so weird.
How did she even make it back? Because she didn't have an Olmec or anything, did she?
No.
That was like the Empire too yet that had an Olmec.
How did she make it back? She must have. There isn't another way.
Also,
to
there
travel.
are 3 separate Tuyets.
She must have talked to the spectral Kanohi.
Didn't she replace
2.5.
herself in prison with another alternate version of herself from like a fourth universe?
Yes, it was the decoy Tuyet.
No.
What the fuck is this? The finale of Yu-Gi-Oh! What the hell?
The thing that happened is there was an explosion, and the guard was like, "Oh, gee, she's dead."
1 Bakura, 2 Bakura, 3 Bakura, frog!
Here's what Biasa once says, and I love whoever wrote this. It's so funny. Tuyet escaped her confinement and utilized the Dimensions technology to travel out of
What? The what?
Utilize the Dimensions technology.
Yeah.
There's no Toa in that dimension, but everyone has a personal teleportation device.
She just walked through a Lego Dimensions portal.
Exactly.
I choose to believe that Greg Farsty pulled a Homestuck here, inserted himself into the story as a character, physically picked Tuyet up, and put her in the other universe. And that's
I love it.
Good enough.
I love that.
This is why Bionicle is the best shit ever. This is why Bionicle is the best shit ever, because none of this makes any sense. None of this makes any sense.
If Greg is physically picking up Tuyet and like bringing her to another universe, it's got to play out like this one stupid GIF that I have. I just need to. I never have these things prepared. Here it is. Here it is. It's just this.
Yes.
Yup. Absolutely brilliant. So,
Love it.
Amidst the whole storied history of Bionicle, that's everyone's unanimous point.
Yeah, it's just Tuyet, but everything else, I find myself liking basically everything else. Like, for me, Greg's writing through Bionicle, of course, is what inspired me to just straight up enjoy reading. Like, it is through him that I had a vested interest in reading, in learning a better vocabulary, in practicing how I write, and doing better with that.
Yeah.
It just...
No, I mentioned before as well, like, you know, how he helped with my English, but I didn't really, like, fully, like, when I'm speaking, I fall over my words all the damn time, but when I'm writing... Apparently, I can write at a postgraduate level with no formal education at all, according to my last test. So that's all great.
Thanks to the anachronism.
We do love Greg. We do love Greg. He's a great writer. You can go back through any writer of any medium and analyze their entire works, and you'll find lots of times when they were just like, I gotta move this story along or I don't get paid. I got writer's block. I ran out of coffee today. You know what? Fuck it. Time travel.
Yeah, I always find those things fascinating to like explore and analyze as well. Because like nobody's perfect, right?
Regarding the serials, though, I do think the serials worked best when they were telling their own self-contained stories.
Absolutely.
Like,
I agree.
Brothers in Arms was a really good one in that regard.
Up
because
until
it didn't
wasn't.
rely on much else around it.
Well,
Up until they randomly.
You don't like melding universe Pterodax?
I like melding universe Pterodax. I don't like that it happened in Brothers in Arms because I'm reading this great, like, isolated revenge story, and then all of a sudden they randomly get sent to a different universe, and Voltras just gets left there.
Yeah.
Well, Voltras was
For now.
So such is fate.
Until he finds the third Olmec that's just floating around in the space between space after he steals the dimensional technologies.
Yes,
Also,
Voltras escaped from the melding universe thanks to their dimensional technology.
while we are on the subject of alternate universes, I would like to propose a concept to the group and to the audience.
Yes.
It's Liwa in the main universe, It's Lua in the Dark Mirror
Oh my
universe,
God.
and it's Lewa in the Kingdom universe.
No.
Also,
Wait.
I want to
No.
touch real quick on Swart's stupid joke when we were talking about Two Yet. When I mentioned that there were like 3 separate Two Yets, and he said there were 2.5. And now I just want to see a poster for 2.5 men, but with 2 Yet.
2.5
perfect.
I'm 100%
2.5 yet
for the different Lewas, just because you said Lewa's main universe, so I'm jiving.
Nice.
There we go.
There are 3 versions of every single one of these alternate universes. Each one have a different pronunciation for all of the characters. So there's three.
So we got Tehu,
Kingdom,
we got
there-
Tayu, and Tahu.
There's
So-
3 Kingdom universe. There's 3 melding universes. There's 3 everything.
Anya.
And if you think of any more pronunciations,
Histories or alternate pronunciations. These are the XY planes of the multiverse.
yes.
I love this.
And if you can think of more than 3 pronunciations, then there's more than 3 universes. Obviously.
I do have to ask the question to the group, of all the universes that Greg created, the pocket dimensions and stuff, what was your favorite one that he finally created?
Honestly,
I mean,
a part of me is tempted to say the City of Silver just because it's left with a lot of mystery to it.
That is
yes.
very
City of
tempting.
I love City of
It's
Silver.
Yes.
A lot of
very
mystery, striking visual.
just sort of
An interesting moral.
strange
And it's really
atmospheric.
weird to say that considering it was made for literal babies.
Yeah, well,
Well, you know. Sometimes it's not necessarily like the intricate stuff that makes it.
hook them on Bionicle while they're young. That's all we got to say there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's great. Do
I
it.
kind of liked the Empire.
Babies.
Might
Empire's
be the
fine.
safe answer, but I'm a sucker for some edge. What can I
Yeah.
say?
Yeah, babies.
I do
mean,
love that
personally-
the Empire universe, all we see of it, really, is just like everybody dying.
Right? I'm surprised they didn't set a nuke off in the middle of the city just to emphasize
they-
the point.
Can the Empire universe be the Hero Factory universe?
Rocks fall,
I'm
everybody
also very
dies.
curious of the logistics of the Empire universe because supposedly nothing that happened there was disruptive enough to the universal order that it hurt Matanui's health in any way. But a Matoran civil war in a single city was enough to put him on death's door.
In
Yeah,
all
I'm
fairness,
just saying.
in all fairness, that city was his brain, and it was like 600 years long.
That is true.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, in a universe where all the heroes die, they need to make some more, and what better way to make some more than in a factory?
All right, you're
That's
done.
all I'm saying.
You know what? I'm going to be the one
Spirit
to
Forge,
say it.
if you will.
I think I preferred the Kingdom. It sounds dark, but I think I preferred the Kingdom. Because there was
I
some
like the
interesting
Kingdom.
stories to come from that.
I like the Kingdom mainly for its very Lovecraftian representation of Makuda's form.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's something
It's like-
that's been missing from Bionicle since 2001, and it was nice
I
to get a
agree.
glimpse of that again.
Excuse me, have you forgotten about Trendcrom?
Yeah, but
No.
I do
he
tend to
didn't
forget about
really have
Trendcrom.
I like to think about the implied future space travel in the Kingdom too. Like maybe they made it to Barra Magna and the Great Beings or whoever. Just like what'd you do with the rope? You had a robot. Where did what?
That is a cool idea.
What
How-
did you
how
do
are
with
you
our
ta-
fucking
how are you
robot? We
talking
spent
to
our
us?
entire budget on that.
You weren't even supposed to have sentience.
Do you know how many great beings didn't get healthcare because we were building that thing?
I love that. That's great.
You should have just asked for the prototype. We're literally living in it right now. Okay,
Here's a
that went
question.
over your head.
What are you guys' favorite cereal? Which one?
Is anyone not going to say Federation of Fear?
Frosted Flakes.
No one is.
yeah,
Frosted
no.
What are we, some kind of federation of fear?
I don't know. That's a tough
Actually,
one.
that's a hard one. I need to look back at the catalog.
Let's
Mine
feder-
is easily Federation of Fear, but if I had to choose a not so obvious one, Reign of Shadows.
Oh, I gotta
Let's
find
feder-
out.
Shadows is
Federation of
interesting,
Fear.
I wish it
Federation,
had mattered more, but you know.
Federation of Fear is the one where Vizon joined the Suicide Squad, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that one.
And then,
obviously.
for some reason, had a combiner ready to go, and then they said, forget that, we set up a whole contest, let's bring in a new character.
And then
Wait, they
Brutaka
had a
was just like
combiner
chilled
set for
Axon.
Miserix?
No, they didn't.
No, Miserix was the contest, and Spiria was the combiner.
Oh, right. I forget Spira exists because he's stupid.
Yeah,
And he has a weird vestigial being on him.
I gotta get through all the Duma posting to see
He's
if I can
just
find
got
a
an
meme.
unborn twin.
What were you saying, Alge?
Probably for me, it's just Dark Mirror, which I know is kind of a boring answer, but it was
get
so out there. I enjoy it.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
I enjoy
have
it!
a fondness.
I'd have to pick
I
Empire
have a
of the
fondness for
Scroll.
Really?
Yeah,
I
because
do like Empire of the Scroll, yeah.
I like
Empire
a
of
lot.
the Scroll is good.
The
I
2009
mean, I get
ones
it. Anything,
added a lot of
anything that
dimension.
fleshed out 2009.
It was really interesting to see one that like focused more on making us understand why the villains were the way they were, because I think one of Greg's weaker spots when it came to his writing was that he said in his forum answers that he thinks villains are more fun when they're just evil for evil's sake, and it was interesting to
Yeah.
see the Skrull get some development and see why they are the
It
way
made
they are.
Tuma pretty, I wouldn't say relatable, but pretty, like, understandable.
Yeah,
There is a huge reason, like that. That's one of the points that Greg's made in the past that I very much disagree with. Is that
I agree.
villains can't be redeemed, because I think it was a huge waste to set up, what's his fucking name, Krika, the way he did, and just
poor Krika.
kill him off with the rest.
I like
Well,
that
it's interesting,
Krika. I mean, I kind of like that Krika died. It was sort of chilling to see him get that kind of development and then just die such a horrible death. It really added some like weight to everything that was going on with the plan TM.
I suppose
Well,
that's fair.
it's an interesting school of thought with villains, because I don't want to put words into Greg's mouth. I don't know the context for why you said that, but I know for me at times it's a line you walk, because redeemed villains are kind of very common in media. You know, it's kind of an archetypal role they can go through, to the point where having a villain that isn't redeemed and just fully commits wholesale
Swerk, please.
is
not
kind
mine.
of
Hold
a
on.
rarity.
I'm gonna.
And
gonna
yet
mute-
we can still
we're-
hear it.
We're gonna mute our microphone.
All right.
We don't
So-
know how to do that. All right.
I really thought
Hello?
that was you, because you always have the
I
phone,
know,
sir.
I know.
Hello?
I went to my room, I muted my phone, and the other
Hello?
phones are nowhere near me.
So I know for Greg, it may have been a thing where he was like, "Oh, if we actually just like commit to villains, it might be more fresh." But I don't know. I don't agree. I'm
I do
with
have
you.
to ask. Has the vestigial unborn
Bob.
Siamese twin on Spiria ever been explained in any
I
way?
don't know.
It's non-canon apparently.
We hate
just-
Spiria. We hate Spiria.
It
Anyway,
doesn't
that-
exist. It's not a thing. It's just a
God.
part of the build that
But
I
it
was.
should exist.
Anyway,
It's
that
like
was.
it's just like in The Legend Reborn, when they still had what's his name piloting the Scopio, even though it's
Yeah,
an actual
Tellurus,
Scopio, not the vehicle.
Tellurus brain.
yeah. Oh my goodness.
Hello,
I love
Josie.
stuff like that with Bionicle. It's fun.
Yeah,
By
that
the
was
way,
just,
we
yeah,
have
that was
two
just
posters
Nielsen.
for Federation of Fear now posted.
Nice.
Beautiful.
One of them
Really
actually
into
looks
this,
like a decent job, and the other I threw together in like 20 minutes.
I specifically love the character of No Image.
No Image is pretty epic.
Yeah, that's Lariska. And the fact that I just left Captain Boomerang unedited, it's funnier.
I just noticed in the second one is Lariska using G2 Leiwa's mask.
Yeah, that's Bionicle chicken. That was
Yeah.
its-
Yeah.
Nice.
I will say, I also love that I threw Elec, just 3 random versions of Elec with different skin palettes, just to represent all that species. And also,
There
the
you go.
Enchantress is just a Zyglak. Don't ask.
What
I
if?
could buy it.
What if every single character that doesn't have a canon image yet just has massive titties?
I can see it.
Just every single one.
Hey, if
Why
it
not?
works for Rudaka.
Every single one. Every single one. Every single one. That's why it's so important. That's why it's so
That's why
important
we
for
don't
El-
have images, because it's not safe for Lego.
Yeah, that's
because
why
it's
it's
canon.
that's why it's
Should
so
we bring that
important
up?
to
So
canonize.
what
we
you're
talk
saying
about that?
is, so what you're saying is, Trin Crum has massive booba.
Hell yeah. Yeah, this is why
So
this is
I
why
do
it's
wanna
so
bring up-
important. This is why the canonization contests are so important, because without them, Bionicle is just filled with titties.
Anyway, Swit,
you've
Swit,
done
go
some
ahead.
service. Can we bring up just the one thing that Greg did that annoys us? Just get it out of the way. Our
two yet?
grievances. Besides two yet.
Toa
Well, I think
Kordak.
I think I already made my point about Krika.
Wait, no, I did have one other point. I kind of already joked about this, but like seriously, Karzani. I feel like he was pretty wasted as a character. I think much more
Definitely.
could have been done with him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I rage every time I remember Toa Kordak. I just hate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We love Toa Kordak though.
Sorry, what was the matter with Toa Kordak?
It's just
Yeah.
It's not a word that a Toa team would name themselves based on
Toa
what it said
gun.
to mean, right?
they
Toa Zamor.
it was
Toa desolation,
it
right?
was that the
Toa
theory
Squid
that
Launcher.
someone
We're the
proposed-
pacifist one.
The theory that someone proposed to Greg was that Kordak came to mean desolation because the Toa Kordak got so hard. And I don't know. I just never vibed with that
So-
theory, and I didn't.
You know what I would have liked?
I just love the
100
fact that I forgot that was a thing, and now I'm just realizing that it's literally called the Desolation Blaster.
Yeah.
So,
And then
That's
Lisa
hardcore.
installs one on his sea sled.
Sled.
Yeah.
What's up? What's up, Elder?
I actually 100% buy it because we see that happen. It's a natural thing that happens in language. And there's, off the top of my head, there's an example. Nimrod.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
I'm not
That's true.
familiar
But-
with the history of that word.
So my understanding is that Nimrod is like a biblical figure who was known for being like courageous and brave or something.
A hunter.
However, a hunter. Sorry, thank you, a hunter.
And then he
However-
fucked up. And then he fucked up real bad. Now his name means stupid.
Nope. However, in the Bugs Bunny
Oh
cartoons,
no.
Bugs Bunny calls Elmer Fudd a Nimrod.
And a maroon. That was the other one.
And Nimrod, from that point on, was associated. He was trying to be sarcastic because it's Elmer Fudd. He's a hunter. But it was interpreted, and we now commonly associate Nimrod with someone incompetent or moron.
Interesting.
And so that's
I can buy
why
that.
I am so 100% fine with Toa Kordak being the original name, and then because they got absolutely mopped, Kordak became a slang term to mean desolation. Like,
I could
wow,
absolutely see Bugs Bunny turning around and saying, "Man, they just got wiped by Zyklak. What a Kordak."
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a
Kordak.
Kordak.
I
Like,
suppose
man,
that
you
makes
noobs
sense.
just got Kordaked. Like,
I agree. It's just kind of funny. Like, I think of all the other Toa teams we could have. The Toa Bullet.
Just from like you just got Kordax. Now I'm just imagining like a version of the stick bug meme, but with like the Metromantis.
The legs or the Kordak rockets.
No. It would have to be Click.
Yes.
G
So we already
Congo, why
have
does
it.
your
You just have
mom?
him that mooning pose, whatever it was.
G
got quick bugs.
Congo, why does your mom let you have two desolation blasters? G Congo.
Two hands.
I love all this stuff.
fucking
man.
love
You know,
the two
stuff we
hands
don't
meme.
like
I will
about
say-
Bionicle.
The one I
Like,
definitely
reminisce about it
regret.
positively.
Binicle, Binicles.
Can I get
one
a
thing I def-
two in chat?
True.
He liked green. He liked green.
What I was also going to say is I would love to have seen him do something with Jovan's team directly, like showing the
Yes.
journey of the Mask of Life.
Joe Biden.
Boy, what?
No. Joe.
I zoned out for a second because I'm seeing James react to the emote, and I'm like, wait, Joe Biden, what?
No, the
Excuse
Jovan's team. Do you remember that with the first Mask of Life after the Civil
Oh
War?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If Jovan's team was made entirely of U.S. politicians, who would they be?
Let's go,
George
Jovan!
Washington is the leader.
Let's go, Jovan!
Need a Teddy Roosevelt.
Man. What about you, LJ? Besides 2 yet, what was one thing you don't like about Bionicle?
Tree speak.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. No, Greg is 100% right. Tree speak is terrible.
Yeah.
It's
Cat's
just-
Cat's least
It's
favorite.
awful.
Oh, sorry.
But it's funny.
No, it's cumbersome. So it's like, okay, I'm back on Lewa's page. Like,
It could also be considered culturally insensitive in some ways too.
Yes.
in which
I
way?
can see
I
that.
could see that. Yeah.
Yeah, especially more so in Menage,
Yeah,
honestly.
it's like
Yeah.
it's like Hickspeak at that point. Really.
Yeah, like the
way
people
it's
with
designed.
broken language that live in the
Yeah.
jungle, you know? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and we quick say things, and nobody listen.
listen.
Nobody here listens.
There you go. Thank you.
Nobody here listens.
Nobody.
I think I need a toe of the Saurus right now.
I think I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't think that was the intention
Of course not.
for it to be.
No.
Of course
way.
not. Nobody goes out and intends to do a racism.
No, some people definitely do.
Well,
Some
Some-
people do.
Some people do. We do not
Definitely
associate
some
with them.
No, those
but in
those
this-
aren't people. They've rescinded the rights to be called people at that point.
Fair.
yeah.
There you go.
In this instance, I definitely look at it more as a dialect. It's a regional dialect, and I can get that. I just think
it's-
of all the regional dialects they opted to go with, this was the dumbest one.
Yeah. I mean, by that token, you're saying this is similar to what Creole would be, using different terms to kind of like transition out. Is that how you would have done it?
How are we looking for time here, real quick?
We should probably... We have like 13 minutes. Yeah, we should probably move
Oof.
into reading stuff.
Yeah, we should probably start reading off some of those responses to the survey that we put out there.
They call him Cake. Doesn't start streaming until 8. So cats don't give a shit how long we take.
Fair enough.
Well,
Okay.
I am
All right,
dying
well-
in this room. It's 70 degrees outside, and I have no AC in this room.
So
Take
just
your-
for a brief,
take your clothes
recap,
off.
since not everyone here may know exactly what we were doing, but before we recorded this episode, streamed it live like we're doing right now. You didn't hear that? We put out a survey for a couple weeks to just get everyone's opinion on what Greg meant to them and how his work affected their lives, and we have like 40 plus responses to go through. We had originally intended on, putting them all in the episode, which in itself was originally supposed to be something entirely different, but we're just going to have to we're going to have to read off just a few of them and sprinkle the rest throughout the day. So look forward to seeing more of that throughout all of Bionicle Day. And I don't know how we'd pronounce the second one.
Bionicle Day?
We put a 1 in there for the I.
There you go.
8-11icle day.
There you go.
But anyway,
All
before
right.
we get to that, I just want to check, does anybody have any closing thoughts they want to mention?
Wait, are we done?
I would like to state a controversial opinion now that there's no time for anyone to argue with me. I think Greg did a really good job handling Vakama's descent into being a crazy asshole in 2004 and 2005.
Wait,
I
wait.
agree,
I'll give you
especially
that.
considering
Greg
that he was
handled
it
not
well.
supposed to be the one to turn.
I
Wait, you know
agree. ... In the novelization, he
Yes.
sells it like a lot. It's exceptionally well done.
Yeah.
It
Wait,
is.
Greg handled
In
it well,
the
the
movie, on
movies
the
did
other
not.
hand,
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, we can be controversial in this? Okay. The reason Cats didn't ask Greg personally about Tamaru was because we didn't want to dignify the transphobes by asking Greg, "Hey Greg, what do you think about Tamaru probably being trans or not?" And he'd be all
Well,
like,
I think at one
I
point
don't
he
care.
also mentioned, like, I think he specifically mentioned at some point that Matoran don't really have any assigned quote-unquote gender.
Yeah. So basically,
There you go.
like Tamaru probably isn't trans, but fans want to believe, so fuck it. So that's why we didn't ask. That's why we didn't ask Greg about it. We didn't mention Tamaru.
Well, there you go.
Cause
Good times.
yeah, fuck transphobes, fuck those trolls that make videos about cats specifically, and fuck those Reddit, and fuck that guy on Reddit and his weird friends.
I think we can all agree. Fuck Reddit. Anyway,
That was,
so
was
with
quite
that,
quite the debacle.
That was.
anyway, that's a story for another time.
Trans
Shall we
rights.
get into reading some of these quotes then?
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, who would like to go first?
I think that was me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First one from Tyler, the Contumacious.
Ooh,
Bionicle
big
was
words.
a part of my childhood. Wait. Bionicle was a part of childhood for a lot of people. But for me, it wouldn't be a stretch to say Bionicle was my childhood. Bionicle ran for my entire elementary school career, and throughout that time, I lived and breathed Bionicle. I got as many sets as I could, even when my mom tried to stop me, since I had a tendency of making a mess all over our basement floor. I did the same with the books, too, of course, which also made a mess because I read them so much, the pages started to fall out of some of them.
That's
I
just
got
the
every
Scholastic
movie.
books in general, let's be honest.
Yeah, to be honest.
That just
not the-
happens.
Not the best quality there.
Printing for
but
5 cents, sold for $12.
There you go. I got every movie and watched them almost religiously. I babbled about the story and characters I'd fallen in love with to all my friends, even after I knew they were tired of hearing about it. That's a big mood. I just couldn't stop, and even now in my 20s, Bionicle is never far from my mind. It means that much to me. This means that one of the greatest influences on my life was Greg Farshty. Greg's writing deeply enriched my life and helped shape me into the person I am today. His work on the series helped me learn to read when I was young and improved my literacy, as well as helped me find other worlds to fall in love with. But most importantly, taught me what it means to be a hero and do a good turn for another daily. Emotional moments in the story, like Matoro's death, which felt like losing a beloved friend, would also help me learn to cope with loss I would experience later in life. All this and more because of Greg's writing and the Bionicle universe, and I know I'm not the only one. Thank you so much for all you've done, Greg, and I wish you the best.
Nice.
Hey, Greg, I don't know how often you play video games now. I know you occasionally played WoW back in the day, but if you still do, I'd like to recommend the Xenoblade Chronicles games, which have been what I gravitated to the past several years. The first game even features a setting where civilizations have settled on the bodies of 2 dead giant gods, which had been locked in combat before they perished. Sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? Anyway, I'd once again like to thank you for the fantastic work you did, and wish you my best.
There are actually some weird story similarities in Xenoblade, some of
There
which are
are.
spoilers.
No.
Anyway, thank you very much, Tyler and Messanak.
welcome.
Okay.
Thanks, Miss.
And let's move on to James. You can read the next one.
Okay, so this one is from Marie Lum, aka Puka Noodles. She said, "Me and my brother grew up together in a difficult household, and Bionicle is something that we both soul bonded over to get through the hardest times. My brother didn't learn to read for a while, so I would read him the books and comics every night. It was the coolest thing ever. Thank you for helping make something so epic and awesome and wonderful." Thank you so much for your amazing work, Greg. I feel like Bionicle completely changed the way my brain processes chemicals, and it's the best thing ever.
You have to read off the haha at the end. Come on.
Haha.
Makes glass.
Makes glass. Wait, I got something for this too. Hold on. I where to put it? You know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Stuart.
You are hot on the
Where
memes
did I
today.
put- I just wish my meme folder was better organized because it's such a pain in the ass to find them.
So what I'm hearing here is
there it is.
August 12th, you're reorganizing all your memes.
Memonicle Day.
Ah, very
Beautiful.
nice.
Nice. Okay, so thank you for that message, Marie, and thank you for reading it, James. Let's move on then. LJ, you've got the next one.
All right.
So this is from Sakota. Thank you so much, Greg, for all the fantastic work you did on my two favorite themes, Ninjago and, of course, Bionicle. Your stories expanded these fantasy worlds so much more and filled them with interesting and exciting stories that we keep talking about today. Even years later, you stuck around with the community, answered questions, and even helped with the contests, something we should truly never take for granted. And we are all so incredibly lucky that we got these opportunities. Your work will forever influence the way I look at world building, fantasy stories, and writing. Thank you so much, Greg, and I can't wait to read whatever you will work on in the future.
Fantastic.
Nice.
Thank you very much,
nice.
Sakota and LJ. That's a wonderful little message. I think all of us would do well to read whatever Greg has next.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Okay.
As
then,
I
next
said
up-
earlier, I personally do really enjoy what he has going on that news story. I hope it does evolve into something good for him.
Yeah.
Shaping up to be something quality.
One day we hope to read more of Greg books. One day we hope to have a bookshelf full of books that we have read with our eyes.
Yeah. Okay then. Next up, Stuart, if you would please.
Absolutely. All right. This one is from Chris Evans, aka AZ Blue. He writes, Greg's work through the Bionicle books and comics was one of the first things to really inspire me to write. Getting to interact with him, ask for writing advice, and learn from his experiences was a major turning point for me. Just like my other favorite authors, my writing owes its existence to you. Maybe someday, if you see a fantasy novel by AZ Blue at a store, you'll pick up the book and know that it was your work on Bionicle that helped me inspire it. Or that helped inspire it. Sorry.
Just put the word Bionicle on the author blurb in the author blurb of the back cover, and we'll buy it immediately.
There you go.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris, and thank you for reading it, Stuart. All right then. Next up, we have Win. Can you talk about your one, please?
Sure. This is from Nathaniel. The Bionicle storyline is what first inspired a love of fantasy that has stuck with me my whole life. It was really my first exposure to the concept of world building, and to this day I am constantly blown away by the sheer volume of stories that exist in the universe, even divorced from the ones written to accompany the toys. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Very nice.
That's a nice
Very
one.
nice.
Short and sweet.
Very nice.
I like it.
Very
Good
nice.
job, Nathaniel, and thank you, Win. Okay, next one then. Liam, it's your turn.
Oh, okay. This one is, I apologize if I mispronounce this, J. Genem. Ever since I was 3 or 4 years old, Bionicle had been an influence on my life. The first thing I remember seeing in my life was a Toa canister with Pohatu printed on the label, and ever since then I'd been enthralled by the world of Bionicle. When I was old enough to read, it was words that were written by Greg Farshty that brought the world of Bionicle to life, and every time a book fair came around, it was all about Bionicle books for me, from the chapter books to the lore guides, Rahi Beasts, and the comic books, whatever I could get my little hands on. Even today, I still retain some of the books I read, the ones that I didn't read so much that the pages started falling out. And I look back on them with fondness as they're my treasures. Greg, you've touched the lives of many children with the world you helped bring to life, the wonderful world of Bionicle, and now many of these children have moved on to adulthood. Some are struggling, some are striving. I think they meant to say thriving. I don't know. But I'm sure I speak for all of them when I say thank you for my childhood, Greg. I wish you the best in your future endeavors. Your duty is done, and now you'll find a new destiny.
Yeah, I love that.
That is beautiful.
Very nice.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Genem, and thank you, Liam. All right, next one up is... Oh, it's my turn. Okay.
Yeah.
So here we have one from Connor Williams. And Connor says, Greg's Bionicle books were my favourite books growing up. When I read them, I was totally engrossed and absorbed in the world. They inspired my own inner creativity. Without them, I would not be the person I am today. There we are.
Very
That's a
nice.
short and sweet one.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Connor. And let's see, last up then, Gonal.
Sure, this one comes from Barney. Bionicle and the stories around it were an escape for me for my whole childhood, and I think it still is to this day. No matter how bad things get, it is always comforting.
Beautiful.
Very,
Yeah,
very
man.
beautiful, wise words. Very nice to end on.
And before we finish up, actually, we do have a couple of video responses that we wanted to show off. So if you would take a moment, here are those.
I just want to thank Greg for his immense work for the Bionicle franchise, and he has inspired me in doing a writing course myself and become an author. So I personally thank him for what he's done and aspiring me to do fan fiction and create Bionicle content of my own. And I also wish him all the best for the future and for his career.
Hi, I'm Daniel, or as I'm known online, Aurora Nuva, and this is my thank you to Greg Farshtey. Bionicle is, without a doubt, the favorite story from my childhood. And Greg, your books are a huge part of what made it so special to me. Because the story was the best part of the whole thing. Bionicle worked because it was so rich and it was a world that the audience could dive deep into and immerse ourselves in. And that immersion, that richness, the details to the story concepts is what you provided. The characters we saw blurbs of online, you gave rich and compelling arcs, which I now realize must have been a Herculean task given how many of them there were. I loved reading them. They brought the Bionicle world to life. Every time one of your books came out, I would rush to the bookstore to see if I could find it because I just had to know what would happen next. In addition to your writing and attention to detail you gave the world, I think that what I'm most thankful for is the real care that you gave to the fans. I mean, you really kept up with us and met our passion with your time, which is really sweet considering how much of that was a labor of love outside of your actual duties at LEGO. I know that we could be a bit much sometimes, but I'm so glad that you still showed us that love and an amazing amount of patience. I don't know if you remember, but we actually met one time when I was a kid. I believe it was in the summer of 2008, and you were hosting a meet and greet / trivia contest in Connecticut. I was so excited when I heard about a chance to meet my favorite author that my mom actually booked us a flight to Connecticut to go. It took us a little bit to find the library it was at, but I remember coming and seeing you sitting with maybe 24 other kids on the floor, all excited to ask you questions and hear what new was happening in the story. I actually won the trivia contest, which was really fun, but even more cool, honestly, was coming up to talk to you and even getting you to sign some of my books. I actually ended up getting 2 things signed, because the first time I accidentally asked you to sign one of the books you didn't write. But it was so great to get a chance to just see and talk to you. The whole trip ended up being just an amazing little adventure that I had with my mom, and I'm so happy that I got that chance. I'm sorry to hear that your time at LEGO is over, and I hope that they showed you at least some of the appreciation that you deserved while you were there, because you were a big part of saving their butts. Greg, you are the author of my favorite books. The world you brought to life inspired me and countless others. Your writing caused me to pursue writing myself. And even now, me and thousands of other fans continue to talk about and analyze and debate the books that you wrote because we love them. So thank you, Greg. From all of us gathered friends to you, the true chronicler, who recorded this legend for all of us to enjoy.
So, thank you to the other Ibrahim and Hirora Nuva. Cool.
Yeah. Very nice.
Awesome. And, so I believe that brings us to an end. Just want to say to all of you, thank you very much for coming and talking about Greg and everything else that we talked about today.
And everything else.
And if you're out there, the ghost of Levi, we salute you.
Yes.
Thank you all for having me and LJ on. This was a blast.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I don't get to
And-
talk to people very often anymore. I've been too
just
busy.
me.
Same. Cats barely talk to anyone except ourselves these days.
My only
Fair.
friends are Kolhiiheadz now.
Anyway,
Hopefully
to,
in the future we can do some stuff like this a little more.
anyway,
Who knows about Gathered Friends?
Gathered
'cause,
Friends
it
finale
keeps
number
coming-
4.
I was gonna say it keeps coming back. This is the second finale now.
Oh,
the
it's
third.
Gathered
The third.
friends, more like gathered
It's-
in.
that is called.
Technically, this is the fourth finale because
That's-
we had the finale to G1, then we had the finale to G2, then we had the last ride, which was another finale to G2.
They're called
now we
epilogues,
have
you
the
Final-
skinny
and now we've entered
bitch!
the final party.
They're called epilogues, you skinny ass bony fuck bitch!
These are the voyages of the Starship Bionicle. Its continuing mission, whether we like it or not, to explore strange new characters.
And go. This
To
one
seek
goes.
out
This
new right.
one
Who
goes out.
knows? Maybe in the future we'll have Gathered Friends for Vision of the Great Beings.
This one goes out to the Bionicle faithful. Stay beautiful. Bang.
For that is
Bang.
the way of the Bionicle.
Yeah.
Until G3 is announced.
Stop that.
Stop that right now.
G3 is driven not by toys, but by NFTs.
We live in
There's an old saying that nothing is ever really gone if somebody remembers it. It is certainly true of Bionicle, which is still remembered with affection after all these years. I hope it would be true of me as well. Bionicle was a big risk. It came out at a time when LEGO Company was not doing well, and there were always people within the company who felt it wasn't really LEGO, despite being made from Technic pieces. It managed to be the savior of the company and the red-haired stepchild at the same time. It survived and thrived because the fans believed in it, of the potential for the sets and the story. There has never been a LEGO theme, before or since, in which the creativity of the team that worked on it was so wedded to the feelings of the fans. There has never been a theme that benefited so much, or even solicited, a give and take with the people who were buying the sets or reading the story. Bionicle was a voyage we all went on together, and that is what made it special. Today, it is the fans who keep the spirit of the Toa alive. It's the fans who have given Bionicle a destiny that goes beyond just a mention in a DK book or a nostalgic tribute set. Bionicle isn't gone because of you, and only because of you. And with every mock, every piece of fanfiction, every discussion on a forum, you find the power all over again. Greg Farstein.
I will admit I started Bionicle rather late into its story, around 2005, 2007, but still found an interest in it. The story was so new and interesting to me, and I always found fun in the toy line that was Bionicle near the end of its run. I was a little sad to see Bionicle go in 2010, as I knew there would not be many stories after it. I fell out of interest with Bionicle soon after, but kept up the memories that were close to me. Around 2015, I saw Bionicle was getting a G2 series, and it piqued my interest in the old lore. I had many questions I never got the answers to from watching the movies or comics, so I decided to look for it in the wiki, and dug a little deeper, and dug a little deeper until I fell into the rabbit hole that was the lore of Bionicle. I was amazed at how much was put into this line that I never realized. My interest in Bionicle was renewed as it was when I first found out about it, and I still love the series to this day. Thank you, Greg. Because of your work on Bionicle, you helped shape my interests that I have to this day. I have a much better appreciation for the series that have deep lore and complex worlds like the Matoran Universe or Tolkien's Legendarium. Because of this appreciation, I'm also helping a friend make a world just as complex and interesting as the golden beaches of Motunui. You have worked for many years and have inspired many people. Wherever life may take you, you will continue to be an inspiration to those around you. It will be sad to see you go, but with everything ending, there's always a new beginning. Once again, thank you, Greg, for all that you have done, and we will be here supporting you for whatever you have next in the future.
As someone working in many types of creative media, including music, visual art, and video, there isn't a single creative skill I acquired that didn't arise from working on Bionicle fan-made projects, both as a child and adult. Bionicle got me through some tough times as a kid, and knowing each month would bring about a new comic or story from Greg kept me pushing forward and inspired endless creativity. Seeing new fan projects sometimes even gives me a ping of that excitement I felt when a new comic or movie came out, and I'm really glad I found my way back into the community. It's odd even thinking about the trajectory of my life if I hadn't found that weird comic in the Lego magazine back in 2002. Up until Bionicle ended, my life dream as a kid was to one day become a part of the Bionicle team at Lego. I'd hoped to somehow have the chance to bring your inspiring stories to life through different media, whether it was music, games, art, or concept design. Though it was sad to see things end, the time I spent developing my creative skills is the reason I'm still doing what I love today. I've been so glad to find that Bionicle still lives on through the amazing community of people keeping it very much alive, and we all have you to thank for that, Greg. I wish you luck with all of your future endeavors.
Bionicle was my favorite thing growing up. The Toa were my Avengers and my Justice League. The universe was the first introduction I had to an intricate world filled with lore and sub-stories that were always keeping me wanting more. I hated writing in school, but when I learned what fanfiction was, it gave birth to my now love of writing and my own desire to create stories with heroes that everyone could admire and look up to. I tattooed Tahu's Nuva symbol on my shoulder to remind me what it takes to be a hero. The world of Bionicle inspired me to reach deep into myself and to be a creative person, something I never thought I could be. I owe the series that, and nothing can change how Bionicle changed me.
A few hours ago, Matanui was peaceful and quiet. Now the ground shakes, and the air is heavy with the smoke of 1,000 fires. From every side come the sounds of ancient trees falling, rivers boiling away, and mountains crumbling to dust. One question now burns on the mind of every Toa.
What is happening? I thought we had finished our quest.
Victory might have been an illusion, Liwa.
Look, it's one of Tahu's villagers.
Speak. What brings you so far from Takoro?
What's he saying, Tahu?
One word. Over and over. Bohrok. I will return to Takoro immediately.
We shall all go, Tahu.
If there is a threat to your village, it is a threat to all our people.
I just have one question.
What's that, Pawatu?
What's a Bohrok?
I fear we have just found out.
Stay here. We shall deal with this.
They don't look like any Rahi I've ever seen. Let's see how they stand up to a cyclone. What? Ice! Making me too heavy to stay in the air. I'm falling.
Away from him, creatures!
This is crazy. They aren't harming the villagers. They even ignore us unless we get right in their way.
Then why all the chaos? What can they hope to gain from it? Pawatu, their powers are causing an avalanche. Move!
Their strength lies in their numbers. Lewa, Gali, combine your powers. The rest of us will hold them off.
Close, monster, but not close enough.
Water!
Wind!
Together, we can summon the might of the storm.
They're fleeing, Gali. It worked.
They're gone, for now. They left us a prisoner too. But what's that inside its head?
I know the answers you seek, Tower of Stone, though I wish I did not.
Piraka Vakama!
We have known the legends of the Bohrok for centuries, and we have prayed that they were only that, legends. But the Bohrok are real, all too real. It is said the Bohrok sleep an eternal sleep, waiting to hatch. Once awakened, the swarms are unstoppable, a force so powerful they can reduce mountains to rubble and turn life-giving rivers dry as the desert sands. Worse, these creatures do not work alone. Each Bohrok carries within it a Krana, their greatest strength, also their greatest weakness. Even the mightiest of Bohrok can be humbled, if parted from their Krana. These, then, are the swarms of the Bohrok. Two you have already encountered, the Korak, with their icy blasts, and the Parak, who would turn the mountains to crumbling stone. There are also the treacherous Garlock, masters of the flood tide, the fiery Tarnok, capable of melting through any substance, the powerful Nuvok, who lurk below, and the most dangerous of all, the Levak, whose acid venom can dissolve even solid rock. Now that the swarms have awakened, only one hope remains. You must collect the 8 breeds of Krana from each Bohrok swarm. They will unlock the secret to their defeat.
How do you know so much about these creatures, Turaga?
There will be time later to reveal all Tower of Fire. But beware, when warned, the Krana can steal the mind, and even the Toa might not be able to resist its power.
Return to your villages. If gathering these Krana will save Matanui, then gather them we shall.
Let's hope they do not gather us first. Farewell.
Turaga and the villagers are brave and resourceful, but I still pray the Bohrok haven't reached Lakoro.
Greetings, Lewa. Toa there. We have been waiting for you.
Anything before. Created by Makuta and brought to life by the Krata. Alert, extremely powerful, agile, determined, unstoppable. Hunting a secret. Unleash the Rakshi. Bionicle, each set sold separately.
New from Bionicle, Glatorians prepare for battle. First up is Gresh, king of the jungle. A warrior with pinpoint accuracy. Super cool strike, breaks the ice. The fiery Malum, a sharpshooter. And quite the hothead. They all want to challenge the mighty Skrull. Gresh loads up. He fires. Nice block. Gresh into attack mode. When Skral is ready, Gresh is in trouble. Whoa, what a move! You can join the battle at BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
In the time before time, on the mysterious island of Matanui, a new legend was born. 6 mighty heroes, the Toa, possessing amazing elemental energies, incredible strength and agility, and Kanohi masks of power, banded together to challenge the dangers of this strange world and fight the foes no single hero could hope to defeat. Relying on their skills and daring, they've met every challenge, braved every peril, and defeated the most dangerous enemies in the universe. Whatever the sacrifice, whatever the risk, the Toa have never surrendered. New generations of Toa have come and gone, but though the names may change, the legend never dies. Now you can watch the great Bionicle legend in the new short movie on BionicleBattle.com. Ask your parents first.
Hello everyone, happy Bionicle Day, and welcome back to Bionicle Direct. I'm Chip, and I'll once again be your host as we highlight some of the best gaming experiences your fellow fans are developing. Like last year, we'll begin with Lightstone Studios, the talented team of developers behind Bionicle, The Legend of Matanui Rebuilt, as well as Bionicle Quest for the Masks Recharged. We hope you enjoyed that trailer for The Legend of Matanui Rebuilt, courtesy of Lightstone Studios. If you want to try it yourself, you're in luck. Rebuilt 1.1 is live right now. Check your Legend of Matanui client for an update download. To celebrate the launch of Rebuilt 1.1, the team at Myths and Legacy has released a short story inspired by the first level. Set during the 2001 arc, it tells the story of Onua's hunt for his first noble mask. Scan the QR code on screen now to check out The Tale of Onua, Noble Cause. Rebuilt 1.1 isn't all Lightstone has in store for us today. Following the release of Quest for the Masked Recharge last year, the team is back with an expansion. Let's take a look.
When legends were young, one word was never spoken. That word was Bohrok.
So there's gonna be an 03 version of this game, right?
We'll discuss that.
Yeah.
What would Riki's board even be? Just some cardboard slapped on one of the normal corners?
No!
If you're interested in facing the Bohrok swarms yourself, all you need to do is open up the Steam Workshop page for Tabletop Simulator and search Quest for the Masks. Team Kanohi, developers of Bionicle Masks of Power, have been hard at work since their environmental teaser last year, and now they're ready for their first ever combat gameplay reveal.
I don't care.
Find the power. Relive the legend at masksofpower.com.
You can keep up with the latest on Masks of Power, which will be coming to Steam in the near future, by following @MasksOfPower on Twitter, or visiting masksofpower.com. On Bionicle Day 2021, we brought you a new look at Kolhiiheadz Champions, a unique Bionicle experience being developed by Champions AU, with support from Team Kanohi. Let's take a closer look at what they've been cooking up. Kolhi Champions will be available soon, and can now be added to your wishlist on Steam. Champions AU will also be demoing the game's multiplayer during tomorrow's Bionicle Tree Hut event. For the past few months, a developer by the name of Thandu Komatoran has been working on a People Playground mod, which he calls Project People. The very first version of this mod is now almost ready for release, and in the meantime, let's have a quick look at a trailer. Last year, we concluded our direct with a demo reel from Empire of Toa, an ambitious MMORPG built in Minecraft. Empire of Toa takes the player to a universe where an entire army of Toa have arrived on Matanui to fight the Makuta, and this year, the team is back for more. A new trailer isn't all the Empire of Toa team have for us this time. Tune in to Bionicle Tree Hut tomorrow at 12 PM Eastern to see a live demo and a Q&A with the developers. The Tree Hut will also feature a live demo of Kolhi Champions. If either of these projects have piqued your interest, you won't want to miss it. Thanks for joining us for our second Bionicle Direct. We hope you enjoy the rest of Bionicle Day 2022.
Von Anfang an waren die Bionicle-Figuren bei Lego Chefsache. Mats Nipper verantwortet die weltweiten Neuentwicklungen. Zu Anfang hatte er seine Zweifel.
Der Designer stellte einfach nur ein Modell auf den Tisch und sagte, da ist es. Und ich, was ist da? Und er meinte genau diese Figur, die sei es. Und wir sagten, okay, das ist es also. Und das bedeutete, dass dieser rote Tor der allererste Bionicle war. Und allein der verkaufte sich mehr als 3 Millionen Mal im ersten Jahr.
Noch nie hat sich ein Chefdesigner bei der Entwicklung einer neuen Bionicle-Generation zuschauen lassen. Wenn Christopher Raundahl die ersten Entwürfe auf das Papier bringt, hütet der Spielzeugkonzern seine Arbeit fast wie ein militärisches Geheimnis. Zu groß ist die Gefahr, dass andere Hersteller seine Ideen klauen. Die Aufgabe für den Chefdesigner ist gewaltig. Für die Bionicle-Welten haben die Dänen zur Produktergänzung schon 3 Spielfilme in Hollywood produzieren lassen. Die Zwitter aus Monster und Maschine haben inzwischen fast jedes Kinderzimmer erobert. Vor 1,5 Jahren beginnt Christopher Raundahl nach den Zeichnungen die ersten Modelle zu formen. Er ist der Kopf eines Teams aus fast 20 Designern, die nur für Bionicles zuständig sind.
Um mit Ton zu arbeiten, haben wir ein paar Werkzeuge aus der Zahnmedizin. Tatsächlich können wir hier so lange sitzen und den Ton mit der Hand formen, bis wir am Ende genau die Figur haben, die wir uns vorgestellt hatten. Aber das kann Stunden dauern.
In dieser Ideenschmiede herrscht strengste Geheimhaltung. Die Designer können in der ersten Phase machen, was sie wollen. Ihrer Fantasie sind keine Grenzen gesetzt. Sie arbeiten nicht nur mit Ton, ihnen stehen auch die modernsten digitalen Designwerkzeuge zur Verfügung. Und langsam kristallisiert sich aus den verschiedensten Entwürfen eine gemeinsame Idee heraus.
Die Bionicles sind noch nie geflogen. Die Kinder sollen jetzt mit ihnen rumrennen und sie zum Fliegen bringen. Diese Anregung haben wir ihnen bisher nicht gegeben.
Das Team entwickelt Modelle mit Flügeln und Düsen. Diese Figuren müssen getestet werden. Vor einem Jahr baut Christopher in Hamburg seine Modelle für den ersten Härtetest auf. Zum allerersten Mal sehen Kinder die Prototypen.
Wir schauen zuerst die Produkte an. Das gab es noch nie zu sehen. Deshalb ist das hier jetzt außergewöhnlich wichtig.
Es geht besonders um die Masken und Waffen der neuen Figuren. Überwachungskameras werden jede Reaktion der Kinder aufzeichnen. Im Raum sind jetzt nur eine Kinderpsychologin und immer 6 Kinder allein.
Am besten hier so durch.
Es sind alles Jungs. Hardcore-User im Fachjargon. Kids, die mehrere Figuren aus vorherigen Generationen besitzen. Das Entwicklungsteam um Christopher versteckt hinter einem halbdurchsichtigen Spiegel. Was passiert, wenn die Kinder die Figuren ablehnen? Dem Team darf keine Reaktion, keine Äußerung der Kinder entgehen. Deshalb bekommt Christopher jedes Wort im Raum ins Englische übersetzt.
Uns das, ne? Aber wenn euch das nicht so gut gefällt, dann ist es auch ganz wichtig, dass ihr uns das erzählt. Warte.
Noch haben die Kids keine der neuen Figuren gesehen. Unter Tüchern sind sie verborgen. Der wichtigste Moment ist für Christopher die allererste Reaktion der Kinder, wenn sie die neuen Modelle sehen.
Gut, am besten kommt ihr hier, setzt euch hier vorne hin, dann könnt ihr das gleich am besten sehen. Okay, sagt einfach laut, was euch dazu durch den Kopf geht, wenn ihr das so seht.
Er hatte alles erwartet, nur nicht diese verhaltene Stille.
Es ist hart, wenn sie es nicht mögen. Natürlich. Wir stecken eine Menge Arbeit hinein und natürlich sind in dem Prozess auch viele Emotionen dabei. Darum ist es natürlich schon hart, wenn sie es nicht mögen.
Ja, vielleicht nochmal an euch anderen. Was sind das hier für Gestalten? Wie würdet ihr
Die Psychologin tastet sich Schritt für Schritt, Wort für Wort an das Urteil der Kinder heran. Am Anfang will sie wissen, was die Kids in den neuen Figuren entdecken.
Hier sieht er aus wie ein Hai. Wie ein Hai?
Das ist doch eine Pflanze.
Ja, das ist hier wieder lustig aus. Vorne sieht er lustig aus.
Frösche, Haie, Pflanzen und lustig. All das sind Beschreibungen, mit denen Christopher nicht gerechnet hat, mit denen das Entwicklungsteam nicht leben kann.
Nummer 4 sieht aus wie die Maya. Ja, und Nummer 2 sieht auch ein bisschen so. Passt das eigentlich zu Bionicle? Passt das zu Bionicle? Insekten? Nicht so richtig.
Noch gut eine Stunde erfragt die Psychologin das Urteil über die neuen Details an den Figuren. Christopher findet so kurz danach noch keine Worte. Aber für die Lego-Forschungsleiterin Pia Andersson ist das Ergebnis eindeutig.
Ich empfehle, dass das Designer-Team nur wenige Ansätze aus der Insektenwelt beibehält. Die Masken sollten weniger organisch wirken. Insgesamt müssen sie die Figuren wieder mehr wie Roboter aussehen lassen.
Christopher liegt zu weit von den Erwartungen der Kinder entfernt. Aber in einem Punkt hat er sie voll getroffen.
Sonst gab es ja früher nur Schwerter und jetzt gibt es auch so richtige Pumpkin und so. Das ist gut, jetzt können sie auch so richtig schießen, nämlich früher konnten sie kaum sich bewegen und so haben sie immer nur so gemacht oder sowas. Und jetzt können sie auch so, bam, bam.
Die Spielfilmwelt der Bionicles ist voller Kampf und Krieg. Jetzt ballern auch die Figuren.
Viele finden es zu gewalttätig, aber Gewalt ist doch ein wichtiger Bestandteil in der Art, wie Kinder spielen. Und dies hier findet in einer abstrakten Fantasiewelt statt. Wir halten es für wirklich gutes Lego-Spiel.
Die altgewohnten Klötzchen, die den Konzern in über 50 Jahren groß gemacht haben, spielen in der neuen Generation keine Rolle mehr. Hier in der Zentrale im dänischen Billund hängt von der Entwicklung einer neuen Modellreihe der Bionicles fast ein Sechstel des Umsatzes ab. Für Mats Nipper ist das auch ein Spiel um Kopf und Kragen. Und die Ergebnisse des Deutschlandtests sind auch für ihn überlebenswichtig. Auch Christopher spürt den Druck im Nacken und hat die Ergebnisse schon zu einem Teil umgesetzt.
Dies hier ist das Modell, das wir zu dem Test nach Deutschland mitgenommen haben. Daran haben wir in letzter Zeit gearbeitet und einige Korrekturen daran vorgenommen. Und das hier ist das weiterentwickelte Modell.
Der Kopf und das Brustschild der alten Figuren waren aus Ton geformt. Besonders die Formen um die Augen wirken zu sehr wie der Kopf eines natürlichen Insekts. Der neue Kopf ist aus Plastik und bietet viel mehr Raum für die Fantasie. Die Richtung der Prototypen ist nun klar. Die Entwürfe werden ohne Umweg über weitere Tonmodelle auf einem dreidimensionalen Drucker hergestellt. Im nächsten Schritt müssen die Spielzeughändler von dem neuen Produkt überzeugt werden. Es darf nicht noch einmal passieren, dass der Eindruck entsteht, die neuen Bionicles seien bloß komische Insekten.
Natürlich finden wir es nicht gut, wenn wir einen Test durchführen und die Kinder würden sagen, die Bionicles sehen aus wie Biene Maya. Klar, dann haben wir ein Problem. Wir können den Unterschied aber jetzt vergleichen. Dieser Kopf hat eine sehr organische Form und wirkt daher auch sehr realistisch. Wenn du dir dagegen diesen Kopf ansiehst, ist es auch...
Super tough pink puff. Only for now. Was diagnosed with mesothelioma.
Player missions.
Done.
Hey everyone, I'm James, the developer of Wall of History. Today I'm going to be going over some of the changes made to the site in our latest pair of updates, the Skybound update. To start off, I'll summarize part 1 of the update, which launched on July 10th. The first thing you'll notice is that the site has gotten a major redesign, both in terms of aesthetics and functionality. Whereas the main menu used to be a pop-up accessible by clicking a button, all the navigation buttons and such are now condensed into this side menu here. We've also integrated the search bar into this menu, meaning you can now access it no matter what page you're on, rather than having to navigate to a dedicated page for it. The table of contents has received a significant facelift as well, and now features these more informative cards for each page. These cards summarize any alternate versions available, their release dates, and the word count if applicable. This information can also be found in the new side menu on story pages, along with links to any alternate versions or versions in other languages. Works that have been adapted into other mediums also have a note in their menu specifying such, along with a link to the adaptation, and the reverse is true for the adaptation itself. The Bionicle movies now feature closed captions. We can also see yet another feature in use on this page, that being the Extras tab. As you can see here, we can click on this button that says Concept Art to see a slideshow of concept art from the making of Mask of Light. We can also see the original teaser and trailer by clicking on this next button. More extras will be added to more works as time goes on. We've also gone to greater lengths to include visual media in this update, such as covers for every novel. All of these can be clicked to get a closer look, as can comic pages. Some cover images will even reveal an interactive 3D model of the original book when clicked. Currently, all the Chronicles novels feature these 3D models, but we'll be expanding this feature to include all novels, comics, movie cases, and graphic novels in the near future. Speaking of graphic novels, we've now got graphic novels. These are included as a part of our new Collections feature, which incorporates things like Bionicle Chronicles Collection and Adventures Volume 1 into the site. Note that some of the graphic novels are in need of rescans of certain pages, but those will be coming in the near future. The addition of graphic novels isn't the only update we've made to the comics collection on Wall of History. You remember those cross-sells certain comics had? Like, hey, go pick up Mask of Light on DVD to find out what happens next? Well, where applicable, those are now functional. Clicking the one in Comic 14, for example, will take you to the page for the Mask of Light movie. The biggest addition to the site in Part 1 was our upgraded reference integration. You can see this on practically any text-based story page, where any location, character, or item in our guidebook database can be clicked on to display a pop-up with all of their guidebook information. Whereas previously these were text only, they can now contain both images and animations where applicable. Both images and text have spoiler thresholds attached to them, meaning you can see additional information on characters as the story progresses. We've also upgraded the dedicated reference page, implementing navigation similar to what we use for the main table of contents. You can also find a full list of unique subjects here to display all the information we have on them on a single page. Finally, we've begun dividing novels into their original pages, per the requests of several users. This has currently been implemented on all chapters of Tale of the Toa, with similar updates to the remaining novels pending user reception of the feature. Part 2 of the Skybound update launched today, and continued our Flash restoration project announced at the beginning of this year. For starters, all the 2002 through 2004 Flash animations have been restored to their original Flash format. Previously, the versions of these animations found on Wall of History were just screen recordings of the animations playing on my computer, but thanks to the amazing team developing Ruffle, that crude solution is no longer necessary. Part 2 also includes more restored chapters of Matanui the online game. You can visit the Mask of Destiny article for this update using the link in the description for a full breakdown of what was added, as well as what changes were made for the purposes of this restoration. If you've got any feedback on this pair of updates, you can join our official Discord server using the link in the description, or send us a message on Twitter. Thanks for watching, and have a happy Bionicle Day!
Bionicle website.
It's ready!
Ready for what?
Ready for you!
in NICLE Heroes from Bionicle.
I'm reporting live from the Swamp of Secrets. News is coming in that following a day of battle with the evil Makuta, the Toa have found the key to the mysterious Codex. The door has been opened and revealed a giant tunnel. What will the Toa heroes find inside? Go online now, be part of the final battle, and you can win at bionicle.co.uk.
Under the surface of Matanui, an ominous awakening. A new threat to the entire island, controlled by a leech-like Krana. It is the Bohrok. Its Krana alone is a great danger to the Toa. The Bohrok come in swarms, they strike fast. Beware, if you wake one, you wake them all. Bionicle. 6 Bohrok breeds, each set sold separately.
This season, Bionicle invites you on a journey to the darkest deeps to face the strangest creeps. New Iraqi short movie on BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
An all-new movie on DVD in the city of Metro Nui. The Great Spirit shall guide you. A new generation of heroes will discover their powers, challenge the darkness.
Your farewell will be forever.
And fulfill their destiny. Bionicle 2, Legends of Metro Nui, rated PG. On DVD in 3 days. Also available, the powerful Toa Metro from LEGO. Each set sold separately.
New Lego Bionicle. The evil skull grinder is raising an army of skeletons to take over the world. Now the heroes must unlock the fighting potential of the golden masks. The battle is on. Defeat evil, claim the mask and save the world. New Lego Bionicle. Each set sold separately.
Hi, I'm Max Nui. Welcome to our little studio here in Metro Nui. This is where the early planning is taking place for our little Mangai project. Now, the purpose of this film is to bring you up to date with some of the plans for the Mangai project. But, before I do, I just want to say a few words about the site of the Mangai project. Metro Nui. Metro Nui. Ah, that's better. Much more squiggly and urban. Now, we all know the story of the Toa Metro. 6 heroes who saved the heart of Metro Nui and fought an ancient evil. But that's only half the story. Before the Toa Metro, there were 11 legends of Metro Nui. Each great warriors in their own right and masters of their elemental energies. Named the Mangai, or Protector in the Matoran language, these heroes were led by the legendary Toa Likan, Master of Fire. This project will tell their story. Our ambition is simple. 4 seasons of 6 episodes chronicling the story of the Toa Mangai and their heroic sacrifice. Hi there. One of the characters who will be featuring in our little Mangai project is Kodan, chronicler of Metru Nui. Now, Kodan has a number of favorite pastimes, which include reading and playing sports that he comes up with. However, his favorite pastime is writing. Now, included with the series, we will also be producing a series of short stories titled Tales of the Mangai, written by our chronicler Kodan. Now, these tales will flesh out the world of the Mangai series and elaborate on characters and circumstances that occur. Now, these will be also accompanied by an audiobook, which will have stills and beautiful scenery rendered by the animation team. And now, it is my privilege to introduce Tales of the Mangai, Chapter 1, Kedek's Bargain. Thank you.
From the desk of Kodan, chronicler of Metru Nui. The following is a series of excerpts from a journal recovered from the Trencron Peninsula. Written by a Bowmatoran named Kedek, it is believed that the Toa of Air, mentioned in many of the journal's final entries, is Toa Nidiki, Metru Nui's Toa of Air. The journal was found in a partially collapsed cavern, alongside evidence of former habitation. The area appears to have been deserted quickly. None of Kedek's other personal effects were able to be located. This journal seems to be around 7 to 10 years old. For brevity, sections of the journal have been omitted. The original copy will be retained at the Wall of History for record-keeping purposes. Day 571. Today, the Makuta visited us again. The last time she was here, she fought off a horrific beast. The sight hasn't left my mind. That sickly pink form, oozing as its halves slid apart, split by the Makuta's vicious battle axe. The mistress of the acid falls, they call her, and for good reason. It was almost elegant. I watched her sling the great fleshy lumps into the falls, which hissed and blackened as they dissolved under the flow. Makuta visited us today for a different reason. Her appearance cast a deadly pall on the village. Work seemed to halt, and all eyes were trained on her, and me. She had come with a proposition. She knew that there were more beasts that could threaten my village in our operation. She was also careful to point out that as the village leader, it is my business to know the comings and goings of the area around the acid falls. So, in return for her protection, I would furnish Makuta with regular and detailed reports of the state of the area, and turn in any Matoran who would oppose her. With so many looking to me to keep the village safe, it was impossible to refuse. Satisfied, she flew from the cavern like some sort of sick insect. I shuddered at the sight. She left a trail of black smoke that hung in the air. Later the same day, I saw something truly out of the ordinary. Here, where the general consensus is that the Great Spirit has forsaken us. A Toa? It couldn't be. And I needn't call her back this soon on what is only an unsubstantiated sighting. Nevertheless, there will be more guards near the entrance tonight. Day 575. This morning a Matoran came to tell me about a party who would endeavor to leave the peninsula. At first I was utterly relieved. Finally I could escape this wretched stinking spit of land. But the relief was soured by a pit in my stomach when I thought of my village. Here is where I had to stay. Where all had to stay. I asked her to show me the boat. It was a small, hastily assembled craft, with space for about 6 Matoran. Good Ga-Matoran craftsmanship went into it, and its hull was shored up by Fee-Matoran steel, perfect for the jagged, rocky shores of the peninsula. It was the best these Matoran could do, but it would get the job done. I feigned hearing one of the monstrous Rahi, and ushered the Ga-Matoran back to the village. Once she was out of sight, I drew Makuta's sigil on the beach sand and crushed a light stone in my palm, scattering its dust into the shallow lines I carved. I lit a flame in its center, which caught on the lightstone shards and erupted into a low green flame. The shadows suddenly grew thick around me, and the Makuta appeared so abruptly I was startled. She visibly fumed as I explained the escapee's plan. That evening I told the Gamatoran I could not accompany her away from the peninsula. "It's my duty to our village," I had said, "but I will send more along when I can." I watched from afar as she, the Fematoran, 2 Pomatoran, and a Seamatoran boarded the small craft and embarked. They made it about 2 bio from the shore when a black mass burst from beneath the waves, capsizing the boat. I watched the Matoran of Water and Matoran of Psionic swim for their lives as the Makuta lifted the Fematoran. The 2 Pomatoran did not resurface. I could not bear to watch what she did next. A quiet head count later that night revealed to me that none returned. Is it right to trade their lives like this? It must be. A whole village for the cost of a few traitors? It's a dereliction of duty, not to mention unity. But I still have reservations. It's nothing. It had to be done. Day 577. I saw the Toa again today, skulking around near the village. I know him to be a Toa for certain. A Toa of air wearing what seems to be a mask of stealth. He was stalking a Rahi wearing an infected Kanohi. I watched him kill and feed on it mercilessly. He seems to be as desperate as we are. I'm weighing my options. Do I contact Makuta again? Do I bring the Toa into our fold? This would be a prize indeed for the Makuta, but am I willing to give up a Toa for what? My villagers are starving. Some have gone a very long time without food, but the work must continue. If I can get this Toa into the village, he can help us gather supplies and sustenance. But what would I get from the Makuta for turning him in? I will have to sleep on it tonight, I think. Day 578. This morning I contacted Makuta and informed her of a Toa in the area. She was characteristically severe. My orders are to keep an eye on him, so keep an eye I shall. In fact, as I write, I'm preparing to hunt the Toa. At the right moment, I will strike from the shadows and bring him to our village. I will update this entry when I return. My plan was rebuffed. The Toa caught me as I sprang upon him and demanded to know my intent. Apparently, I hadn't been the best at remaining unheard. I told him my name and my position as leader of Ulkoro. He only offered me what I already knew, his element. Despite my prodding, he wouldn't tell me his name. He did agree to accompany me back to the village, though. My people were awed by his physique and powers. The Toa grinned with pride as they begged him to demonstrate his elemental abilities again and again. I could feel a sliver of hope growing among them. That only makes this that much harder. Day 580. I went with the Toa on a hunt today. We moved through the treetops searching for bird Rahi to bring back to the village and eat. Sure enough, I pointed out a nest to the Toa, and we moved in. The 4 Gecko in the nest sprang into the air as we approached. I leapt and grabbed onto the tail of the smallest as they took off. The Toa quickly followed, lifting himself on a column of air. Clinging onto the Rahi for dear life, I braced to feel the rush of wind against my mask, prepared to hold my breath as the bird reached top speed. However, no such thing happened. In fact, I pried my eyes open to see the Gecko struggling to keep its speed up, its 3 brethren vanishing over the canopy ahead. Its chest heaved as it laboriously breathed. Suddenly the Gecko dropped from the air. I braced myself and gripped the bird's back tightly. The Rahi and I fell, landing on branch after branch before hitting the ground hard. I stood and dusted myself off as the Toa floated down on a gust of wind. The Gecko was clearly ill. Its eyes were dull and its breathing was loud and ragged. The Toa paid it no mind as he killed it. This isn't a place for mercy, he told me. It's eat or be eaten here. Sure enough, a creature came along to turn the 2 of us from eaters to eaten. One of the gelatinous horrors of the peninsula crashed through the trees, nearly crushing the Toa of air with a falling log. In an instant, the Toa dashed off, leaving the Gecko's corpse. I was stranded. I yelled out for his help as I dragged the Rahi's body, but I couldn't even hear myself scream over the sound of the creature's roars. A pink tentacle slammed me onto my back. All of a sudden, the clearing went quiet. I looked up and saw the Toa atop the creature's back, scythe buried in its brain. He dragged it carelessly from the gooey flesh of the monster, stepped off of its back, and dispassionately helped me to my feet. "Sorry," he muttered tersely, as he left me to drag the gecko home. Day 583. The Toa has been living outside the village ever since I brought him here. I have to pray to whichever legend will listen that he's still in his hut when I go to see him this morning. Matanui? No. Artaka? Maybe. Karzani? I can't imagine a place worse than this. Our village has been prospering since I introduced the Toa. He's been keeping us alive. I haven't had much of a chance to express my gratitude, though. The Toa keeps us at arm's length, doing what he must and never more. That might be a good thing. I don't want to be too attached when the time comes for Makuta to return. Today I was at my post by the acid falls. It was my turn to collect the burning green liquid that poured over the cliffs and bring it into the bottling station. A couple weeks back, our village was shaken when one of our number went missing as he worked. Lost in thought as I was, I barely had time to react as I took a false step, the cliffside crumbling away beneath my foot. The corrosive acid falls had carved a series of holes in the ground by their path, forming a system of caves, cliffs, and bridges. It was near the top that the acid bottling station was located, and it was a short walk to push the collector along the cliff to the falls. As I slipped, I grabbed onto the collector, tipping the vat over and pouring its contents onto the acid-locked dirt. Narrowly avoiding burning myself, I swung my body back as the acid fell into the chasm. My hand was losing its purchase. I was certain that I was about to be the next victim of the falls. In an instant, I was swept from the cliff's edge, winded by a powerful force. It was our resident Toa of Air, who had seen my plight and rescued me at the last moment. We landed on an adjacent cliff. I watched the collector plummet from the cliffside, slam loudly into a bluff, finally careen into the pool of acid at the base of the falls. "It's just a tool," the Toa commented. "It can be replaced." It seemed like he was trying to comfort me. I had better make arrangements for another collector to be sent to the village. Day 585. The Toa still won't tell me his name. Today I stood firmly at the door of his hut and demanded he tell me his name, by order of Kedek, leader of Old Koro. He simply laughed, saying a Matoran held no sway over him. He pushed past me to leave, grabbing his scythe as he did. Despite my warnings that today would not be a safe day to hunt, he entered the wilderness, and I found myself tailing him. The guards had spotted wild Rakshi in the woods last night, and I knew that even one had the potential to match a Toa. We did see a Rakshi, sure enough. A Rakshi of plant control, one of the worst breeds one could expect around here. The Toa kept us out of sight. I did my best to camouflage my blue and green armor amidst the foliage, but he had the power of a mask of stealth at his disposal. Cloaked, we watched a Muaka spring from the trees to consume the Rakshi, eager for its favorite food. The wilderness suddenly came to life, branches reaching out to ensnare the Muaka and constrict it. The Toa's hand over my mouth kept me from screaming in terror as thorn vines tore into the cat Rahi. Once the Muaka ceased breathing, the Toa of Air picked up a small stone and tossed it in the opposite direction of the village, keeping it aloft for a time on a wind gust before it audibly dropped to the ground. The Rakshi turned its head in the direction of the sound and stalked into the tree line on the hunt for its source. I turned and saw the Toa shaking in fear. When I asked, he pretended not to know what I was talking about. Day 589. The Toa has had a single mind about the Rakshi for the past few days. He says it's unsafe to let it freely roam the peninsula. I've tried to tell him that these things are normal, but he won't hear it. I can't tell if he's still afraid, or if he has begun to genuinely care about our safety. He left this morning, trying to track it. I would have followed, if not for the telepathic contact I received from Makuta. She was angry. She demanded to know about the status of the Toa. Turns out, the past couple of weeks I had forgotten to keep her updated. Not that it mattered, because she had been probing my brain crystal. She didn't like what she saw. I tried to tell her that she could come do what she wished with the Toa, but she wouldn't direct her fury away from me. I stopped hearing her voice in my head a few moments ago, and I've been writing hastily since. Now I must go alert the village guards and have the gate closed. Makuta will be here soon, and we are in danger. I can only hope that the Toa will escape her wrath. From the desk of Kodan, chronicler of Metru Nui. This journal seems troubling, if it truly describes our Toa Nadiki. I have heard stories of the horrors of the Trencrom Peninsula, but never how they affected those who live there. The wanton killing and cold cowardice is unbecoming of a Toa. In addition, this Kedic's moral character is complicated, to say the least. And it is nothing if not interesting how he justifies his decisions. I suppose I can say I've learned about life on the peninsula, at least.
Here we are in the animation studio, where all the magic happens. This is where animators come every day to work on their highly detailed works of line art and cell shading and animation. Here's one of our animators now, Betty. Say hi, Betty.
Hi, Betty.
Isn't she a doll? What are you working on now, Betty? And now we splash some color on it. Isn't that a beaut? Now, here to talk about the rest of the project is my good friend Aiden. He runs a little segment on our project called Aiden Interviews, where he interviews various members of the project to get their insight on the behind-the-scenes work. Now, this next segment is from one of those interviews where he and I chew the fat. I hope you enjoy.
I guess one question I would have is why choose such a rather obscure section of the Bionicle lore?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because most people, like most fan projects of this scale, usually choose something like 2001, the island of Matanui, the Toa running around collecting masks, all of that stuff. And I would say that's, a pretty iconic visual of Bionicle. But the reason that I decided to move in a 2004 type direction is because, number one, I think the story of 2001 has been overtold. It's a great story. It's iconic. It's whatever. But we've been there a lot, and I mean, it's not a criticism. There have been a lot of really good things created in 2001, but I guess I just wanted to see some more content from the other years of Bionicle. And one day I was sitting there thinking, why don't we see any more of this? And I just decided that if anybody was going to create something, then it might as well be me. So I guess that's the motivation there. And 2004 is one of my favorite Bionicle years. It definitely beats out the first three for me. So.
That's a pretty bold statement, if I have to say so myself. But as far as
I definitely don't
goes,
say it's the best, but it's my personal favorite.
It was the first year that stepped away from the beginnings and stuff, and it was Legends of Metru Nui and stuff like that. And you had the new builds for the Toa. They looked all very tall, I guess you could say the least.
Yeah.
And they introduced, I guess, more storyline. You met Makuta in his semi-prime, becoming prime. And so it's
Ultimate Duma, yeah.
Oh, Ultimate Duma, let alone the set. Yeah. No, I have found one. No, I took them apart to rebuild what should have been built. All right, here's one. Well, as far as that goes, why do you think the community needs this project after, oh my God, 10 years we're old. Over 10 years now, granted, since 2004. Why create it now?
I think we're at a very volatile point in the evolution of the Bionicle community, because we've gotten to a place where there isn't really much hope that Lego is going to acknowledge us, going to do anything with the IP. And I don't blame them. Right now, it's not really, it's having difficulty being marketed, it's whatever. So we're reaching a point where the community is waiting, you know, we're waiting on something to change. We're waiting on something to invest our creativity in. And I think the community needs these types of projects to remind us that we are storytellers. It's not just delegated to, you know, corporations and other entities. Like, we as a community can create quality stories that can potentially, I mean, rival some of the best. So why, if we're waiting around for something to happen, waiting around for Lego to acknowledge us or somebody to acknowledge us, it could happen, you know, it could, whatever, but we've reached a point. Yeah,
we lose control over it at that point.
Exactly. And I know Faber's been, like, you know, pushing BioVival and all of that, which, you know, that's a controversial thing, but he, somewhere in all of that, I think he does have a point that, quote, the story is in our hands. I think if you can get anything from Faber's, whatever, that's the goal of the next generation of Bionicle, if you want to call it G3, if you want to call it whatever. And other projects like Mask of Power and you know, Red Star Games, stuff, different projects, I would call that G3. And the Mangai project, you know, it's a part of that. So
thank you for coming with us today on our journey. We here at the Mangai Project are incredibly excited for our upcoming pilot episode. But before you go, I just have one more little treat for you. This is a short storyboarded scene from the upcoming episode, which features a bumbling little team of dark hunters who later become known as the Piraka. Now, this is an early storyboard, so it's not fully animated. It still needs to be cleaned up, and color needs to be... Regardless, thank you very much for coming on our little journey, and I'll see you all next year. Thank you.
Everyone who thinks this is a bad idea, scream at the top of your lungs.
Shut up and steer. Do you want all of Metro Nui to hear us coming?
Are we there yet?
Here.
What?
If our information is right, the sea cave should be just below.
So, who's going down there?
I thought we all would. It might take 3 of us to...
Someone has to guard the boat! And I volunteer.
I volunteer to guard AVAC guarding the boat, and make sure he doesn't leave without us.
You heard the Shadowed One. You know what's supposed to be down there. If I go down alone, I'll end up a light snack. So, who's going to help me?
I'll flip you for it. Looks like I win.
Stay with the boat. And the boat stays here.
under attack. Repeat, we are under attack. Sustained casualties. We need immediate evac. Unstoppable. It has 4 arms. There are 2 other hunters, and they call them the Brotherhood. Repeat, the Brotherhood is involved.
New from Bionicle. From the distant past rises the Tower of Fire with a flaming blade and new and greater power than ever before. Facing monsters beyond imagination. Whoever the enemy, whatever the odds. No matter what the future may bring, some things will never change. Bionicle Reborn. Now you can prepare for the ultimate battle.
As cool as the sets were, it was really the stories of Bionicle that reeled me in. This let me find my love of robotics, as my best friend and I started a LEGO robotics club in school. This in turn wound up affecting my career, as I wound up a virologist, like the Makuta before they rebelled, working to fight COVID, while taking on responsibility for maintaining our robots as well. There was one character in particular, a rather eccentric archivist, who I found particularly relatable. There is even a model of that Matoran that sits on my desk at work, a fun reminder of why I love to do what I do. Thanks, Greg. The legends you brought to life while at LEGO had subtle yet profound effects on all us fans who read them, and I'm sure your future endeavors will be just as cool.
Greg, over the 22 some odd years that I've had a relationship with your work, I've been frustrated. I've been stressed. Pulled my hair out more than a couple of times. But there is exactly no story, both for your time working on Bionicle, for working with West End, for working in Shatterzone, in Torg, in anything that you've done. It's influenced me in ways that have shaped me as a man, shaped me as a creator, and have influenced the very core of what I believe is as a person. And in a roundabout way, without you, I would be a much different and probably a much more miserable person. Thank you. Your work means a lot to me.
When I was new to Bionicle, I thought I knew the Bionicle G1 story well, just because I saw the commercials in 2001 to 2006, and looked at pictures in Bionicle LEGO set instructions. But when I started reading Greg's Bionicle books, from 2007 onwards, I understood the whole story. Well, it isn't complete, but yes. Same goes for the Hero Factory Secret Missions books. I love how he wrote. He is one of my favorite authors. His writings inspired me to do well in my schools, most specifically the writing parts. I thank him for that.
Bionicle, The Legend Reborn, presents Akar.
Pay attention, and you might actually learn something.
Belonging to the Fire Tribe, Akar is a veteran Glatorian with powerful weapons to fight. The Flame Sword.
Oh! Of course! Fire is your elemental power.
And spiked Thornax Launcher. With thousands of battles fought and countless enemies conquered, Akar has the skills,
gutsiest move I've ever seen,
the power,
enough,
and the knowledge.
I'll teach you everything I know. Patience is the first lesson.
becoming a great Glatorian.
To help his new friend, Mata Nui, fight against the forces of the Skrull.
Yield to me, and this goes no further. Show yourself!
See Akar in Bionicle, The Legend Reborn. An all-new movie on DVD, September 15th.
Kopaka, Toa of Ice.
Им всем подвластны стихии. О них слагают легенды, а ты можешь получить потрясающие призы в конкурсе от Nickelodeon. Смотри лучшие серии о магах стихий каждый день в 19:55. Лови в эфире часть маски силы и запоминай ее. Заходи на bionicle.nickelodeon.ru. Выбирай из представленных частей маски ту, которую ты видел в эфире. И отвечай на вопрос дня. И тогда ты сможешь выиграть новые фигуры Lego Bionicle и шанс отправиться в парк развлечений Legoland. Ищи подробности на bionicle.nickelodeon.ru. Открывай маски силы и управляй стихиями. Только на Nickelodeon.
Out now from Bionicle. Evil forces chase the Glatorian legend, but a bigger problem is just around the corner. Scopio fires his stinger. The Glatorian legend dodges the shots, but the evil Scopio unfolds his powerful claw tracks. Now you can prepare for the ultimate battle and get ready to race towards victory. Amazing new vehicles from Bionicle. Each set sold separately. Also, Bionicle, The Legend Reborn, available now on DVD.
Piraka, the gang is on the loose on Piraka.com.
Nuevo estado. Increíbles poderes ocultos con nuevas y efectivas armas y herramientas. Con una sola meta: robarle el poder a los Toa Nuva. Bohrok. 6 nuevas razones para esconderse. Bionicle, la leyenda continúa.
This is a fake report.
Chart-topping rock group, the All-American Rejects, remains lost at sea. And now to our area expert, Zach Taylor.
The evil Piraka have captured the band. They're forcing them to play private concerts. But I've just received a text. The 810NICLE have begun a furious battle to free the band. They need your help.
Join the 810NICLE for the safe return of the All-American Rejects.
You can join the battle at freetheband.com. Ask your parents' permission before going online.
Hello everyone, and welcome again to my side project that I call Kolhiiheadz. Oh, wait, wrong title. This year, we are talking about our chosen theme for Bionicle Day. That would be, of course, the Bohrok. Now, I spent a long time working on these this year, and let me tell you, it was not easy. So let's just get right to the main point of what the Bohrok are. First and foremost, you have to ask the question, what do the Bohrok need? First, you want it to roll up into a ball. And you also want its neck to snap forward. Preferably not at the same time, but, you know, you do you. What do you also need? Well, you need to be able to remove the head plate. And you need to be able to remove the Krana. And that's what my little boys do. So, without further ado, let me introduce you to the cast. First, we're going to go over some of the notes on all 6 of them, and then we will go over them individually. So, they have officially 164 parts, with the exception of the Leibach, who has 165. I had to go through 8 different redesigns on the Bohrok, just based off of different designs, different choices, and ultimately, I've got to this final version. Now, one of the challenges I had this year is I decided to build my Bohrok physically before I ever made the instructions. And, hoo boy, that was not easy. But it wasn't that expensive either, so that's important. It does have the ability to fold up into a tiny, well, a false ball, and I'll explain that as I go. But ultimately, it works. And I also have to give a quick shout out to Vakiti, who did all the editing for my covers, and you'll see them as we go. But without further ado, let me introduce you to the Round Boys. Let's start with Tannoch. As you can see, it has the standard colors of a Tannoch, and it was the first one that I designed, so I'm kind of sick and tired of the color red. But, you know, that's what you do. Moving on, we have Leibach. Now, Leibach is the biggest challenge because one specific element was finally introduced just this year. A 1x1 brick with a single stud on the side. What was really the challenge is there's a specific type of brick that you'll see on the screen here, a 1x4 brick with 4 studs on the side. Now that one exists, but as you can see, it's not cheap. So instead I've utilized 2 of the 1x2s that you see here. It just made more sense. It's cheaper, it's easier. If I'm not going to pay for it, why should I expect you to pay for it? Next up we have Gallock. Gallock was very tricky color-wise, just because medium blue is a really hard color to just kind of get, so that's what led to some of the design choices that you see, such as the arms being this black Technic and not so much feature of the limbs. This was the challenge of having to work within the LEGO system and also provide you with a wonderful building and I would say playing experience, but is there really play in Kolhiiheadz? I'll leave that up to you. Next up, we have Nuvok. Nuvok is a very fun little character. The problem is, I'm not a huge fan of the all-black look. But, you know, I mean, that's whatever. Both Nuvok and Korok later, you'll notice, have a 1x2 grill for the eye there. That's because that element does not exist in 1x2 in that color. Compromises had to be made. That's what I get for providing the best possible view of all these characters. Next up, we have Piraka. Piraka was very, very fun to kind of work around as well, because it was a choice between using reddish brown, which is more common, which is the more common color, or utilizing the classic brown. But I think I made the right choice by upgrading the color, much like I did with Bahatu. It's not traditional, but it is just as iconic. Likewise, also, it was a torn decision between using classic green and the new bright green for the Krana, but I think the bright green matches the rubber a little better. but I think the bright green matches the rubber Krana a little better for Piraka. It's your choice either way, but I personally would buy it in the bright green. Finally, we have Korak. Now, Korak, this one is, again, similar to Nuvok. You have to have that specific 1x2 grill tile. That's just because of the limitation of what's in the system. Likewise, as well, as monochromatic as it is, it's really hard to see some of the features, such as the teeth there. Now, you might be wondering to yourself, okay, so last year the Toa were all free. Clearly, Stuart has something else in mind, right? Well, to which of that I say, I don't want a dime for them yet. Go get them right now. They are free because they're all effectively copy-pastes of themselves. I don't think they're worth charging yet. Having said that, I am thinking about that for the future, so we'll get to that topic maybe next year. Now you might be wondering to yourself, okay, so you said you've been working on this for 2 months, so what else is there? Well, if you are not currently a follower on our Discord, very subtle plug there, then you would definitely not have seen some of the new additions we have made. Or if you're in another Discord, though you surely be in ours, you may have seen me post a few emoji. Let's just say I think I may have nailed what really should be the big presentation this year. That is not a deception. What you are seeing is, in fact, the start of my brand new wave, Kolhiiheadz Geared Up. A revolutionary new phase in the Kolhiiheadz where I have decided to just go to town. I've created, I have edited, I have worked hard on recombining all of my Kolhiiheadz from the previous year with new designs, with a revolutionary gearbox that I've designed. I say revolutionary, it's literally like 4 parts. But that's revolutionary because trying to get it in that small a space without using Technic was a trick. I say it's a trick, it is system, but getting it so compact without using specialized Technic forms is really the trick here. As you can see, we have Gali with her moving arms, and we have Tahu with his one moving arm. The geared up system is designed to be interchangeable between styles, so you have your typical standard gearbox with a single gear motion. You have your double gear system so that both arms can move at the same time, or if you're not quite into the purism of gear systems, just ignore it and put it in a pin. It's all entirely up to you. The world is your oyster. But with that out of the way, let me introduce you to the lineup and some very interesting changes, I'm sure. First up, Tahu. He is my very first one. 157 parts with a brand new mask design. Specifically, I've changed the side of the head. It's all otherwise the same. I modified my original Tahu in real life with this gear system. As you can see from this little video clip here, worked flawlessly the first time I did it. I was so proud of that design. Like last year, Tahu, Liwa, and Gali all have their alternative instructions for colorblind individuals. I forgot to mention this earlier, and I should have, but the Bohrok actually don't have that issue this year because I started by insisting they be the colorblind ones. But I completely forgot about that until I got to here, and I forgot to make notes. Hey. Oh, you gotta love the joys of live editing. Unfortunately with Tahu, I still cannot solve the melting and lava issue, so you're just gonna have to get over it. Next up, we have Liwa. Now, he was the second one I designed with the system in mind, 146 parts, and I'll be honest, not much has seemed to have changed on him. The arms are a little different. The hand is very interesting design, matching the original style, but otherwise, I mean, yeah, he's got the upside down tile still. That's cool. Unfortunately, he does not really swing on the vines, but he can chop with his axe, so that's all that counts. Next, we have Kopaka. Now, Kopaka was my third geared up modifier. 145 parts. Required very little modification to update, believe it or not. Switch out the arms and you're done. Well, and color out the inside, but didn't have to change the head, didn't have to change much. His neck was already more or less designed for the system, which was very interesting. Oh, and for everybody at home, I would like to inform you that he is indeed going to therapy to help break his Seattle Freeze habit. You know, it's my fault. I raised him here. He's going to get used to people. I promise. I really do promise. And if you're not sure what the Seattle Freeze is, ask your Pacific Northwest friend. They'll know. Next up, Onua. He's the fourth design that I finally finalized, but he is the second one with the gearbox system. He has 131 parts. I've reinforced his head a little bit to match the geared up system a little better. He has a default double geared model so that both arms will move in unison with each other. And just like last year, he's still happy, he's still diggy. Next up, Golly. She was the fifth geared up that I made, 148 parts, featuring the hook hands that's still there. They now move completely. But something you may have noticed from last year that I haven't really advertised very much, but at the same time, you would have spotted if you'd seen the promotional advertising for Kolhiiheadz 2, which was I completely redesigned the mask altogether. And with that, I'm also introducing the brand new Golly redesign instructions, also posted on the same page right now. Unfortunately, I still couldn't solve the hooks. They're still way too short for climbing, but hey, at least both arms will move. So she's got that going for her. Kudos. Finally, and this is the one that I dreaded the most. Introducing Pahatu. Now, the reason he's the last is not because I hate Pahatu. I love Pahatu as a character. I love the fact that his torso is so unique. The reason is because I knew what would happen if I built his torso now, what changes I'd have to make. He has 161 parts and a radical new torso design from last year. You'll notice the arms are new. They are different. It's by design. All brand new foot design as well. They finally introduced the tile that I wanted last year, so thanks, Titanic. And this is where I will also mention that all the geared up Kolhiiheadz can be converted to either single gear or double gear usage. So, in other words, he can kick and he can run. Now, in total, there are 888 parts between all 6 TOA. All 6 are available right now, also for free. I cannot stress this enough. I am super happy with the new designs. I think they are amazing, and what's going on? What is... Everyone, may I please introduce you to Tahu, 90 Years Edition. He's the last Kolhiihead of the season. He has 119 parts. He's inspired by the 90 Years of Play Minihu Tahu. If you couldn't tell from now, you're now informed. He's built to match 2 times the scale of the parts. And that was not easy. You can see the design from here. You can see what I had to do to make that work. More importantly, you may notice if you're a keen-eyed viewer, I actually put his eyes on turntables. They can be posed. That's something you cannot do with Minihu right now. And I realize not all of you who are colorblind can see this particular version right now with this green background. Don't worry. I got you covered. there will be a colorblind friendly version also available for download right now. So that does it. That does it for me. As far as what's coming out today. But what about soon? Well, just like last year, I'm going to go ahead and put this screen up. I gotta protect myself. So, when I was working on my Bohrok, I realized I already have a Kolhiiheadz system already in place. But wait a minute. The Toa didn't just have themselves during 2002. They also had something else. So I took a challenge, and I'm still working on it. But how does everybody feel about buying, I don't know, an Exo Toa? I personally like it. Still work in progress. I'm working on the head next. Didn't have a chance to finish it in time, and there are a few changes I might make to this. But, I mean, what comes after the Exo Toa? Well, obviously we have to deal with some Protodermis. And now, you've seen these last year. This is nothing new. But you know what has changed since last year? Geared Up changed. So let me reintroduce you to the Toa Nuva. I will have these done by next year. This is still preliminary. I'm not quite sure if I'm happy with the design just yet, but these were not the only things you saw last year. Let's go ahead and reintroduce an old friend with some twists. And with that, I guess I'm done. Thank you so much for coming to watch my presentation, and I guess now's the right time to take questions if you would have any for me. So feel free to throw them in the chat, and I will answer them live right here, right now. Let's go. All right, so here we go. I'm going to go ahead and take as many questions as we have. RG refers to red-green. That way, if you're red-green colorblind, that's all that means. Favorite color? BS1 blue. Oh, and thanks. Yeah. European. They're smaller and easier to carry. Matoran Kolhiiheadz, I thought about them. I've been trying to work on them on the side, but there's way too many factors, and I'm like, let's just get the other stuff out of the way. Piraka designs, maybe. I've already got a kind of a prototype, but I'm not sure how I would do those just yet. Rahi, I thought about them, and also big sets. Whatever. My favorite Makuta, Makuta. Ikarax, really fun character. Not sure yet about the Roxy yet. I haven't gotten that far yet. The G2 Kolhiiheadz, it'd be fun. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm doing these live right now. 2004 Toa, we'll see what happens. Good guy. Oh, please. Bariki, I don't know if I have that much purple to work with. Bohrok, all and Va. Bohrok, definitely. Va, not sir. I'm telling you all right now, there are no Kolhiiheadz NFTs, and there never will be. Fuck NFTs. Yes, that's a rare swear F-bomb. Kitangu Kolhiiheadz, yeah. Pretty much, if you're going to say, is there a Kolhiiheadz? Yes, there might be. Though, I'm not sure yet how it's going to be done yet. Taraga, I thought about them. I'm not sure how I want to do them. I actually have a Huna design. I will say, Liam, are you there? Can you pull up the Bahi? Did I give you that one?
Yeah, I'm coming on for this one. I'm live now too, because I was just about to go do something, but yeah, I can pull that up if I can find it in my giant list of things that you've sent me. There.
I don't even remember what the list is.
There's the boy.
Yeah. That is absolutely something I want to make happen.
Yeah. I need to make the joke again, though, that he looks like Riff Raff. It's astounding.
You're not wrong.
Time is fleeting.
Also, did you have a chance to input those other ones?
Yeah. No, I put in everything you sent me.
All right. Please pull up the other idea I had for Liwa literally 3 days ago.
If I can figure out which one. No, that's the Krana. That's just the regular Krana. There he is.
Yep. This is something I will eventually make happen.
To put fade transitions on these. Ignore this nonsense.
Right. So, I thought about this one. I'm going to try to refine this one as well. I'm happy with it, though. I think it's good. I think I like it. Yeah, he looks so sleep deprived. He is me.
Same.
But yeah, I threw him on the geared up version because it can transition over the standard one either way.
Huh?
Oh, am I getting echoed? It's possible you're getting me on both desktop audio and
that
Discord.
would be my fault. I forgot to plug in my headphones. We're professionals.
What was the question there? I'm just like somebody asking, will the work what? A few people are trying to see what the answer is. Yeah, gear functions and Kolhiiheadz, that is literally what I've introduced today. They are working gear functions, and I have my Tahu sitting right next to me, and it works perfectly. XML lists, I forgot to render those. I've been so slammed, but I will get those made by the end of the week. And they'll be in the XML folder on the website as well. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, that is going to happen. Kolhiiheadz Trend Crom, only if I want to go insane. Hero Factory Kolhiiheadz, at that point I would just have to call them Hero Heads or something.
Huh.
G2, I'm thinking about that one. It's a little too soon in my opinion for anything G2 related. We're talking it's been 20 years for these. Okay, yeah, core heads. There you go. You know what? I give it to the world. If anybody wants to design their own Hero Factory core heads, be my guest. I don't have the trademark on any of this stuff. Kaida, I've been meaning to try to build a Kaida.
Slicer heads. Now there's an idea.
What's that? Slicer heads. Oh, that's a deep cut, and that might work. Yeah, Rolly heads.
Rider heads.
Yeah.
Voodoo heads. There you go.
I'm doing great. I woke up at 8 o'clock this morning, 8:10 actually, ironically. Barag, you know what? You bring that up. Did I send you that?
You did not send you. I mean, you sent me screenshots of the work in progress, but you didn't give me any
renders,
any indication that I should put it in OBS, so it doesn't exist.
Okay. It does not exist, but I have renders that I can share. I have something. No, I did send you the renders.
Yeah, you sent me the render, but you never told me to put it in OBS or anything.
My bad. Well, go ahead and if you can throw that in real fast on screen somehow.
It's not something I can do really quickly without it looking like ass.
I'll tell you what. It'll be easier for me to just link it directly in the chat. Anyway, Kaida, I don't have all 6 of them built, and I'd rather have all 6 physical ones to slam together to see what I can mash out, so...
I mean, it'll certainly be easier than building the actual Kaida, because you can just take them apart into individual bricks and build whatever you want.
Yeah. Anyway, that's as far as I got on the Barag so far. I really am not happy with it thus far. I want to find other ways to do the legs that are just better. But I like how they look. All I have to do is figure out how to attach the Oh, actually, the feet would be pretty easy if it's done right. No, you know what? This entire thing's going to fall apart in 5 seconds anyway. It's not. I'm going to have to redesign the whole thing anyway. I just thought about how I would do it. Yeah, Mega Ultra Chicken.
Arise, chicken. Arise.
Arise! Plans to make Kolhiihead Titans that are actually double the size. That's actually not a bad idea.
Oh my God. No, I just had the best idea, actually. You know how Funko Pops sometimes have those, like, absolutely massive, like,
yeah, the 10-inch tall ones?
Versions? Yeah, just do that with the... That's your next wave of the Toa.
Oh, man. I actually thought about doing, like, a 3x scale.
Kolhiiheadz Ultimate Collector Series.
You know what? I guarantee if I do that, I make this vow right now. If I make a 10-inch scale Kolhiihead, Tino Nui is the first one I make. That is my promise to you. Big. Oh man, how much more time do we have?
You can see more of Big Tino Nui tomorrow on Dry Dawn, live on the Beaverhouse.
Yes. All right. Well, still got about another 15 minutes. Is there anything else I forgot to bring up on the photos, like that you know of?
I mean, you've given me so many, and we've only shown off like 3 of them.
That's true. Feel free to throw whatever up on the screen real fast.
Well, let's see. Put that up first, and then we got another look at the Exotoa, I guess. That's a thing.
Yeah. The Exotoa was, like I said, I would love to do these. Any ideas for things other than Kolhiiheadz? I'm glad you asked. There is a joke that Liam and I had, and Can I talk about it, or should we wait?
I think madness will take its toll.
All right, so listen closely.
Not for very much longer.
I'm looking at... I can't finish the line. I'm sorry.
When I made that joke about the Tahu with the Vahi looking like riffraff, that just went on a complete tangent, and long story short, we're considering Rocky Horror Brickheads now. We're going to call it the Blocky Horror Picture Show.
And I'm absolutely on board for this. Of course, it's going to be really fun sourcing out all that gold parts just for Rocky's trunks.
Yeah, but it'll be worth it.
How much do I estimate on the Bohrok will cost? Based on how I built it and what it's designed to be, I mean, I try to keep it as cheap as possible, but each one should be no more than $15 to $20 in Bricklink pricing. I don't have the exact numbers in my hand. Hoserick Kolhiiheadz, never. Sorry.
Coward.
I know. I'm a bit of a coward. Boxor, yes and no.
I don't think that would be really doable until you decide whether or not you're going to do a Matoran model.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing the Matoran model in the same scale as like the smaller ones, like they did with Yoda and.
No. Here's what you have to do. I made this suggestion before. You need to do the Matoran in the same design. Like, you have the Toa as the Kolhiiheadz. Now you either need to do the Tiraga or the Matoran in the style of Minihu. And that way they'll be to scale, generally speaking.
Yeah.
And then you can build the Boxer around that.
And you too can get a brand new Kolhiiheadz Boxor for $80. At that rate. Call are easy enough to build right now. I mean, it's not that hard to switch out the colors and the instructions are. It's going to be a palette swap. So
yeah, well, that's just what the Cal are. What I suggested, and something that we're still probably going to talk about next year, is I would like to see the Bohrok have decals on the shields and the Krana.
I know.
That way it helps separate them other than just colors.
Takanuva exists. I have him. He's actually sitting on my desk, and there's only one other person with the instructions.
Thick Gorast Kolhiihead Wen.
Makuta, sorry. Makuta, sorry. Makuta, sorry.
I knew chat was gonna lose it over that. I like the moment I saw it, I was like, chat is gonna lose their fucking minds over this.
Metronobia, Kolhiiheadz. That's tempting to use that name.
I do like
but
that.
I would probably
I like that a lot.
We'll have to discuss that, and I'm still not sure how I'm going to do the triangular body of the Vatoran in that one, if I do them.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah. To clarify, we're referring to something that just happened on the Mangai. What was it? Mangai project? Is that the name? Okay. I looked at the schedule, but I don't remember the schedule. It's too much for me to concentrate on.
We've been staring at this schedule for like
3 months.
6 months now.
Yeah. Ernak, that's 2026 at the earliest. I'm not going to do anything.
You just build like a transparent chamber into his back and just fill it with trans neon green studs.
Right. As for a Yusunui, stay tuned. I've been given that suggestion.
By me.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I would do it yet. Probably the same way as the Exotor, where they just sit upright.
Yeah.
Instead of like leaning forward. I would love to see it. Variki, I could probably look into it, but it's kind of boring in my opinion.
Do it, coward.
Do it.
Anyway, we'll take another 4 or 5 minutes. We're just kind of venting to vent because this was literally described as dead air.
I knew you weren't going to be able to fill a whole 20 minutes Q&A.
You know what, though? I mean, we've got 10 minutes to get to reviving Bionicle.
Yeah.
I'm filling it up pretty fast.
Yeah, no, you're correct. Brickhead's
It would be tough to do Variki in the authentic gold purple. I would have to use newer styles. Character am I most afraid of designing this style? Hordika. I'll probably skip Hordika if I do.
No, you can't. You can't. If you do up to 2005, you cannot skip the Hordika. You just can't have an empty space in your portfolio like that.
We will,
You have no choice in the matter. You need to collect.
I've got the chat on my side. Keat Tonga would be very fun using Keat Orange, because they've introduced so many of those colors. This rock Kolhiiheadz is going to be very interesting to try to design. I may have to build them so that their legs are just like stubby or something. Like using the skull spider legs. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
So if there are any other questions that I haven't addressed... I'm not sure how I'm going to do Rudaka. I don't know if there are enough studs big enough.
Nurai Dawn.
Yeah, Nurai Dawn. Oh, Tino, my friend.
Swear my comrade.
Oh, I wonder if Lahari's listening in. Sword Kolhiihead, I have plans for it. I didn't want to release them much before I did Takanuva because I use an Evoki.
Oh my god, Galador brickheads, and you can swap out the different parts of each of them.
just put them on like in fact
you just like attach them with pins or something.
Yeah, no, I could totally do that. You just have bricks in the torso. You build your torso and you switch out the legs, you switch out the arms using pins, and the head could easily be put on
heads. There you go.
Yeah. Christian Favor Kolhiiheadz Special Edition JPEG. Yes, and you too can get your Christian Favor Kolhiiheadz Special Edition by right-clicking and saving right now. We're not talking about Gorast yet. That's 2028 at the earliest, if I keep this up by then. And also, I do also want to ask the chat, since we're at this point, again, one of the discussions is possibility of monetization, and I asked this poll a while back, and I want to ask the audience, how would you prefer to get these in the future if I do monetize it? So, for example, would you prefer to pay for the instructions, or would you prefer me to send you a kit, which would be a lot more expensive, but that's a discussion for later? Would you prefer me to set up, like, say, a Patreon and you just download the instructions from there? All of these have different problems with themselves.
I still think you should put these on Lego Ideas. I said it last year, I'll say it again.
I know. I mean, the problem is, I guarantee nobody's going to want to, well, if I get 10,000 voters, that'd be great. Supporters.
Look, even if you don't get all the support that you need, what's the harm in trying? It's not like it costs anything.
True. I might do that with the Geared Up, but I've already given out the instructions, so...
I mean, so what?
Well...
If it gets approved, Lego's gonna change them anyways.
That's the other problem. At least if I do it my own way, I mean, I get exactly what I designed.
Right, but I can't imagine the changes Lego making would be anything terrible.
Yeah, and ET does say it best. I mean, even with a second chance, Dakota couldn't get his to get out there. But then again, the first time he got the support within 36 hours. He got the set up there. It's just they didn't accept it.
Mm-hmm.
And we were literally up against one of the biggest castle, or was it space? It was castle, wasn't it? Yeah. And a bird. The bird haunts me.
Speaking of Bionicle fans and brick form stuff, I was very surprised to see that a brick built set won the 90th contest.
Yeah, so was I. The Helix looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's really nice looking. It's just not at all what I expected to win.
Yeah. We also ended up getting that one. We're no longer really talking about Kolhiiheadz right now. Yeah, the typewriter and the bird, the two mortal enemies. And Seinfeld. Seinfeld was the other mortal enemy.
And I have that right next to me, actually.
Of course you do. The results have been posted on Ideas.
Cold.
Here, I'm pulling up the contest results now, and I'll send it.
Looks like Tammy's got it. Thank you very much, Tammy.
Thank you, Tammy. Kolhiiheadz Optimus Prime.
Oh my god.
You joke, but that's something I would totally have done if I had time. And keep in mind, we're gonna have another
speaking of
later.
Dakota, how's it going?
Hey, Dakota.
If you wake one, you wake them all, Jerry. Giddy up.
But yeah, later today we'll have a better general Q&A. So that'll be where we can also talk more about
planned
this
from the start, I might add.
Oh, absolutely, totally planned. It's even in the schedule. See, it's on the schedule. Even says it right there.
Oh yeah,
live Q&A. Yeah,
that's always been there. You can't prove otherwise.
Not anymore, anyway. I mean, what?
Anyways, we should probably be wrapping up here fairly soon.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Shout out to Dakota releasing the instructions for the model. Amazing. Yeah. I'm planning to download that here soon. Believe, didn't you tell me about that a while back, Dakota, and it just slipped my mind?
I'm Cosmo Kramer, the Gorast Man.
Pricing for the model's probably going to not be that bad. Uh-oh.
Oh, and no.
Owen, what have you done? Oh, no.
What have you done? Oh, no. Oh, no. I see the file name. I can see for the file name.
I already saw it.
Oh, no.
We here at BSL1 do not condone you putting a Rudaka Kolhiihead in a jar. That said, if you do it, please don't tell me about it. I think we have to wrap it up from there.
Yeah, I think that's just not necessarily a good note to leave off on.
No,
it's certainly a note.
Yep. But the final note is, if everybody doesn't see where it is, Tahu 90 Years is at the very bottom of the page. And I will link the page one last time so everybody can see what I'm talking about. At the very bottom of the page, and there's also a red-green friendly version for everybody to see. I think that's all that there is. The only other note is, by all means, feel free to look at the redesigned for Gali and Tahu, and they're pretty cool. I like them. I thank everybody for coming to see this presentation. I hope I did pretty well. I thought it did pretty well, but yeah.
And it was totally live all the way through.
Absolutely. I've been pushing buttons on PowerPoint the whole time.
We totally didn't just, like, pre-record the first segment and then come on live seamlessly exactly like we did last year.
Yeah, no, totally live. Totally. And I haven't been uploading the contents during Gather Friends all day, I promise. One final note, sorry. I love my Geared Up logo. I'm super happy with how that turned out.
And one final note for me, I have something else to show off as well. Alright. That is all. Have fun with that one, everyone. We'll see you... When are we live again? The Q&A?
Yep. That would be the next time we are officially... I mean, no, we're live all day.
Well, oh, yes, of course. Absolutely.
And I guess we're jumping right in now to
Reviving
our next segment.
Bionicle.
Here we go.
See you shortly, everyone.
Have a good one. And enjoy Bionicle Day.
We're almost there. Just a few more steps.
You know, I'd be a lot more willing to go along with this if your claws weren't digging into my eyes.
And ta-da! Behold this, the 90th anniversary classic Lego set.
Okay, nice. If that's all you wanted to show me, I'm still kinda sad that Bionicle lost that larger 90th anniversary set poll.
Don't worry. Your sadness will turn into joy when you see what this set has in store. Look, it's you.
That's... me?
Yeah, bro. You made it.
Well, my feelings definitely turned into something else.
I was hoping you would want to build some of it together. You can build yourself, obviously. I'll build some of the classic sets.
So that's it? Some Lego designer took pity on us?
Yeah, dude. Are you not happy?
I suppose I'm flattered, but when I look at this, all I feel is...
Oh, I almost forgot. I gotta get some speakers to blast some classic Bionicle music. Stay here.
Is this all I'm seen as?
What do you mean?
Well, when I... Wait a second. Who said that? Oh god, it's a child.
A child? Where? I hate children. I'm gonna stab it.
Wait, you're not a child.
Darn right. I'm a fully fledged adult. With adult feelings.
Yeah, that's a completely normal thing to say.
I only say normal things.
So where did you come from?
I'm from a lot of places. But I guess you can say I'm from Denmark.
Bad vibes already. Awesome.
Hey, take that back.
Holy Bob of Thompson, how are you doing that?
I'm a demigod probably.
Okay, I need to make sure I'm not going insane right now. Come with me, you gremlin.
Call me something nice.
No, follow. Hey, I need your guys' help with something.
Sure, what's up?
I'm being haunted by a demigod made out of blocks. Can you see him?
What's up, fellow robots? Wow, look at that.
So you can't see him?
No, I think I just saw your last shred of sanity leave your brain. Finally, you come up to us. Welcome to the No Brain Club.
He's there. He's flying and he's really, really annoying.
Wait, where can I fly? Did you just admit you're annoying? Look, dude, sometimes polybags gotta own the stupid. What does that mean?
So you can't see him?
No. What's he saying right now? Why does that one have hits? Was he blessed by the Lego gods or something? I want hits.
Nothing. Thanks for the help, I think.
Well, you look stressed. We're all stressed. Haven't you seen the news? No. My stress comes from the inside. I have so much stress in this tiny body.
Alright, you little garbage baby man. Tell me how to be rid of you.
Okay. I'm here to help you confront your greatest fear.
That's easy. It's you.
Ah, you can't get out of this so simply, you fool. We're gonna find your greatest fear in that translucent brain. How about? Satellite tree?
No.
The garbage disposal?
No.
Explosions?
Definitely not.
A ferocious beast?
Really? God.
I don't get it. Everyone is afraid of all those things. Why aren't you?
I already said, you're my greatest fear.
I'm not really getting your mojo, my guy. Care to explain your vibes?
Are you it? Are you all that I am? I understood Bionicle was going to end, and its prospects for continuations are dim, but... Are you the legacy? I look at you and all I see is something goofy. A joke. That's not what Bionicle is to me, and I'm worried. That's how everyone, even Lego, see it too. Are you my legacy?
Dang, that's a lot more upsetting than the garbage disposal. Are you okay, dude? Do you need therapy? An Alcoholics Anonymous meeting but for Bionicle fans?
Been there, done that.
Well, off I go! Oof. No. Oh god, it hurts.
What's looking at? A portal to hell opens up and is currently sucking in a demigod created out of fear. It's awesome.
Sweet. Can we send good guy in there next? Is it done?
Yeah.
Awesome. How about we build now? I couldn't find the speakers. We'll have to hum the Bionicle music ourselves. How about you do the chanting, I'll do the electronic noises?
Anura. Is this the impact I left on the world? This thing?
Maybe stop worrying about the impact you're going to leave on the world and focus more on the impact you're gonna leave on the people around you.
When did you get so smart?
I got it from you.
Happy 90th anniversary, Anura.
Happy 90th anniversary, Tattoo.
I almost have everything I ever wanted. Up a lazy river, indeed.
This plan is a long shot. I'm getting real tired with those. Can't we get a short shot once in a while?
Greg's work has meant plenty to me. Transforming what could have been a cheap excuse to sell toys into a thrilling, decade-spanning saga of lore, characters, and stories is truly amazing, and I admire Greg and everyone who helped in crafting a beautiful biological chronicle. I've only really gotten into Bionicle recently, but it has been a wild and amazing ride, both for its lore as well as the friends I've made from it. For that, I thank you, Greg. Thank you for your hard work, and I hope you get some well-deserved rest. You deserve it, my good man.
He and the other Bionicle story writers inspired me to make my own fanfiction called New Ventures. Stay safe, man.
Greg Farsty was a great writer who got me so interested in Bionicles with the possible stories I could make of them. I would make so many characters and I would try to come up with the craziest stories for them. I would even draw them out and write stories. Greg Farsty was a unique presence that made Bionicles one of the greatest LEGO themes ever created.
Greg's work has built my childhood and overall impacted my life in ways that I could not have seen. I wish you the best and would love to see future projects.
For 7 suns, the Bohrok have brought chaos to Matanui. Like a thunderstorm, they strike, only to disappear again. Now the Tanakh have come to the domain of Pohatu, turning mountain ranges to molten magma. They move swiftly, certain that nothing can stop them. for nothing ever has. The energies of the Kranaja alert the Tanakh to Toa lying in wait ahead. The telepathy of Kranaza spreads the news to the rest of the troop. Alert! Obstacles! Avoid or remove. Other creatures might flee from the might of the Toa and seek a safer site on Matanui. The Tanakh are not other creatures. No, the Tanakh are nothing like anything else that has ever walked Matanui, except perhaps for the beings who thrive deep in these shadows.
The Bohrok carry out their tasks well, yes. Soon our mission will be complete, and we may rest again. Matanui will be as it was in the before time. Matanui will be restored at last. Many Korok and Piraka have lost Krana. That must be replaced. Accidents. Errors. Is the mission endangered? Nothing exists on Matanui to interfere with our work. Nothing at all.
Are you sure this will work, Pohatu?
It has to. We cannot fight a Bohrok. Not without risking harm to the island. So we have to outsmart them. This canyon is our trap gully. Onua dug a tunnel over the canyon wall to the sea. Then Kopaka froze the tunnel entrance solid. Like plugging a hole in a dam.
I hope you planned well then.
When the Bohrok come,
The Tanakh are here!
Then let's make them feel welcome. Rock shatters ice, and fire meets water.
The Tanakh will not be stunned for long. I will have to be swift to gather their Krana.
But will even Gali speed be enough, when the waters have already begun to boil?
Already it feels like I'm swimming in a cauldron. I can survive the icy cold of the sea bottom. I can only hope I have the strength to survive this.
The gates of Takoro.
Matanui faces perhaps its greatest challenge. One that will test both our courage, our strength, and our belief in each other. Though my powers are great, this is not a struggle for Toa alone. Every elder, every villager is like a single stone, and together, you can build a wall so mighty that no Bohrok could ever hope to bring it down. With Vakama, Jala, and the rest of you guarding Takoro, our village will stand. And I pledge to you that as Toa of Fire, I will do all I can to keep you and our homes safe from harm. Remember, your bravery, your wisdom, your spirit make you as mighty as any Toa.
We are with you, Toa of Fire. They will need their strength. We all will. These Krana are not objects of power, like our Kanohi. They are alive. Alive and worse. Prepare yourself, my friend, to learn the darkest secret of all.
I've been fortunate. The shock of the flood slowed the Tanakh enough for me to claim some Krana. But these boiling waters sap my strength. I must reach the surface. Those Tanakh up ahead. What are they doing? Melting the rock wall? They've sheared through it. It's falling toward me.
She's been down there too long. Gully, I'm coming after you.
No, Pohatu, stay here.
Are you all right?
Barely. If I had been even a little too slow. But what matters is I have 4 Krana. And we must go, now.
Why? Didn't the water start to Tanakh?
I am not certain anything can. Look!
They're mounting handholds in the rock.
Won't they follow us?
It depends on how badly they want a Krana back.
No sign of them. Let's go. You never know. Krana might be able to call for help somehow. There's no telling what they can do. Drive the Bohrok on their insane mission? Control others?
Then you believe what Vakama said? That Krana can control the mind of anyone who wears one?
Yes. And that just makes me more concerned for the others. Especially Liwa. Days have passed since he left for Likoro. If he entered a Bohrok swarm, who knows what might have happened? I cannot rest until I know the answer. Where can Liwa be?
Gali's question goes unheard deep in the jungles of Matanui, which is perhaps just as well, for she might not like the answer. She might not like it at all.
New from Bionicle, evil Makuta rule the sky. The last Matoran villagers struggle to stay free of the darkness, but a new alliance will form. As Matoran and Toei heroes team up to boost their power, Makuta will match the Toei and release their secret weapon. Now the ultimate test of strength is approaching. Who will win in the battle for power? On BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
From great victories, mighty heroes arise. The Toa had repelled the Bohrok swarms and were forever transformed. The Toa received masks of greater power, improved body armor, and new enhanced tools giving them surprising dual-action abilities. Toa Nuva. Bionicle. Each set sold separately.
Legend tells of a mask of unspeakable power. Should it fall into the claws of evil, the world would descend into darkness. Now, 6 heroes must unleash their fighting potential, battle evil, and claim the mask before it's too late. New Lego Bionicle, coming soon.
Golly, Toa of Water.
Метрону и Тоа Хордика столкнулись с большой опасностью в логове Висороков. Все Тоа обрели новую защиту и вооружены летающими дисками Ратука. Теперь Тоа Хордика сильны как никогда. Лего Bionicle. Управляй своей судьбой.
island paradise now ruled by darkness. But hope is not far away. 6 heroes will arrive to find their power, to master their elements, and to challenge darkness. The darkness of Makuta remains strong. The time for hiding is over. You must rise from the shadows, become the Toa, and face the challenge. Bionicle, the game.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Bionicle Iceberg Explained. Whilst many of you are probably familiar with both Bionicle and the Iceberg videos, I'll do a brief explanation of both. Bionicle is a line of buildable action figures that were a part of LEGO's Technic theme. Complete with an original story, Bionicle followed the adventures of the beings of the Matoran universe, as they battled enemies with their elemental powers and mask powers. As one of LEGO's most popular themes, Bionicle has attracted a large following, and has been the subject of a long history of countless trivia, mysteries, events, and much more. The Iceberg represents a hierarchy of knowledge of sorts, with the most well-known information pertaining to the topic at the top of the iceberg, and the deeper down you go, the more obscure and mysterious the knowledge becomes. This video will be a long explanation of this specific Bionicle iceberg, created by me, Mel, with input and massive assistance from various members of the community, including those from Bionicle Mask Posting, the Bionicle LEGO subreddit, and the Bionicle Day Discord server. Narration for multiple parts of this are graciously provided by Stuart, Vikiti, and Tammy Calamity, and special thanks to these three and JSL Browning for proofreading and fact-checking the script. Due to time constraints, this video will only cover the first 4 levels of the iceberg, but I do plan on making additional parts in future. Anyways, get comfortable and enjoy the Bionicle Iceberg Explained Part 1. The Toa. The Toa Mata are the original group of 6 Toa, legendary heroes who are destined to reawaken Matanui. They were prominently featured on most Bionicle promos, and are the most iconic group of characters in the franchise. Matanui. Matanui is the great spirit of the Matoran universe, an extremely powerful being that the Matoran dedicate their lives to serving. As the story went on, more and more would be revealed about Matanui's nature as a being. Tahu. Tahu is the leader of the Toa, and controls the element of fire. If you ask someone with a passing knowledge of Bionicle to describe a character, they'd likely describe Tahu, with his flaming sword and his iconic howl, the great mask of shielding. The games. Several Bionicle games were released over the years, the most notable of those being Bionicle the Game for 6th generation consoles, Bionicle Heroes for 7th generation consoles, and the Matanui Online game, an online flash game. The games generally provide an abridged version of the story for the years that they released, but are mostly considered non-canon. The movies. There were 4 movies produced during Bionicle's original run, all of which are canon. They are, in release order, Bionicle Mask of Light, Bionicle 2 Legends of Vetra Nui, Bionicle 3 Web of Shadows, and Bionicle The Legend Reborn. All were released direct to video, and were how many fans were first introduced to the story. The Retrospective. The Retrospective is a 4-minute long animated video, serving as an extremely abridged summary of the first 7 years of the Bionicle story, ending with a teaser for the then upcoming Fantoka storyline in 2008. The video features an instrumental version of Gravity Hurts by Cryoshell, and narration by Tony Wedgwood. The Retrospective is still quite popular in the fandom, giving viewers an easily accessible and entertaining look into the entire story.
Hero Factory. Hero Factory is a successor series to Bionicle, following the 2010 cancellation of the latter. It had a much simpler story, featuring robotic superheroes built in the titular factory, fighting criminals in a futuristic world. The first wave of sets were very similar to Bionicle's late set design, but future waves utilized the Character and Creature Building System, or CCBS, a radical new construction system that would be used by most of LEGO's subsequent action figure lines. Hero Factory ran for 5 years, ending in 2014. G2. 5 years after Bionicle's cancellation, the franchise was revived in 2015 with a brand new world and story. Utilizing CCBS, Generation 2 was met with a very mixed reception from fans. Despite being planned with a 3-year run in mind, G2 was cancelled in mid-2016. Toa Mata were not the first Toa. This was a massive revelation which came at the end of the 2003 story, at which point the Turaga, the tribal elders of Matanui, revealed to the Toa Mata that they were not the first Toa. The Turaga go on to describe their adventures as the Toa Metru, 1,000 years before, which was depicted in the Bionicle Adventure series of novels, as well as the 2nd and 3rd Bionicle movies. Makuta is a species and Makuta's real name. The Makuta is the main villain of the Bionicle story, an evil entity responsible for putting Matanui into a deep slumber and subjecting the Matoran to his malevolent tyranny, amongst other things. In the 2007 guidebook, Bionicle World, it is revealed that the word Makuta actually refers to a species in the Matoran universe, not just the singular character we have known up to this point. The main villain's full name was actually Makuta Pterodax. This was met with quite a backlash from many fans at the time who preferred the more mystical sounding name he had originally, feeling as though giving Makuta a real name robbed him of his identity as an evil spirit. Whilst having their own names, all Makuta are also known by a title such as the Makuta of Metru Nui, based on the location they reside in, retroactively explaining why Pterodax was simply referred to as Makuta before this point. Matsunui Online Game. The Matsunui Online Game, or Manag, was a Flash-based point-and-click adventure released by Templar Studios in 9 chapters over the course of 2001. Originally intended as a more low-key story about the Matoran of Matsunui, it then became the prime storytelling avenue for the 2001 story with the cancellation of the PC game, and has since gone down in history as one of the most beloved Bionicle stories. In the game, you play as an adventurous Matoran journeying across the island of Matsunui, collecting knowledge, discovering the mysteries of the island, and witnessing several major events of the story. Metru Nui. The main setting of the second and third films, as well as the 2004 and 2005 story as a whole, Metru Nui is an island city revealed at the end of the 2003 story. It was where the Matoran of Matsunui used to live before being forced to relocate to Matsunui, losing their memories of the city. As the story went on, the Matoran would return to Metru Nui, and the city was extensively developed as an important location in the story. Bionicle characters are cyborgs. A common misconception from those not informed about the Bionicle story is that the characters are fully robotic beings, when in actuality they are biomechanical, having organic components as well as mechanical ones. The specific anatomy of their biology is left largely ambiguous, but most characters are mentioned to, at the very least, probably have organic lungs and muscles, and it is known that 85% of the bodies of Matoran and Matoran-adjacent species are mechanical, with 15% being organic. This concept would be further complicated with the introduction of the beings of Spherus Magna, who are mostly organic with robotic implants. Greg Farshti. Well known as the face of Bionicle storytelling, Greg Farshti began his LEGO career as a LEGO magazine writer in 2000, and was later hired to write the Bionicle comics from 2001 onward. He replaced Kathy Hafka as the author of the novel starting with Tales of the Mast in 2003, and wrote every single novel from then on until the cancellation in 2010. Farshti was and is still known for his dedication to the Bionicle story, in which he would frequently respond to questions about the story and universe on various forums, with many of these answers containing extremely important story information. Greg also wrote all the story serials beginning in 2007. Greg is often mislabeled as the head writer for Bionicle, despite the franchise having a story team of multiple people, and among the fanbase is usually unfairly blamed for any decisions pertaining to the story of Bionicle. Ask Greg. This continues on from the previous entry. Greg Farshti used to respond to questions via a service called Ask Greg on the Bionicle's websites. The universe is a giant robot. At the end of the 2008 story, it was revealed that the entire Matoran universe was actually the innards of the enormous biomechanical body of Matsunui. This massive revelation was hinted at several times in prior storylines. Of all the twists and turns of Bionicle's history, this is the most well-known and is often cited by fans as a prime example of the long-term mystery storytelling aspect of the story. Bionicle saved LEGO from bankruptcy. In the late 1990s, LEGO was struggling financially, and the licensing fees being paid for lines such as Star Wars were not helping the situation. LEGO needed an original line with a story where licensing fees would not be an issue, and after several revisions and trials, ended up with Bionicle. Due in part to Bionicle's massive success, LEGO were largely lifted out of their financial troubles.
MOCs. A MOC, an acronym for My Own Creation, is a Bionicle model designed and built by a fan. MOC is also used in LEGO communities not related to Bionicle extensively in the same way. Some fans have self-MOCs, representations of themselves as Bionicle characters. Reviving Bionicle. Reviving Bionicle is a YouTube series by Suddenly Oranges, originally focusing on the exploits of a group of Bionicle toys, inexplicably alive as in Arby and the Chief, trying to deal with the cancellation of Bionicle. The series evolved into a character-driven drama that proved extremely popular with fans. It is particularly well known for some of its more humorous lines, such as the catchphrase, "Hail Denmark," as well as the fact that all the characters, with a couple of exceptions, speak with a text-to-speech program rather than being voiced by people. Good Guy. In August 2006, Norwegian weekly comic book series Donald Duck & Co. included a promotional Bionicle figure named Good Guy, a small and rudimentary figure with no significance to the storyline. Many years later, Good Guy became a popular meme even outside of the Bionicle fandom, as a result of his quirky name and appearance. Good Guy has since appeared in many Bionicle fan projects, including a small cameo in the last season of Robot Chicken. Yo-Yo Piraka. The Piraka rap is a song made to promote the villain sets for 2006, the Piraka. The song is well known among the fandom for its attempt to be edgy and cool, using rap music and depicting the Piraka as stereotypical criminal gangsters. TTV. The Three Virtues channel is a group of Bionicle and LEGO fans formed in 2009 and continues to this day as a well-known group among the fandom. The TTV message boards have been a location for many important fandom discussions and events, including many of Greg Farshti's Q&A sessions and the 2020 to 2022 canonization contests. Move Along. Move Along is a song by the band The All-American Rejects, featured heavily in 2006 promotional materials for the 810NICLE, the new line of Toa characters for that year. Since then, many associate the song with this year of Bionicle. Beezy Power. Beezy Power is a forum where users can discuss Bionicle and other LEGO-related topics. The forum dates back to the earliest days of the franchise and is one of the oldest Bionicle-related forums in existence, along with Mask of Destiny. Beezy Power has been a very prominent force in the fandom. Most Bionicle fans who are active online during its run almost certainly use Beezy Power at some point. BS01. Bionicle Sector 01 is the largest and most popular Bionicle wiki, dating back to 2002 and having gone through several major revisions since. BS01 is referred to by most people writing and researching on the topic of Bionicle, and is one of the foremost authorities on the lore of the franchise. Biomedia Project. Biomedia Project, or BMP, is a site run by the Mask of Destiny group, dedicated to preserving Bionicle media including comics, books, games, films, style guides, and much more. Maori controversy. Much of Bionicle's aesthetics and terminology were borrowed from Polynesian languages, as admitted by Alistair Swinnerton, the writer of the 2001 Story Bible. Several Bionicle characters, for example, were named using Polynesian words with thematically relevant definitions. Here is a full list of words used. Much of the aesthetic design and concepts were lifted from Polynesian culture as well. For example, the island of Matanui strongly resembles a Pacific island. Matanui himself resembles the Moai statues of Rapa Nui. The list goes on. LEGO's use of these culturally significant concepts had mixed reactions among the fandom, with discussions becoming ever frequent on how ethically LEGO handled this. Maori representatives, in a legal altercation with LEGO, claimed that they unethically used the terms without proper respect for their cultural context. Particular issue was taken with the use of the word tohunga, which was used by Bionicle to refer to what would later be renamed to the Matoran. In Maori culture, the word tohunga refers to an expert and respected practitioner. LEGO settled the legal battle by acknowledging the wrongs and changed most of the names, either completely or by adjusting the spelling slightly. There is much more to be said on the topic of cultural appropriation in Bionicle, but it is beyond the scope of this video. Cryoshell. Cryoshell is a Danish alternative rock band formed in 2006 and are well known for the large number of songs they produce for Bionicle, including Creeping in My Soul, Closer to the Truth, Gravity Hurts, and Bye Bye Babylon. The songs were featured prominently in many promos, videos, and even one of the films, and have gone on to influence the memories fans have of the sound of late Bionicle. Kanoka Club. The Kanoka Club was a section of Bionicle.com where fans could enter Kanoka codes found on set canisters and other Bionicle merchandise to receive virtual rewards. For example, entering the code found on Bionicle Legends 10 Swamp of Secrets would grant access to the two-part story The Kingdom. Huki and Maku. Huki and Maku were two characters introduced in the first years of Bionicle, and their characterization in the Templar-produced Matanui online game and the Bohrok animations portrays them as romantically involved. To date, these are the only two established characters in Bionicle explicitly shown as being in love, aside from Samud's late partner, which stands in contrast to what would later be established about romantic love in the Batoran universe. It is worth mentioning that Huki and Maku's romance was a creation of Templar, not the story team, although it may be based on implied romantic subtext in Maku's original 2001 bio, which states that she regularly sneaks out of Gakoro to spy on Huki. Krakua's Prophecy. In Bionicle Adventures 10 Time Trap, Toa Vakama has a vision of the future in which he sees a Toa of Sonics, Krakua, sneaking through a besieged fortress. This vision of Krakua speaks to Vakama, telling him that he will one day have to just sit and watch as 6 heroes depart on a perilous journey, foreshadowing both the Toa Nuva leaving for Voyanui, and the soon-to-be Toa and NICLE leaving in search of them. Great Spirit Robot made by LEGO designer. To celebrate the 20th anniversary of Bionicle, LEGO set designers Nick van Slagmat and Nick Voss designed unofficial tribute sets, which fans could build using instructions they released online. Nick created a bust of the Great Spirit Robot, while Nick created an alternate model of the LEGO art sets featuring Kanohi masks.
LEGO Ideas Projects. LEGO Ideas is a website allowing users to submit LEGO designs that they have constructed, with the potential for submitted designs to be officially produced and distributed by LEGO themselves, provided that they reach 10,000 votes and meet LEGO's extensive submission criteria. Many Bionicle projects have gotten traction on Ideas, most notably Sakoda's The Legend of the Bionicle design in 2019, depicting a rotating mural of notable Bionicle events and iconography. The submission reached 10,000 votes and was considered, but ultimately not approved by LEGO. Submissions continue to this day. 90th Anniversary Vote. In 2021, LEGO Ideas launched a contest in which users could vote on which classic LEGO theme they would like to see receive a new set for the 90th anniversary of LEGO. Bionicle was one of the options, and the fandom rallied behind it against other themes like castle and trains. This effort resulted in Bionicle winning, but LEGO consolidated the votes of several of the fantasy themes into a single castle winner to justify a new castle set, much to the disappointment of fans. At LEGOCon 2022, 3 large 90th anniversary sets were officially announced for the Pirates, Space, and Castle themes. Baby Tahu. A surprise announcement in 2022 revealed an additional 90th anniversary set to be released in the LEGO Classic line, containing a large box with parts to build mini versions of dozens of LEGO themes from their history. Most notably for Bionicle fans, one of these was a small representation of Tahu's 2001 design. Reception to this release was mixed, with some people angry at the googly eyes featured on our beloved Toa of Fire, but the majority of the fan base warmly embraced it, and Tahu's cute and friendly design has made a great impression on fans. Faber's brain tumour. Christian Faber, who would eventually become the art director for Bionicle, was diagnosed with a benign brain tumour in 1986, and was required to take medication to treat it for a decade. These pills did come with side effects, however, such as morning sickness. To help cope with this, he imagined the pills he took as containing tiny soldiers that were fighting the tumour. In his own words, "That was the sort of story building inside my imagination long before Bionicle, and when I saw the packaging from the design department, which was like a canister, it just clicked and reminded me of the capsules that I had been eating for 10 years. This experience informed his subsequent writing of the Bionicle story, which is in a very similar vein. The Bionicle are medication, if you like, for Matanui's body, inside of which they are fighting Makuta, a disease infecting Matanui from the inside. Krakua does not wear a how. Toa Krakua is a character created by fan John Dexter and the winning entry of the 2005 Brickmaster Toa Building Contest, and was accepted into canon as an official character. Krakua's design has him wearing a Kanohi how, but he was referred to in story as wearing a Kanohi Seletu, the mask of telepathy. Many fans believe that Krakua is wearing a Seletu in the shape of a how, although many clues in the story strongly imply that Krakua is wearing a normal shaped Seletu, making the mask used in the model non-canon. LEGO Adventures. In 2001, LEGO published a short series of bizarre Bionicle comics in the UK exclusive LEGO Adventures magazine, chronicling the Toa's first days on the island of Matanui. One issue misidentifies the Garmator and Maku as male, while others feature Tahu saying, "Come to Daddy, River of Lava." Free the Band. Part of the marketing campaign for Bionicle in 2006 featured the All-American Rejects being supposedly kidnapped by the Piraka and the 810NICLE attempting to save them. The campaign was backed up by 3 websites featuring videos, games and promos all referring to the kidnapping of the band.
This is a fake report.
Chart-topping rock group, the All-American Rejects, is feared to be lost at sea. The band, sailing aboard chartered luxury cruiser, the Rock Yacht 3, lost radio contact when the ship neared an unknown island. Sources tell us the band was allegedly captured by the evil Piraka, and that a heroic group, the 810NICLE, have begun a furious battle to free the band.
You can join the battle at freetheband.com. Ask your parents' permission before going online.
This narrative is, of course, non-canon to the Bionicle storyline, although it wouldn't surprise me if someone had written to Greg trying to make the All-American Rejects canon. Variki. Toa Variki is a fan-made character for the website contest in the early 2000s, whose image was created by photoshopping a promo image of Tahu and giving him a distorted purple mask with lightning bolts. Possibly due to the mysterious nature of the franchise at the time and the fact that we were all a lot younger and dumber, this obviously photoshopped image was believed to be real by a lot of people. Over the years, a large amount of background lore on Variki has developed, and he has been accepted into many fandom headcanons since. However, in the Bionicle storyline, Variki was never alluded to, and the 7th Toa ended up being Takua transforming into Takanuva. YouTuber Wixale has made an in-depth video on Variki's full history that provides a much more detailed look at this character. Bohrok, Armatoran. During the 2008 story, the Toa Nuva meet the Avmatoran or Matoran of Light and witness something rather strange, that the Bohrok, insectoid robotic swarms that they fought in the 2002 story, used to be Avmatoran that had willingly transformed. Avmatoran have a chance to be transformed into Bohrok at the end of their lives, and they accept this willingly. Many in the fandom have considered this revelation somewhat disturbing, not helped by the fact that in previous years, the Matoran had made vehicles made out of Bohrok corpses, which gets worse the more you think about it. Turaga Lakan has no right hand. Lakan featured in his Turaga form in the second and best film, but this was never released as an official set. However, in 2006, a promo set packaged with Duracell batteries, and this was called Good Guy. This set, which bears a strong resemblance to Turaga Lakan with his mask, colour scheme and staff, was canonised by Greg Fashty in 2014 as a representation of Turaga Lakan. As can be seen in the photo, the figure lacks a right hand. Mock Pages. Mock Pages, started in 2003, was a popular site on which users could post their LEGO mocks, or my own creation, and was well known among the Bionicle fandom, as most popular mock artists would post on there. Leading up to 2020, the site suffered frequent shutdowns and conflict, and was eventually taken down that year. The Great Spirit Robot's true height. Matanui's original robotic body contains the entire Matoran universe inside of it, and so could fairly be described as quite big. However, exactly how big this Great Spirit robot is has been a source of some consternation. Greg Fashty has explicitly stated in the story that the Great Spirit robot was 40 million feet tall, or 12,192 kilometers, which is close to the diameter of the planet Earth. This sizing gets a little bit weird when factored into the climax of the 2008 story, where the Great Spirit robot's face and head smash through the island of Matanui. Christian Faber later published a diagram of how he pictured the size, and gave it the much more realistic size of 3,150 kilometers, or a little over 1 million feet. The diagram scales the robot alongside the island of Matanui and provides a much more workable size for the robot. Love isn't canon. The inhabitants of the Matoran universe are biomechanical constructs created by the Great Beings, and thus cannot reproduce. It was this fact that was the basis for the idea that love isn't canon. The inhabitants of the Matoran universe would never evolve to require pair bonding and romantic love. This fact has been misinterpreted by many fans and unfairly blamed on Greg due to misconceptions around his answers to the topic. Love is, at the very least, definitively canon for the beings of Spheris Magna, who can reproduce, so it's not outside the realm of possibility that the beings of the Matoran universe could learn to feel love upon their emigration to the planet at the end of the main storyline. Throwbots and Robo-Riders. Prior to Bionicle's development, LEGO developed several construction lines, short for constructible action figures, that bear many similarities to Bionicle. The two most notable ones were Throwbots, also called Slicers in Europe, and Robo-Riders. The robots had a simple story about a group of robots fighting an elemental war, which was clearly a theme reused in Bionicle. Robo Riders, however, was about a group of robotic motorbikes who could fight some nebulous threat. Both themes were very short-lived, but their influence on Bionicle continued, especially in regards to the large amount of pieces from both themes being reused and recoloured in the Bionicle line. Bionicle Day. Bionicle Day is an annual event celebrating Bionicle. It tends to be celebrated around the 10th of August because 810 resembles the BIO in Bionicle, and because of the American calendar's dominance despite it being an inferior. And let it go, Tammy, for God's sake, let it go. I'm not supposed to read that bit. Legend of Matanui. The Legend of Matanui was a PC game originally planned for release in 2001 and would have been the primary story material for that year. The game had a troubled development, however, and was ultimately cancelled, with some of its plot threads, particularly those towards the end, being integrated into Mnog. The Kanohi Vahi, the Mask of Time, was also supposed to be originally released alongside this game. Quest for the Toa. Bionicle Quest for the Toa, originally titled Tales of the Tohunga, was a Game Boy Advance game released in late 2001. Despite being released towards the end of the year, Quest of the Toa is actually chronologically the beginning of the 2001 story, focusing on Takua as he gathers the Toa stones and summons the Toa matter to the shores of Matanui. The ending of the story leads right into the beginning of Mnog. Sexy Rudaka. The character of Rudaka, the main villain of the 2005 story, is an interestingly designed set. Easily the most stereotypically feminine Bionicle set ever produced, Rudaka features a clearly defined pair of heels, bust, and ponytail. This was further leaned into for her film adaptation in Web of Shadows, where her sultry voice and streamlined appearance became noticeable traits. Since that film's release, it is common in the fanbase for fans to make jokes about these design choices, as well as fan recreations emphasising these choices to a greater degree than her original set, for better or for worse. Velika is a great being. At the end of Bionicle's storyline, it was revealed that a great being had disguised themselves within the Matanui robots during its creation, and hidden amongst them for the entire duration of the story. This being was stated by Greg to be a character we had already met, and a contest on BZ Power held by Greg allowed fans to guess who the character might be. This contest was abandoned, however, and it was not until 2012, after the stories had stopped being written, that Greg would reveal who this great being was, the diminutive, quirky Pomatoran named Velika. Velika's status as a great being is highly divisive amongst fans, especially since it was not alluded to at all in the story serials themselves. Conflicting Pterodax deaths. During the final battle of the 2010 story, Makuta Pterodax and Matanui battle each other, each possessing a giant robot. The battle ends when Matanui, sensing that Pterodax is distracted, grabs him and pushes him into the path of an oncoming planetary fragment, finally killing him. But what exactly struck Makuta Pterodax in the back of the head is different depending on which depiction of the story you read. In Journey's End, the final novel, and in the online blog Matanui Saga, it is clearly stated to be the planet of Bota Magna, which was journeying back to connect with Barra Magna. However, in the final comic Rebirth, it is shown to be a detached fragment from the planet Aqua Magna. The story serial Samad's Tale mentions that it was a fragment of one of those two moons, not specifying which. The interpretation from the comic, which is a fragment of Aqua Magna, is what Greg confirmed to be canon back in 2010, which is odd because he wrote the Journey's End novel. The Hand Debate. During development of the first movie, Mask of Light, there was an internal debate between LEGO and the production company Creative Capers about whether or not the character designs should have hands. Creative Capers ultimately won, and all characters in the film were shown to have full 5-fingered hands. Over subsequent years, story material and sets would conflict as to the canon nature of hands. Greg has stated on at least one occasion that Matoran universe inhabitants do not have fingers, rather they have magnetic plates in their hands allowing them to grab things. This is actually suggested in Mask of Light when Takua's Koli stick seems to magnetically attach to his hand. This does however contrast with mentions of clawed hands in the novel, as well as the multitude of Bionicle sets that have fingers, including the Glatorian and Stars sets. Lime joints. In 2007, anyone who bought sets containing socket joints in lime green would be shocked to find that these parts were incredibly brittle and liable to break after even a single use. This was the case for the sets Hali, Elek and Lezavek. It was suggested that this was a problem with the specific mould injection used for this coloured plastic at LEGO's manufacturing centres at the time. The problem was supposedly fixed the following year, although unfortunately LEGO introduced a redesign of the part that broke regardless of colour. Fans requiring replacements are advised to seek out the Kiloax set from 2005 and the Nui Rama set from 2001. Unfortunately, the double socket parts used for Elex limbs are exclusive to that set. Shadow Toa. In the original story bible for 2001, the Toa Mata battle a group of Shadow Toa, dark, mirrored versions of themselves. Despite this, the battle was never depicted in any canon story material in 2001, as the cancelled PC game Legend of Matanui was meant to depict it. This fight was finally shown in the 2003 book Tale of the Toa. However, even that was contentious, since Greg said that the nature of their defeat was different from that depicted in the novel. A rewritten part of this fight would eventually be leaked to the public in a style guide years later. Bionicle references in modern LEGO. Although LEGO rarely mentions Bionicle by name these days, there are occasional references to it in some modern LEGO sets, including the 2020 passenger airplane set, which features Voyanui as one of its destinations, as well as the 2021 Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets set, in which a How can be seen as one of the star constellations. Tartarak's question? Tartarak, an enormous sentient dragon-like Rahi, appears in 2 of the Bionicle Adventures novels as well as one of the 2004 comics, and is well known for its constant utterance of the phrase, "The answer! Tell me the answer!" Rahaga Pooks' theory that it was asking how it appeared on Metru Nui so suddenly and so far away from its home is generally accepted to be the correct answer. Tren Krom. In the 2008 story, we are introduced to a mysterious being named Tren Krom, a remnant from the distant origin of the Matoran universe. The Great Beings created Tren Krom to run the Matoran universe during the development of Matanui's consciousness. Once this was done, Tren Krom was sealed away by the Great Beings, fused to an island bearing his name, becoming a myth to the universe. He was later met by several beings over the course of the story, partaking in a few key story events. The most notable thing about Tren Krom is his visual design, which has only ever been described in words but never visually shown. Quote, Tren Krom was horrifying and despicable in appearance, and primal in nature. He was fully organic, and his scarlet body was covered with tentacles coated with sharp hooks. His eyes were simply holes inlaid into his gelatinous skull. His appearance was so terrible that it was known to drive lesser beings insane. Order of Matanui member Piraka had to struggle to keep hold of his sanity after seeing Tren Krom. Tren Krom would later be brutally killed by the disguised great being Velika. Quest for Matanui. In April 2020, a game developer Craney Creations released a trailer for a game called Quest for Matanui, a fan game based on the 2001 story. The trailer went viral even outside the Bionicle fandom and has been praised for its graphics and production compared to many other fan projects. No release date has yet been given and is expected to be quite a way away. The Mask of Light extended ending. For Mask of Light's premiere on Toonami, the film was given an extended ending narrated by Vakama, which featured several scenes from the then upcoming Legends of Metru Nui. The extended ending was never given an official release, but can now be found on YouTube.
And that's it for part 1. I hope you all enjoyed. Special thanks to Vakiti, JSL Browning, Stuart, and Tammy Calamity for their invaluable assistance and contributions to this video. As mentioned, I hope to make part 2 eventually, and armed with the experience of making this video, make it even better than part 1. Keep a lookout for it. Have a nice day, and if you're watching on Bionicle Day, enjoy the rest of the stream.
When twilight fell over Spherus Magna, it happened quite literally. 100,000 years ago, when the 2 major fragments of the planet had been ejected, they had pulled in their wake many tons of debris that had followed them like tails of a comet. In the millennia that followed, their orbits, balanced between the gravity of the moons and Barra Magna, stabilized to form a swirling nimbus around the planet. But with the moons gone, the orbits of the debris were starting to collapse, and glowing lights illuminated the sky as the dirt and dust rained back down to Earth. After the incident with the fight, Pohatu had been pulled away by some construction workers, while some Order of Matanui members had conferred with Takanuva about plans to excavate the Kodrix. Onua and Gali went on ahead. So by the time Takanuva arrived at the Toa Nuva's makeshift command center, he was unsurprised to see them already deep in conference with Tahu, Akar, and Kina, as they frequently had been for the past day and a half. Turaga Vakama was also there, occasionally speaking and lending his wisdom. The sandstone building was simple, having been erected soon after Makuta's fall for this purpose out of some old Glatorian ruins. The structure afforded scarcely more protection from the elements than a simple tent would have. Once, these meetings had been energetic, abuzz with new opportunities and optimism for the future. But now, little more than a day later, the atmosphere was heavy and slow. None of them had gotten any real rest since the battle.
The southeast foothills, Akar yawned, drawing his finger across the map, will be a large enough place to take the Agori and Glatorian for now. Although I expect we can mix our populations back together, I increasingly get the sense they need some breathing room. Your arrival has united them as never before, but they are now a minority within their own land. They need space and time to get accustomed to the novelty of a shared planet. We all will. Agreed, Tahu nodded. I'll discuss it with the Vortex currently camped there and see what arrangement we can come to. Speaking of Vortex, Kina jumped in. At least, I think they're Vortex. Whatever they are, some ruffians near the left foot have been stealing sandstalkers from our pens and forcing them to fight each other. That is something I won't tolerate, from Agori or from any of your populations. Tahu slumped slightly, but then nodded. I'll handle it. Gali put a hand on his shoulder. I'll be supervising the other Toa of Water there tomorrow. I'll take care of it on my way. Lastly, on a somewhat happier note, Akar added, Gresh has convinced the Tisaran Elder to share a wealth of Thornax plants to help in the disassembly of the Makuta robot. Not sure if they'll work on that metal framing, but given what I've seen at the outside, I'm sure you'll still be able to put them to good use. In his mind's eye, the Toa of Fire reflected on the explosive plants he'd encountered on Matanui and in Kardanui. Having seen the explosive power of the Thornax, he knew this gift would be invaluable. Turaga Vakama was thinking the same thing. We know of the value of the Thornax plants, he said. We are grateful for this generosity. Anyway, we'll have to get going, Akar said, rising. Kina and I have one more meeting tonight with the Agori Elders before we can call it quits. Today's been productive. That's good. If tomorrow's as industrious, we'll have new Atero built by week's end. Let's hope, Tahu said, walking the Glatorian to the entrance. But as long as no wars have started by then, I'll be just as happy. The Vortex are stealing their steeds, Takanuva moaned, rubbing his face. It wasn't Vortex, it was Stealthians, Tahu replied. I heard a rumor about it earlier today, it slipped my mind. It's all right, Tahu, Gali sighed. You have more than enough to deal with. As I said, I'll take care of it when I'm out there retrieving Sea Rahi. Takanuva glanced at her. She looked dead tired, too. No, Tahu shook his head. I need your help finding a place for a proper city for all these people. The New Atero. Do we have anything to build it with? We'll use metal from the universe's hull. There was a knock outside the doorframe before an orange Kakamanuva popped through. I heard that Tahu was having a fun, upbeat conversation somewhere. Am I in the right place? Pohatu stepped inside the building. You must be in the wrong dimension, a Toa of Earth mused. You've made a wrong turn somewhere and gotten lost. Gali cleared her throat. Speaking of lost, she said, it appears we'll have to continue this meeting without the company of Liwa or Kopaka. Should we send someone after them? I'm not worried about Kopaka, Tahu said. He was seen cooling himself off after the fight. Knowing him, he's found a way of helping our efforts from solitude while he rejuvenates. But Liwa hasn't been seen anywhere since he went searching for Artaka. Nor have the Toamari been seen, nor Artaka, Karzani, Helrix, and a number of others. All are unexplained and worrisome absences. Some of them would be of incredible help during these times. Pohatu shrugged. Helpful, yes. And we should absolutely make certain they're all right. But let's not discount what we've knocked out so far. Our old universe is over halfway evacuated already, and preparations are made for disassembly. People are getting accustomed to this new world, and they're eager to begin building our new cities. Tahu shook his head. Every meeting I have, the obstacles that remain grow exponentially, Pohatu. Without a common enemy, things will inevitably get worse before they get better. It's already getting better, said Pohatu, gesturing to the wall beyond which lay fields of houses he had raised from the ground. See for yourself, brother. Our work has paid off. Not just today, but in the course of history. There are no more villains left to harm the Matoran, except maybe the Shadowed One, and I think his shattered fortress walls should tell him just how scared he should be of us. As they say, Onua nodded, a house visited by Pohatu cannot stand. Tahu smiled grimly. It would be one thing if we could solve our problems by banding together and defeating a villain with a protodermis cage. He smiled slightly at Turaga Vakama, who nodded. But the problems we face here are more complicated now, and solving them will take more thought than that, the Toa of Fire finished. Gully crossed her arms. We're Toa. We don't carry our immense power for nothing. Our purpose is to help and protect the Matoran. It would be trivially easy to assign some Toa of Stone to building houses, Toa of Water to providing drinking water to the Matoran, and Toa of the Green to grow food for the Agori. All we need is more Toa who can help with just that. Then we'll be all set. I agree with Gali, said Takanuva. I'm sure there are plenty of Toa still making their way out of the universe who can do just that. There aren't, Onua said softly. There have been a lot of refugees flooding out of the universe, none of them Toa. There simply aren't enough of us. Wenua and I have counted again and again, and we can barely name 40. Many of the ones we know personally are unaccounted for, and the rest are still recovering from their showdown with the Makuta. The group fell silent. Pohatu piped up. I can continue supervising the camps and forming structures for people. And if Kopaka shows up, both of us could make cooling stations. Onua nodded. I will focus on guiding the Toa of Earth, Water, and Air in evacuating the universe's Rahi populations. Good, Tahu said. And if Liwa isn't accounted for soon, I'll likely send you after him. Takanuva, there is something I want to see to in our old universe, Takanuva interjected. A place I've dreaded returning to, but which requires my attention. Do you need any of us to come with you? Is it a threat to us? Creatures that should still be in suspended animation. I may take a Toa of Sonics. Maybe Krakua if he's up for it. Good. Once that's finished, I want you to track down the Toa Mari. They were last reported heading to Zakaz. If you're in the area, see if you can find any clues. I'll start my search for a place for new Atero in the north, Gully said. Excellent. Once you think you have some good options, send for me and I'll meet you there. Sounds like a plan, Pohatu said. Is that all for tonight? All we need to discuss, yes, Tahu nodded. Although, if Gully and Onua have some time, I would appreciate your input with a small matter. Out of all of us, you two have interacted most closely with all the other Toa. Matanui left us with one task, and while it's clear we'll be too busy to see to it ourselves, we cannot neglect it altogether. Turaga Vakama stepped outside the meeting center. While Gali and Onua had been preparing a list of known Toa, Tahu had stepped outside for a breather, but he had been gone for some time now. In some ways, it had felt odd being present at the meeting and not guiding it. Like the other Turaga of Metro Nui, he had felt that they should be present as advisors carrying the wisdom of the past. But the world of the future was something Tahu and the others would have to shape. Looking for me, wise Turaga? Vakama looked up. Tahu was sitting cross-legged on the roof of the building. The Turaga looked up to the side of the structure where a small set of stairs had been carved to allow ascent. Tahu watched silently as his mentor made his way onto the balcony. This is a beautiful view, Vakama said, looking around at the twinkling campsite laid out before them. There was the hubbub of creatures chatting late into the night, and others trying to find a place to sleep. In the night, the struggles of the day seemed far away, and with the guards posted along the edges of the camp, it was almost a different world. You should know, Vakama said abruptly, that whatever is in our power to do, the Turaga will do it. We have cared for you, Toa, since you arrived, to save us from the Makuta. We will always be here for you. I could not have come this far without the wisdom you imparted. Even now, there's so much I wish I could know from you. Such as? Such as your composure, Tahu said. You experienced the universe more intimately than we Toa Nuva ever did. Now it's all been destroyed in another cataclysm. And once again, you've been forced to help guide everyone out of it. Perhaps the first time I did not handle it so gracefully, Fakama shrugged. But I now know the joys of seeing paradise flourish. Seeing a civilization build itself out of nothing before your very eyes. If I had any lesson to teach now, Tahu, it would be this. Do not let yourself be so mired in tedium that the beauty of what's happening around you passes you by. Tahu smiled. Let's hope another Dark Lord doesn't come to ruin it. Fakama chuckled. The glowing lights of debris streaking across the sky seemed to grow more vivid. It was more vivid than any fireworks they'd ever seen. I think sometimes, Tahu said finally, of the many ways this could go. So many possibilities that could play out. All our lives, there's been such uncertainty. Yet it feels like here, more than ever, anything can happen. You are right to feel this way. Every rule we have ever known has been discarded. Every possibility, every alternate path is legitimate. Any number of chronicles can be written. What tales could be told of the choices a parallel Tahu makes? With every decision that lies in store, the multiverse is going to get very crowded these next few weeks. Fakama nodded. The next few moments were spent in silence. Mentor and student gazed out across the sparkling lights of known civilization, and attempted in vain to pierce into the darkness that lay beyond.
The biomechanical murderer hurtled through the jungle, dodging branches and vines. Judging that he was a safe enough distance away, he dared look backwards. Yes, the forest was engulfed in flames. By now, anything that had been living in it wasn't. The figure turned and resumed his flight. Yes, today was proving to be a very good day. Ohatu was having a strange day. As he and Kopaka hurried along the darkened, flesh-lined corridor behind their bizarre savior, he marveled at how surreal it had all been. After a few days of traveling with the Toa of Ice to solve the mystery of Karzani's murder, he had witnessed the assassination of Tren Krom, and teleported by a Matoran-turned-living weapon into a space station, and was now being chased around by something Kopaka was refusing to talk about. And to top it all off, Mavra, an Onumatoran Vakama had once spoken about around his sacred fire, had leapt out of the Piraka's tails and had taken on a new life. Now, after climbing around through some ductwork and escaping to another level, they had evidently bought themselves some time, and the Matoran was hastily leading the two Toa down hallways that seemed to grow darker with each turn. Darker with each turn. Too much like this adventure, the Toa of Stone thought in frustration. Abruptly, their guide stopped and turned.
I think that's enough distance,
Mavra surmised. For now. We'll have to keep moving soon, but I expect you have questions.
Yes,
Ohatu confirmed quickly.
I do. Questions such as, what's following us? What is this place? Why is my armor still orange?
How are you alive, Mavra? Kopaka asked flatly. You've heard the story of your death. It was a very definitive ending, as I remember.
It seems the divine forces that govern our world still had a use for me.
Mavra chuckled hollowly.
I am paying for my mistakes in life. And what about you?
Definitely paying for a mistake,
Ohatu said, exchanging glances with Kopaka.
And looking for a way out again.
There is no way out. There's only one way in, and that's death.
We're not dead.
That's what everyone says. Mavra laughed again. After they die. He turned and gestured for them to follow. Come, I'll explain on the way. The more Mavra spoke, the more the Toa were chilled to their core. The Red Star, he explained, was a realm for the dead. For the Toa, this explanation seemed not only outlandish, but outright preposterous. Yet, as Mavra described, ancient texts dating to the earliest days of the Matoran universe described the Red Star, an all-seeing eye of the great beings, and a place where Matanui himself held counsel. Other unrelated myths spoke of near-death experiences where Matoran would visit a mysterious crimson land before being returned to their own. These experiences had never been associated with the Red Star, however. For that matter, no one inside the Matoran universe had ever laid eyes upon the Red Star until the day Vakama and his team had first arrived on the island of Matanui. In the time afterward, the Matoran had seen it as an omen of the great beings, a sign that they were looking down from above, watching over their creation. It had risen the day that the Toamata had awakened, and it had formed a rare alignment of the day that they first fought Makuta. When the Kolhiiheadz arrived on the island of Voyanui, the Red Star had been responsible for turning Jala and his team into the Kolhiiheadz. But, like so many other great being mysteries, the truth was far darker than it had once seemed. Pretty much, Mava responded when Kopaka expressed this sentiment. None of us up here are especially fond of the great beings. Not anymore, at least. The truth was that the Red Star served a number of utilitarian functions for the Great Spirit Robot. Principal among them was the reincarnation of those that had died. Although it could not save everyone, technology relied on being able to recover a body, something which could occasionally prove impossible. It would recover whomever it could and resurrect them so they could resume their work in the universe below. But as the Kistora had hinted earlier, all was not working as it should. Although the Red Star could recover corpses easily enough, none were ever sent back. Like a stopped river, the Red Star was overflowing with the living, the dead, and worst of all, those caught in between. Caught in between? Kopaka snapped. What's that supposed to mean? Hush! Kopaka and Pohatu immediately fell silent, focusing on their alien surroundings. As soon as they did, they became aware of distant wailing, metallic hammering noises, and a whir of machinery. Combined, the sounds invited all sorts of images into the minds of the Toa, each more gruesome than the last.
Where are we?
Asked Pohatu in a voice softer than a whisper. We took a shortcut, replied Mavra. It was a gamble. I'd hoped we could outmaneuver them before they caught on, but if they know... No, there's still a chance. With a clang, the steel blast door behind them slammed shut, making them jump. To the right, another door slammed shut as well. Only one passage in the corridor remained open. They were like Kinloka in a maze. We're being herded, Kopaka growled. I hate being herded.
We're going to like it even less in a second,
Pohatu responded.
Listen.
Kopaka listened. The wailing and mechanical noises had ceased, leaving an eerie silence that chilled even the Toa of ice.
Well, isn't this little slice of Karzani?
Pohatu muttered dryly. Somehow I think we'd rather be there than here. The good news is that it's a straight shot from here to safety, Mavra said. This hall will take us directly to where we need to go. If we hurry through, we'll bypass the most dangerous parts. It's a chance we'll have to take, said Kopaka. Pohatu, why don't you use your... His voice drifted off as his eyes fell on something over Pohatu's shoulder. An icy feeling gripped Pohatu's soul, and Mavra's gasp confirmed his fears. Against every instinct, he willed himself to turn. Standing in the corner, directly between them and safety, was a living nightmare. Armor, once fitted to biomechanical forms, now hung from their misshapen, decaying limbs like proto-steel shackles. Eyes flicked between the misaligned Kanohi, excluding those whose faces had become too malformed to wear one, with a viscous indigo fluid trickling from their mouths. As they closed the distance, there was a distinct wrongness in how they moved. Legs of uneven length, some mangled in ways that made the Toa wonder how it was possible to make steps forward without collapsing from the pain alone. For some of them, their organic internals had decayed to the point where their armor had begun to sink into their bodies. Atrophy and rot had made the creature into a grim husk.
Danger isn't always what you see,
came a low, husky voice from the back of the mass. Although it was muffled and aloof, the voice seemed strangely familiar, like a ghost out of Kopaka's past that he couldn't identify.
Often it's what you don't see until it's too late.
The words may have been unfamiliar, but the tone was not. The tone was flat and monotonous, like a machine vocalizing words it had been prompted to say long ago. Something screamed in the back of Kopaka's mind, something that should have been obvious but wasn't. That alone was agonizing. The corpse shambled apart, opening a path for a tall, shadowy being that stood near the back. As the figure shambled towards the Toa, with its left foot twisted at an awkward angle and the rest of its leg not in any better shape, they could hear a distinctive metallic crunch with each rolling of its shoulders, like rusted gears that have long since fallen out of place, having become tangled in the few sinews that remained hidden inside the figure rather than left hanging out. 2 metal claws on the being's left hand. One part of the armor on its wrist looked as if it were merely an extension of its skeletal structure. Seeing his face, hearing his voice, memories that Pohatu and Kopaka hadn't realized they still had came flooding back in a whirlwind of images. From millennia ago, long before they had ever been sent to rest, he was there. Their brutal trainer and teacher.
Hydrexon!
Pohatu gasped.
A light dawns,
the skeletal Hydraxon rumbled.
I didn't realize it would take light years.
Chiara's mind raced. Only moments ago she had seen Kabrua and his 2 trackers run off in pursuit of Orde and Gelu. She noticed no movement from where Zarya was hiding among the tangle of trees and thickets, but the Bohroks were prowling like a Kavanika. One of them seemed to be sniffing the air, and it was all that Chiara could do to mask the smell of her own fear. She looked around for anything she could use to her advantage, even as she internally screamed at herself to think. She had no weapons, no elemental powers, and though she still had her Kanohi Vol attack, it wouldn't be of much help. She could sneak up on one of the 2 guards, but she had no way of taking him out without drawing the attention of the other. One of them would have to be distracted. Perhaps if she threw a stone, the more curious of the 2 would scamper off, and she could strike at the one that remained. Or perhaps she wouldn't have to do any of that. Looking up again, only one of the Bohroks was still visible in the clearing. Perhaps the other had wandered off of his own accord.
Chiara!
The Toa of Lightning lost her grip on the branch, right as a force blast shattered the tree to splinters. Landing amid the thick underbrush, she scrambled away as the second Bohrok fired again. He must have circled back when she was looking for something to use against him. As Chiara panicked and tried to get away, Zarya barreled out of his hiding spot and tackled the first Bohroks to the ground. The hunter had managed to maintain a grip on his force blaster, but couldn't get a good shot on the Toa of Iron in such close quarters. Instead, he bucked, and then bucked again. Each time, Zarya just tightened his grip. Instinctively, the Bohrok spun around and tried to crawl away, but the Toa lunged forward, grabbing his neck in a chokehold and refusing to let go. The hunter grunted and flailed, but soon went limp. At that moment, Chiara fell backwards into the clearing. The Vohroks that had been chasing her stalked forward slowly, aiming his blaster at her, then at Zarya, both of whom froze. When his eyes fell on his fallen comrade, his face lowered. Chiara had just registered the defeated guard as well. Her eyes widened.
You didn't... You killed him!
Zarya scowled. Of course! The prone Bohrok sprang to life, sweeping Zarya's legs out from under him. The Toa hit the ground so hard that the stars flashed before his eyes.
Bohroks do not die so easily,
the hunter declared, snatching up his weapon and circling his quarry.
Let's see if the same holds true for you.
Wait! Chiara shouted. Why would you do this to us? I understand wanting to kill Gelu, given how Glatorian have treated Vohroks. But why us?
You are guilty by association,
the Vohroks hissed.
No, not even that.
His companion laughed as he spoke for the first time.
Let's not pretend these Toa are any more than they are. They are machines, the playthings of the great beings. Every other millennium, some experiment of theirs breaks loose and rampages across the forest. Now they are gone, and we've left to put a stop to it. So what if their toys break in the process?
Chiara glanced at Zarya. He said nothing, but his eyes blazed with white-hot rage. For a moment, she found herself debating who was more likely to kill who.
Enough,
said the first Vohroks, raising his force blaster.
The hunt is over.
There was a shrill whistle, and the Vohroks' helmet exploded. With a grunt, he lurched forward and fell flat. His companion looked around frantically before the whistle repeated, and his helmet, too, shattered open. The Toa could scarcely react before 7 grim-faced Agoris stormed into the clearing. All were clad in rusty orange armor, making the abruptness of their appearance that much more startling. Some, including the leader, brandished long iron rods. Almost all of them carried an unusual weapon, a handle with 1 or more arms extending horizontally out of it, each holding rounded projectiles. When one of the Vohroks stirred, one of the Agori pressed a trigger on the weapon, and the arms spun like helicopter blades before whistling again and flung one of the projectiles right at its target. The Vohroks slumped to the ground, dead. Now the Agori pointed their mechanical slingshots at the Toa. Vohroks, I know, said the leader, that you two are alien to me. Are you of the great beings? Who's asking? Chiara asked. If you play your cards right, a friend, came the reply, as the figure nodded at the Vohroks. Not keen on the great beings, but it's clear we have enemies in common. Come with us, and don't try anything you'll regret. As Orde raced through the forests of Bota Magna, his greatest challenge wasn't the thorns and the thickets that threatened to catch him at every turn, nor the struggle of moving quickly while staying as silent as possible. It was the struggle of keeping his mind from racing off as well. Focus! Gelu hissed, as if reading his mind. The Glatorian was up ahead, faring no better than him, but making good time. So, when he stopped dead in his tracks, Orde almost crashed into him. They're gone! He exclaimed. This is exactly where we left them, but they're gone. Toa gestured. Neither of them is carrying any strange devices. A 5th Vohroks must have circled back and recovered before we could get here. Or there he is hidden where we couldn't see him. One that bolted when knees fell. Or they prodded one of the fallen Vohroks. Dead, he determined. Looks like a projectile pierced his skull. Made of iron. You don't think. At that moment, a distant boom resonated throughout the forest. On a hill far away, a large ball of flame ascended above the canopy. That isn't them, is it? Gelu asked. Has to be a good 5 kilo. No way it's them. Glatorian shrugged. I don't know what powers you lot have. He didn't exactly know what a Kyo was either, but given the distance, he could guess. So, Orde wheeled around. Mind telling me what that was all about? What was all about? Making me read his mind. How did you know? Are we really going to do this now? Your stunt with the river won't last long. Orde crossed his arms. Clitorian sighed. During the Core War, the Great Beings tried a number of strategies to stop the fighting. Diplomacy, assassin robots, warning about the dangerous properties of the core, and in all that desperate chaos, a lot of experimental tech was leaked out and found its way into the tribes. Like what? Force blasters, like those Bohroks were using, Gillo answered. Along with chariots and other vehicles. Artificially modified animals, items that could change the course of the battle here, undo a campaign there. They weren't things that could be tracked back to them directly, but they were obviously designed by them. And you know this how, exactly? The Ice Clitorian's eyes darkened. My best friend was given such a gift. He was given command of a pack of iron wolves with strict instructions as to their use. During some clashes along the border of the Northern Frost and the Skrull homeland, he led them into battle and was never heard from again. He didn't tell me much about what was happening, but I knew enough to see somebody was pulling the strings. Matanui, Orde breathed. Yes, Matanui, Gillo growled. Matanui is the only reason I'm doing this. If he hadn't personally asked for it after all that he had done for us, I'd still be making a killing in the south while you three figured your way out around up here. I hated the Great Beings then, and I am beginning to remember why. You and the others are going to have to ask yourselves if they're really worth finding again.
My people have venerated them for millennia, Gelu,
Orde said.
We don't understand how important that is. Maybe they weren't perfect, but I cannot believe that the benefactors we've heard of for 100,000 years would ever...
The Ice Clitorian smiled humorlessly.
And what about the one you were just describing? The one who has to be stopped at all costs?
Orde's expression soured, thinking hard. Even now, looking back on the snatches of thought he'd seen, it seemed unreal to him. The shock at the revelation had faded, and now doubts were growing. Surely, Kabrua was mistaken. Maybe the Bohroks had misinterpreted something that he had been told. Maybe Orde had misunderstood what he'd seen. Either way, Gillu finally continued, it seems we have no choice but to track them down. And to do that, we're going to have to figure out where they found their weapons.
What about Zarya and Shiara?
We'll find them soon enough. But we have a very limited window to get the information we need and leave before Kabrua realizes that we've gone to the last place he'd think to look. Because if I'm right, then the answer to our quest lies, he pointed, in the city of the Bohroks. In addition to the new chapters of the Powers That Be in the Yesterday quest, the Mask of Destiny team is excited to finally launch the Spirit Forge, a project to make digital Bionicle modeling, resin casting, and 3D printing more accessible to the community at large. The Spirit Forge can be accessed at spiritforge.maskofdestiny.com. Let's take a look at some of what you'll find there.
As I'm sure you can imagine, developing Bionicle Masks of Power has involved quite a lot of 3D modeling. Today, we're releasing all the models we've created or modified, over 190 Bionicle parts and Kanohi masks, to the public. These parts are fully textured and ready for use in any project you can imagine, your own rendering engine of choice, or even a game of your own. Team Kanohi isn't the only developer releasing assets on the Spirit Forge today. Lightstone Studios, developers of The Legend of Matsunui Rebuilt have also released a pack of character and weapon models today. Like Team Kanohi's models, these are fully textured and ready to use.
I'm Yara Ghost, and I'm proud to announce that in addition to Team Kanohi's model pack, the Spirit Forge will be releasing our first wave of digital canisters, the Lost Rahi. These downloads will include high-quality renders and complete instructions for 11 unreleased Rahi sets. 10 of these Rahi appeared in The Legend of Matanui, including the Phaikau Nui, Thaliwali, the Wolf Rat, and several unnamed Rahi. Cue the music. The fishes, the bats, the scorpion, the snakes, the crab, the turtle, all that makes the Rahi. Ah, wait, I can't make that joke. This year's theme was 2002. I never get to have any fun. Well, getting back on track, the 11th Lost Rahi is the infamous Sand Tarakava, presented with flawless accuracy for the first time ever, thanks to new detailed images from Mark of MOD. Most of the Lost Rahi manuals will include 2 builds. The vanilla Legacy builds feature these Rahi with as many period-accurate parts as possible. The Rebuilt branch includes modern parts, new features, and 3D printed and recolored parts for the greatest accuracy possible. In the near future, our team plans to release a detailed guide on resin casting and color matching, making it possible to create the unreleased parts needed for some of these sets. Stay tuned to the Mask of Destiny Twitter to be the first to see it.
Alright. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this, I guess.
Yes,
you guys in the call can't see the graphic that I have on screen right now, but chat can, and I guarantee you it's hilarious, trust me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No. Totally planned. Totally planned.
I have a stream on so I can answer questions, so yeah, I can definitely see it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Before I forget, somebody asked where these instructions will be downloadable. That is spiritforge.maskofdestiny.com.
Wait, wasn't it?
We're doing them one at a time, though. Sand Tarakava released today. I think we're doing like one a week.
Yeah, something like that. Anyways, let us handle introductions now, because I see there are very many people in this call right now.
Oh, you bet there are.
So, of course, I guess I should start. I am Bakiti. I am one of a handful of people that run Bionicle Day, and the one currently streaming the whole thing. And whoever else wants to go next can go next.
Should we just go?
Hi, I'm Stuart.
I am James. I run Wall of History.
I'm Lahari. I am the founder of Red Star Games.
And the owner of the sultry tones you just heard in Roar of the Kanohi Dragon.
Oh yeah, I did read that, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Sigma did some of them, but you know.
I am Luke's the community lead for Bionicle Speedruns.
Yeah.
I am Andrik, also friend of Footloose and the resident lawman guy, I guess. Oh no, that would be Liam.
The speedrunner on our team that points out all of the bugs that are really difficult to pull off.
There it is. Finally found the invite.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, I help out a lot with organizing and Bionicle speedruns.
I'm Max Nui. I am the producer-director of the Mangai Project animated series.
I am Markle. I am the writing director and social media manager for Team Kanohi, the developers of Bionicle Masks of Power.
And I am Joku131, the creator of Bionicle Masks of Power and founder of Team Kanohi. Hello, welcome.
Hell yeah.
I've seen you two before.
Also, I preemptively apologize for any coughing that might happen. I am unfortunately COVID positive.
I should also apologize for the same thing, actually, because apparently I'm coming down with something as well.
Yep, same, but oh yeah, I see I've already been asked a question in chat, and Nalpo asks Andrik why you biased.
There are still a few more people to introduce, so moving on real quick.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I am Samuel9248. I'm one of the very many people that's involved in the brand new group, the Lee Koro Band. And you'll see one of our premiere work coming up right after this.
Beautiful.
He's kind of the unofficial leader of the Likoro band, which I am also in. Just,
And Lahari, and
Lahari's there
a bunch of other people.
Mark was there
And
too.
I'm
He didn't do
technically
anything.
involved as well.
I'm there to support.
Oh, and looks like Sigma has just joined us as well. Hello, Sigma.
Hello, how are you doing?
The other voice reading Vision of the Great Beings that you just heard.
Yes, that would be me. Glad to be here. Glad to be in the call. Can everyone hear me all right?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
And last two introductions, we have Meerkat and Naira Ghost.
Hi, I'm Meerkat. I'm a friend of many projects in the Bionicle community, but I'm kind of just floating around doing my own thing right now. So yeah, great to be here.
He is Bionicle's weird uncle in a lot of respects.
Not an unapt description, yes.
Well, I'm Nyara Ghost. I'm an instruction designer and graphic designer for the Spirit Forge, and I also made a funny jar render earlier.
Why would you do that to me?
You're the jar
so
man.
You missed the perfect opportunity to put thick Gorast in the jar.
I didn't have enough time. My computer was melting trying to render that before the stream was over.
I know the feeling. I know how tough it can be rendering on Studio. It's... Hoo boy.
I would apologize, but we all know I'm not sorry.
I mean, you could also have used POV Array unless your computer still has issues with that, too.
Anyways,
I will point out...
Andre, you said there was already a question?
Yeah, kind of. I guess it's more of an inside joke than anything.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, what do
Nalpo
we
just
got?
asks Andrik why you biased. Andre going in with Lawman bias. I'll just say I am not biased. Lawman is just built different.
You are Lawman biased.
You know what? No, I've got a question for Team Kanohi. Why do we have to attack the Pico again? They're cute. They didn't. Nobody was hurting them.
They're just having a bad day. They attacked first. It was self-defense. That's all I'm gonna say.
I like to think of it that they're. Oh yeah, but I like to think of it that they're slightly territorial. So they.
Iona is a monster. He attacked the poor defenseless babies.
You could say they're infected. We haven't actually got that material set up yet, but.
They have a mask. It could be infected. Mix.
Yeah.
Bro, if I see a spider, I kill. Lewa is the exact same way.
I admittedly didn't notice the infected mask texture missing. The only missing texture I noticed was the attack indicator.
Does
or the targeting indicator rather?
There is it's a floating arrow. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it just looked to me like it was just like full bright white. It looked to me like it should have had a texture, but anyways.
Will the Fiku spiders respawn if they go back into that area, or like similar enemies?
That's a good question. Probably. I mean, I don't know.
We haven't figured.
Does this have the equivalent of a blood moon from Breath of the Wild, effectively?
Great question. It's a great question.
Stay tuned to find out.
I think we probably have that written down in the doc somewhere, but I'm not entirely sure what we have. I actually have.
Can you meet
like,
other
2
people
questions.
in it? Can you make your own bases in it?
We've got some more questions.
Drop from a helicopter in it.
Oh,
there's a question.
Why don't they have hands?
Oh, okay, so that's an inside joke on the server. So in the animation, I refuse to give the characters hands because they're hard to animate, and it's an easy thing for Bionicle, and the animators constantly berate me all the time, saying we want hands, bring back hands, and I always have to go off on them.
So what you do there is you cut out the hands from Legend of Machinui and just slap them on Lacan and call it a day.
There are a lot of questions currently.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think we should probably eschew the shit posting for at least right now, and then try to get to some of the folks that are asking questions.
I mean, that was an answer to the question, but go ahead.
There's two questions
first
from me
one
already.
I'm seeing here is, let me scroll up.
Oh, well,
Up
12
quite a
Graded
bit,
did
actually.
ask, what secondary elements would you guys have wanted to see more of other than sets from the story? Gravity. End discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, gravity sounds fun. I think generally like those weirder like secondary elements, those are all cool. I think plasma and sonics personally are really nice ones. I like Krakua, his design, his character is
yeah, sonics would be
something
fun.
that I
Sonics
really
would
like.
be very fun.
I want to see Iron. I want to see them get genocided by the Makuta. That sounds interesting.
They did Iron so dirty.
Wow. Okay. First pro genocide take of the night.
Okay, not pro genocide. Just genocide would make for a compelling flashback tragedy.
I know. I'm just being a shithead.
Coming soon to
I would
Missing
love
Legacy,
to see
probably.
I would have loved to see more Dame Matoran. Just more sound folk in general.
Yeah. So I was actually really, whenever I first got back into the community back in 2017, I was really sad that there weren't literally any named plasma characters besides Panran Kalra.
Yeah.
And eventually I just started kind of leaning into it. Like, yeah, nah, we know literally nothing about them. Fuck it, who cares? I think that's part of their charm.
Yeah, I do think just from a general concept, plasma characters would likely blend in with fire characters, not unlike the Kua. So you could potentially excuse that as thinking like, oh yeah, this is just a throw of fire, he just has exceptionally strong fire powers, and we don't know why. Turns out, throw of plasma.
I don't think anybody... Takua having amnesia like 8 times over is mercifully something that only he has to deal with. So, yeah, I would love to discuss that a little bit more, but I don't want to cock the line for time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think plasma would be very fun. I just there are some other ones. Interesting that they included lightning as part of the Anika palette. That was
pretty interesting. Honestly, if it had to come to like which element would I have included in the sets, I would have to say lightning, because to me that seems like the most elemental of the secondary elements.
Yeah.
I personally feel like the green could have used some more expansion, just because it is. I think that element is only ever like just name dropped. You never once actually see it in action.
Yes,
Yeah,
how can you just create?
Ironically, G2 did more with the green than G1 did.
I mean,
really... Oh, hold on. You go first.
Well, I was about to say Gresh did, like, they brought it more forward for the sake of 2008 and 9, or 2009 and 10, but yeah, I see your point.
Yeah, but then in 2009 there was like the massive missed opportunity where they could have shown it off literally in a movie. In The Legend Reborn, why is Gresh given air powers? What is going on?
Legend Reborn is stupid, that's why.
Correct. The only correct answer.
Yeah.
As sad as I am to say, I do agree. Let's forsake our Lord and Savior, Michael Dorn.
I mean, there's still going to be a lot of different...
movie.
At some point,
we should probably move on to a different question at that point.
At some point, I have a question for everybody, but that can wait until we get through a few others.
I have a question for you as well. But yeah, we can get through a few more.
The answer! Tell me the answer!
Well, I guess whenever we get to my question, it's just basically I'd like to know how people can support you guys, if you guys have Patreons, if you guys have different, like, what's the best way to support everybody, so.
Right. Well, BS1 does have a Patreon. That's the best way to keep the lights on. I appreciate everybody that has done that for me. That does help BS1 quite a bit.
For my part, it would just be, as far as 810 itself is concerned, I'm not gonna say, like, you have to do it, because obviously, like, nobody likes ads, but, like, if you want to support us, turn off ad block on the stream.
Or buy a shirt.
Yeah, we have our store.
Buy
we'll actually have 2022 merch in stock tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. I think I would say that Bionicle Speedruns doesn't really have any way that you could support it outside of joining the server. And
I was gonna say, just engage the community or engage with the community. A bunch of the top runners have Twitch streams. Ondrick has Nordkey. Milkblade, being Milkblade, has his channel. Mine, Super Mario 64 ZX353. Quite the mouthful. Andre...
I believe you all can drop links in the chat unless they get deleted by the bot.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I don't think we have.
But we can just speak in chat like, yeah, this is me.
Yeah.
Just the main reason I ask, because like for animation on my team, like it's something that's just so expensive, to pay people and ever. And so I know you guys have some challenges with that too. So I just wanted to get that information out there for anybody.
As for Team Kanohi, we don't have a Patreon or anything. Best way to support us: wishlist us on Steam, follow us on the various social medias, tell us that you like our game. I don't know.
I personally have a Patreon just for myself because I do other things besides Bionicle-related things, but also donation link and stuff. But that's not really related to Beam Up that much.
Yeah, I've definitely wishlisted it the moment you said, "Oh, by the way, it's on Steam." Last year, like before we even announced it, I was already wishlisting it.
Yeah, as soon as I found out.
There's another question here. Who's your favorite Makuta?
Krika. That's got for me. That's gotta be Krika. Definitely Krika.
Pterodactyl.
Because he had the most, like, aside from Pterodactyl, who was just like, oh, look at the time, scheming. No, it's just Krika had the most personality out of any of the 08 Makuta.
He didn't feel like a caricature of a character. That's what was cool about him.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Bugman.
My favorite Makuta is Makuta.
But I think chat would probably be a little more skewed towards Gorast as of today. Gonna take a wild guess.
When did she get Rudaka status? When did that happen?
Today. It happened literally today.
Oh, bro, if you don't have your content like posted up, like horny edits of your content as an animation project, like what are you even doing? That's how you know you succeeded.
Yes. I think my favorite Makuta would probably be, I don't know exactly, because Bittles is definitely my favorite in terms of mask power. That mask is just cool.
Oh, I hate that
but
mask
I don't
so
know
bad.
You can see more of Bittle tomorrow.
Makuta himself would really be the best. I haven't read a lot about him.
Let's see here. As far
I would say Mutron for me as a character, but Ikarax is also really up there just because of that Starscream appeal.
Yep. Mine's a bit of a hot take. Or sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh, no, it's fine. I was fine.
I was going to say Trirox.
Ooh.
So I just like his big long arms, big hug.
So I like the relationship between Kyrox and Mutran because they are just constantly being like Goebbels level of terrible about how they make Rahi just to one up each other because they have this weird hate romance. And I love it.
My favorite Makuta is...
And they say love isn't canon.
My favorite Makuta is Ball of Parts.
That's a good one. Void.
01 OG, my guy.
Ben Zaitin, who loves hate romances out there, you a real one. It's one of the best tropes out there, and I'm here for it every day, everywhere.
I see.
By the way, I have a few questions from my number one fan, Sir Exelon. He asked what I think about Variki and Legacy, because he recently made a mod for Master Power Legacy. And I think that's kind of incredible. I think it's the first mod
already
that
getting
we've had.
mods, my god.
It's the first mod for Beam Out Legacy, at least as far as I'm aware. It's just a simple like mesh replacement and texture replacement, so it's
very nice.
He's in there.
I think Owen wanted to field a question about the Spirit Forge next.
Yes. So, Kritalta asked, the gang is on the loose, nothing you can do, but what comes next? Oh boy. Well, the Santera Kava is releasing today, and over the next few weeks, we'll be sort of releasing all of the Legend of Mananui models on a drip feed. Beyond that, I don't know if we really have Wave 2 planned yet. I am definitely interested in doing all of the Rahi from the Lego Bionicle Game Boy Advance game. Quest for the Toa, is it?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely want to do those. I mean, it's the other Sapphire game, so I think that's a very logical next.
Yeah, that one's going to
point.
be really tricky with the sprites. Best of luck. Better you than me.
Yeah, you're gonna.
I will say, Perry and Box Turret have both done really amazing work reverse engineering those, so I'll definitely be going over a lot of that. I might order that Nintendo Power Guide if I can find it affordably, just because it had some slightly higher quality renders. If we could get with their team and get some of those like OG renders, I doubt it's possible, but that'd help a lot.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that such things have come out. Like, you remember, we didn't end up getting in direct contact with them, but one of the modelers for Maze of Shadows uploaded a few of the images of the models he made for that game to his portfolio.
This is true. This is true.
By the way, I was going to ask one quick question.
Go for
it. How long did it do some of those Rahi instructions? Because I know how long it takes me to do Kolhiiheadz.
I've been working on these since February.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I did not even remotely do all of this work in studio. I spent hours upon hours just like manually editing these in Photoshop and Paint.net to make them look good.
And they aren't even just studio renders either. We were originally starting with studio renders, but then, bless his heart, Box Turret stepped in and was like, "This is good, but I can do better." And then he just exported the models from the studio and made his own like renders in Blender.
I'm
going to give you
for Box.
Yeah.
Incredible man.
On Team Kanohi, he's a cool guy. He's watching
And he's
right
also
now.
responsible for the new HUD renders and mask renders in the latest Legend of Anui rebuild patch.
And pretty much, and him along with our new art director, A. Jacobs, basically redid all the parts on their own. I mean, obviously, we had help from the rest of the team, but they headed the whole redo, which was incredible. And now they're out. There you go.
Yeah. Because these parts look good, too.
Also, unfortunately, I don't think Box Turret's new renders made it to the loading bar, which...
No, and I did that on purpose, because if I changed that, it would screw everything up, and I was like, you know what, I'll save it for the next patch. I don't have time.
Yeah, that was agony, setting that up and aligning.
Yeah, I remember the pain you went through, and I wasn't about to make you go through it again.
Yeah. We had a few more... We had a few more questions up earlier. One would be, please go on the record with your personal pronunciations of Kopeke, that ye may be judged.
Kopeke or Kopik, I'm flexible.
I always thought it was Kopiki.
Interesting.
I thought it was
Lander.
Kopeke.
Who are we talking
Kopik.
about?
Kopik.
It's just Kopako in italics.
Kopik.
It's Italian.
I thought it was Kopika. I cook the meatball.
I'm a Kopik guy.
Yeah, it's Kopik, but if you're Italian, then it's Kopika.
It really depends. If it's
sorry, it's pronounced Kopeke.
That's how I pronounce it. Wait, I feel like I'm judging really harshly right now.
Dr. King Boss asks, how would you make a Bionicle themed Doom mod? You would play Bionicle Heroes DS.
Literally
no, that's a Quake mod.
That is true.
True.
In fact, I actually did. I don't know when I'll ever get around to it, if I ever do, but I've had, like, rattling around on the back burner, ideas for remaking Heroes DS in the Quake engine.
Hold on, what set? Oh, it's just ARM.
Yeah.
I mean, would not be impossible to just decomp Heroes DS and then port it to whatever.
The biggest problem is that the game it runs a very non-standard DS game engine, so it would require manual reverse engineering just to get the assets out.
Yeah,
That's why it's been on the back
difficult.
burner for years.
Real quick, before the pace of this outruns me, real quick, I will go ahead and name drop Bionicle Heroes modding Discord. You should go check that out. It's pretty cool. We do things on occasion.
Very nice.
And I will also say we are actually running a little short on time, I think, because we do still have to do the break that we need, and
we have
that's
about
going to be 9 minutes long.
Yeah, we got about 2 minutes left. 1 minute. I wanted
Sorry
to take
we
5
couldn't
seconds.
get to all the questions, but there were just
Right.
so many to go through, and we
So
go
this
off
is
on
the only time
tangents so quickly.
Hang on, please. This is the only time I get to say this. I just wanted to let everybody know that the ambassador for BSL1, Zath, has had a bit of a health scare, so I would like everybody to keep him in your thoughts. He's recovering nicely now, thankfully. I'll let him tell his story on Twitter and other socials and BS1 later. But for now, just please keep him in your thoughts. That's all I ask. Yeah, Kanohi Zath. Yeah.
Keep that.
That's all I'm gonna
mask on your
say.
face.
He's good boy.
And I think that's... Are there any final questions we want to get to, like, right away?
I definitely support everybody. So, like, we all need it, so...
I did have a question for the Mangai project.
Sure, yeah, if I can answer it really quick.
Are you going to use any stylized 3D rendering in it?
Yes, we have somebody on our staff who is intimately familiar with Blender, and we're going to be doing a little, just here and there, you know.
Awesome.
Is this your application, Joe?
I mean,
I'll take you.
I am very familiar with Blender and NPR rendering, as they say, non-photorealistic rendering. Thank you.
Hit me up after this. We'll get you a spot.
I will.
I'll ask this real quick. I already know the answer, but Joe Cool, I already asked Markle earlier. When are you gonna give us that dev build so we can speedrun it?
Yeah, we would be great QA testers. Just ask Liam.
You want
they're great. Having
speedrun
real talk, having speedrunners as your playtesters is the best kind of person you can have as a playtester.
How fast can you talk to the 2 Matoran with dialogue that we showed off in the trailer?
We'll probably just find a way to skip it.
Yeah, I just look at some place out of bounds and I think like, hey, I wonder if I could get there.
Anyways, I think that's just about all we have time for right now, but if we have time tomorrow, we could probably try and do another one of these.
I'm down.
No promises, though. We'll have to double check the schedule and everything.
Sounds good.
No worries.
All right, so we will be right back in about 10 minutes with Ida's Journey, which I think Sam will be very happy to see on air.
Me too.
Two things real quickly. I will post in the chat where you can see the lyrics for all of the songs and dialogue in case it's not audible, as well as invite anybody that wants to be involved in future projects with the Lee Koro Band project. Just come on over to our Discord. It's open to everybody.
Shoot me a because I'm super interested.
All right. Well, we're already running behind, so let's just cut straight to the break.
Have a good one, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye, B.
I was never really into reading back in the day, but I remember how much I enjoyed some of the very few books I've actually read in the past, some of them being the Bionicle storybooks. I loved the concept and aesthetic of Bionicle since the very beginning, in 2001, and all the Bionicle books complemented that in such a great way. They kept the mystery and excitement going year after year. The immersive lore and story is something I enjoy to this day. Thank you. I wish you all the best, Greg. Unity, duty, destiny.
To me, Greg's work has been a huge part of my early life and my interest in stories, science fiction, fantasy, and more. The ability Greg provided to me to help escape into another world unlike ours, but with life similar to us, which alongside Bionicle's great and immersive movies and commercials has unlocked not just my creativity, but greatly enhanced my imagination. Greg's work has also influenced a great deal of my views and values, such as the strife for equality, the power of friendship, the understanding of others, and the ability to just be myself. Just keep on keeping on, whatever you do in the future, as long as you keep creating vibrant and interesting worlds with a plethora of great stories. I think you'll be able to continue making stories that matter to people.
Your serials, your answers, your encyclopedias, and books like that of Time Trap changed the way I view Bionicle. I always thought it had more depth than most franchises out there, whether or not they were made for toy lines, but you added that extra thick layer of complexity and uniqueness that made me realize it was my favorite fictional universe of all time, even if I have books from other things, universes I like, more than some installments in the Bionicle saga. I think Bionicle has the potential to become a world-renowned Golden Goose media franchise, if only a big studio would finance and produce a huge, long-form, big-budget TV series retelling all the stories we've had, with killer CGI. What you added, alongside Faber, Thompson, Swinnerton, and more, deserves to be seen by all for what it truly was, and be loved as more than simply the weird robots that weren't compatible enough in my mind with the system bricks and therefore alienated me. I will continue to buy books that you write in the future. I hope to see more personal works.
Matanui, sunrise, on perhaps the last day the Toa will ever see.
Look, Tahu, there is the proof you demanded.
No wonder Vakama knew so much about the Bohrok. They are not creatures from some other land. They come from within Matanui itself. The time has come to end this, Kopaka. With our combined powers, we can—
Have you learned nothing? Charging in there will not save this island. The Krana are the key.
The voice of the Toa of Fire is ice cold.
Every moment we delay, the Bohrok and Bohrok Va are free to overrun this land. Still, you are right. As long as our people are threatened, we don't have the luxury of being merely warriors. So I will heed your advice. This time.
Gali is with Pahatu, so both should be safe. But Anua left to search for the missing Liwa and has not been heard from.
I would not worry about Anua. The Toa of Earth can take care of himself.
When I went looking for Lewa, I did not think success would be quite so painful.
Onua, get away from here. Please. Flee before I am forced to harm you.
I think I have a better idea. Now let's try this again.
Leave while there's still time. I can feel the power building. Even your strength won't.
I know. The Krata controls your body, Lewa, but not your will. If it is so strong that it can make you harm a friend, then go ahead. I will not defend myself. But I know you, Lewa. I've fought beside you, and I know that you are stronger than this parasite. You are a Toa. Prove yourself worthy of the name. My energies are yours, Toa of Air. Be free!
Yes. Toa. My people. My friends. I will not harm Onua, creature! I will not!
Easy. Here, you will need this. I took it away from a party of the Bakva. That is how I knew you were in danger.
More than danger. I know now, Onua. I know why the Bohrok are here.
Perhaps for the same reason the Lavak are charging us. But not to worry, I brought friends.
What are those things?
The Matoran have learned that the Bohrok do not truly live. They are artificial life, biomechanical creations. The villagers salvaged parts from fallen Bohrok to build the boxer vehicles.
They will need them. When I wore the Krana, I could hear the voices of the swarm. We must act now, Onua, or nothing will be left of Matanui.
Later.
Hurry, Pohatu. This is no time to admire the scenery.
I was just remembering when these canyons were full of life. The Matoran used to live in the caves above, before the Bohrok drove them away. It looks as if they mean to do the same to us. Think maybe they want all these Krana back? Well, that's just too bad. Because my people want their homes back.
There is moisture in the air, even in this arid place. And where there's moisture, I can make a flood. But there will be more Bohrok waiting along our path. The Krana want to be free.
They won't stop us. Let's go find the others. It's time to end this threat, once and for all.
Then it's decided. We will challenge the Bohrok in their nest.
The Lake Koromatoran are free and safe. For now. But the Bohrok cannot be allowed to endanger our people any longer.
No. The Bohrok are not the true enemy. It is the Krana we must defeat. They have a purpose, a mission. It's why they exist.
And they can tell us all about it. On their way off the island.
Keep an eye on Lewa.
Do you think he is still influenced by the swarm?
Onua, I am no longer certain about what I think. But nothing can be allowed to interfere with our mission.
Lewa would say you sound like a Bohrok, my friend.
Have you noticed? This tunnel wall. It's smooth. No Matoran dug this. Or any Bohrok for that matter.
Are you sure?
Golly, if there is one thing I know about, it's stone. I think something is very wrong here.
I'm worried, Kopaka. What if the Krana still controls me somehow? What if I try to stop you?
Don't worry. You may try. You won't succeed.
Tell the others to wait. I will go down and investigate.
Be careful.
A nest! The creatures still slumber, and if we are fortunate, they will never awaken.
No, Tahu! He's trapped down there!
We may be trapped up here!
We're close now. Close to the power. Armor. But more than armor. Power greater than we have ever known.
If we can ever get to it, Lewa, with all our strength, we cannot produce even a crack in this slab.
It's impossible. No stone is this strong.
Wait! The air has become so hot. So suddenly. What's causing it?
A nightmare on top of our impossibility. Molten lava.
Nightmares and impossibilities. Words that mean nothing to the Bohrok, the rulers of the Bohrok swarms. For they do not dream, and their powers make all things possible. They dwell only a short distance from where the Toa are trapped, but the heroes of Matanui may never find them now.
It is done, Kardak. The mission can proceed. Confirmed, Kardak. At last, all obstacles have been removed.
Awaken, traveler of the void, but listen well. The time of heroes has passed, but it may come again. The pieces of this world are in your hands. Remember the stories of old and seek out new ones.
Hello, traveler. I'm sorry, but I cannot stop my work for the moment. That being said, what are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere? What do you mean, where is here? You're in the desert. sorry. What? You can't see? Gosh, I'm sorry. Then how did you even find your way out here? You followed the sound of my pickaxe. That makes sense. And yet, it doesn't. Where did you come from? You don't know? Oh, you mean as in you don't remember? That sounds like something Taraga Takanuva would say. Or, at least, like the beginnings of one of his stories. You really don't know what I'm talking about. You really are not from around here. And you are certainly dressed strangely. I haven't seen armor like that since a time... well, before time. What did you say your name was again? Right, you didn't. Look, I'll escort you as far as Old Volcanus. You'll find someone to take you the rest of the trip to Atero Nui. Maybe one of the Toa or Taraga there could help you. Sound good? Great. And there, all done. What? Oh, it's a statue of the Great Spirit, to remember him. Come, let's go. This way. We've got a long journey ahead of us. I hope it won't be too exciting. I'm Hafu, by the way. And for lack of a better name, I'll call you Ida. You like the sound of that? It means hearing in Matorik. You know, since you made it so far with just your ears. Yes, I do think it's rather endearing. Do you get it? Yeah. That's a Hafu original. Anyway, as we walk, I can tell you about this world that you're in, stuff you might have missed, and we'll see if anything jogs your memory.
Years ago we thought all is well we got clear skies ahead, nothing in our way. We were all as one, a shining peace had come, but the Great Spirit had gone away. Now we're walking the causeway of legends. No destiny that ain't ours, and no destinations. When dark Makuna fell, as the legends tell, from his great body we were set free. All open wide this world for us to work and build a new life here it was meant to be. Now we're walking the causeway of legend. No destiny that ain't ours, and no destinations. Named Bellico waged war to be crowned.
So, does that bring back anything? Nothing. Matanui. All those music lessons with Tamaru and Sanso for nothing, I guess. Eesh. Hang back for a second. Do you see that up ahead? Sorry, do you hear that? It looks like 2 riders coming this way. Let's move off the road. Over that way, I think. I can't move.
Look into my eyes, little Matoran. Stay right there. Don't come any closer, bounty hunter, or the Matoran gets it. I've got him mesmerized. He won't even struggle.
Kovacs, I can tell you're desperate, but hostage taking can be added to your wanted tablet if you wish.
Did you hear me, Hunter? I'll do it. Don't doubt me. You leave that mount with me and start walking back to old Volcanus right now. You tell him I went out into the desert and I'm likely dead in a couple of days anyway. Not even worth the effort, you see. These 2 Matoran will be just fine. The hypnotism on this one will wear off in an hour or 2, and he'll be none the worse for wear.
You'll not put a scratch on either of these Matoran. That I swear.
Oh, very noble. Maybe they'll still give you the bounty when you get back in recognition of your effort. Now, Hunter. I know you're a creature of few words, but I'll need you to make your decision quick. What's it to be?
You set on it then?
Sure am.
Fine.
Very good. No? Fine, farewell.
Alright. You're alright.
What happened to him?
Let's not look too close, though. Go over there into the shade with your friend. I'll take care of this fool. Or what's left of him. You're both safe now.
Who was he? And who are you?
He was an outlaw named Kovacs. I was sent to apprehend him and bring him back to Old Volcanus. And that's as much as you need to know. As for me, I don't go much for names these days. Except maybe a hunter. But I suppose I did a bit more than hunt today, saving you two.
We're headed that way, too. I guess we'll tag along.
Well, I said no harm would come to you, and I feel myself bound by that. So, I'll escort you to Old Volcanus.
You know, in the old days, we'd give heroes titles like Great Protector or Rescuer of the Innocent. You rescued us from that outlaw, so we might as well call you something like that. How about our salvation? Sounds grand, doesn't it?
Yeah, a bit of a mouthful.
Together, Hafu, Ida, and their bounty hunter companion continued their journey across the deserts of Spheres Magna, passing through outposts and towns on their way to Old Volcanus. As they travel, they witness the life that the Agori and Matoran have made for themselves. Through their common struggle in the aftermath of war, the people of Matanui and of Spheres Magna have tried their best to build a new life together in peace. But all is not paradise. On the road, they hear the rumors from out of Old Volcanus, rumors of trouble in the city or beyond it. As the three companions pass through the gates of Old Volcanus and trudge up the main thoroughfare, Ida drinks in the sounds and smells of the city, which houses a gory, Matoran, and many other species. The inhabitants of the city seem busy with their labors, but as a small group makes its way towards the council hall in the center of the city, it's hard not to ignore the whispers on the streets. There are conflicts and unrest outside our walls, I hear.
I see that your hunt has been successful.
Yes, it was, though not in the way I wished.
Very well. Then I will grant you the bounty as you agreed. But who are these Matoran with you? Is this the great Hafu that my old eyes see? It has been some time since you worked in Old Volcanus.
Some time indeed. I'm glad to see my carving work is holding up well to the test of time. And this is my companion Ida, who wandered out of the desert.
I see. Welcome, then, to Old Volcanus, both of you. I am Eltas, a sister of the Skrull and elder of this city. For the moment.
I met the two of them on the causeway. Kuvox tried to take him hostage, but he was not fast enough. This one called Ida is strange, though. They are Matoran of few words.
They are blind, and they have no memory of their past.
Intriguing. Step forward, Ide. Let me look at you. Well, you are something different to be sure. As a Skrull sister, I am sometimes granted visions of fate when I look upon a creature. When I look upon you, I see perplexing things in my mind's eye. Some force is reaching out to you from a great distance. It calls to you saying that you must awaken from sleep? Or perhaps it is that you must awaken someone from their sleep. I'm unsure. My visions are muddied these days, it seems. Well, be that as it may, we have other things to attend to. I have a new task for you, Hunter. As you may have heard, word has reached us of strange events in Atero Nui, across the mountains of Makuta's spine.
What events?
I am unsure. I have heard stories that the protectors of Atero Nui have abandoned it, or simply vanished. And this has occurred on the eve of the Great Games, which will celebrate the anniversary of Matanui's passing. Perhaps a coincidence, but perhaps not. I must send an envoy there to ascertain the truth and to bring back word from Turaga Takanuva. But the journey can be treacherous. There are strange rumors of danger in the mountain passes. Will you take up this task?
I swore an oath to protect these two Matoran, and I cannot depart while that oath still binds me.
You and your oaths.
Great Hunter, who I call our salvation, consider your oath to me discharged. I shall remain here in Old Volcanus, safer than safe.
I see. And what of Ida?
Simple enough. You will have to take Ide with you, if they're willing. I am sure they will be safe enough in your company, and something tells me that the Turaga of Atero Nui will know better how to guide them. It's settled then. And now, as the Skrull sisters say, be off with you. And to you, Ide, I say, keep your ears open on your journey. Your fate is strange, but I hope that one day you will discover or rediscover who you are.
Outlaws of the desert, strange folk and dangerous beasts roam outside the mountain passes, and in Atero Nui beyond, the great games are in jeopardy. Is it true? And will these troubles come to us here as well? Ida and the hunter trek through the snowy wastes high above Old Vulcanus, aiming for the mountain pass that will lead them over Makuta's spine and down towards Atero Nui. The temperature drops even further as a snowstorm approaches, dark and foreboding.
We're too exposed on this slope, and the North March has sighted some dangerous rahi over the past few days. Here, I want you to take this stealth crystal. If necessary, shatter it, and it'll hide you from sight like a huna, but only for a short time. Let's hope it's not necessary, though. We'll make it through soon enough.
must get you out of the storm. Yes, over here. We do not get many visitors. Who might you be? A strange name, but who am I to judge? I am Vikan. You are lucky that I spotted you in the snowstorm. Before I continue though, you must tell me, do you fear the dark? I understand. What is the dark to a Maton who cannot see? Well said. Then let me welcome you, Ida, to the Maze of Shadows. These caves are the home of our tribe. You are lost, are you not? Well then, our tribe can guide you through the maze, for we are the tribe of Shadow. You see, we serve the true Shadow, not some farce created by the Makuta of old, but something older and more peaceful. Come along then, we shall explain it to you along the way.
Shadow torment, serving the dark for thousands of years. Destruction.
that is who we are. Outcasts who have found a home here in the peaceful dark. But it seems we did not meet by chance. Ah, here's Gavla. She is another of our number, and a sage of late. I believe she has something to say to you, Ida.
Hello, Ida. We have awaited your coming for some time. In my meditation, I have interpreted our visions, and you are a part of them. Listen now. Something moves in the dark. I have sensed it. On the anniversary of Matanui's last stand, a corrupted shadow threatens all that's been built. Stop it, and Makuta's legacy will be gone for good. Save it, and those who have been lost will reappear. But Makuta might live again. One path is easy. You must pick the right one, Traveler of the Void.
You say that your journey takes you to the city at the foot of the mountains? I will accompany you there. If the world is ready for us, perhaps we can share the shadows together. Aha! And that is the final turn. Look, we have come through the maze, as I said.
Ida. There you are. I thought... Never mind that. Who's this you met?
My name is Vaikan. I am a member of the Shadow Tribe. Ida was lost in the storms, and we saved them. I wish to accompany you to Atero Nui, but we must hurry. Something terrible may be about to happen.
This true, Ida? Alright. You're a strange return to look at with those bat wings, but you seem trustworthy enough. Now, if speed's our goal, then I think you should grab onto my back. Tara Nui is below. We're running down the mountain.
The party makes its way down the slopes of the mountains without issue towards more temperate lands. The light of Solus Magna passes through the mountain peaks, covering the slopes in cool shadow. They soon arrive at the main road which leads towards the metropolis of Atero Nui. As they approach the walled city, something seems wrong. The gates of Atero Nui are shut tight and barred, and the road before them is empty. From over the walls, sounds of music and a celebration can be heard. The great games have begun. O traveler, hear my words, for through you alone can the world live on. Against time and the void they must endure these legends, and the greatest legend of Bionicle.
While I was not around to enjoy Bionicle in its golden years since I was too young, as I got older and was finally exposed to the story and characters you'd written, that it generally helped me get through the darkest part of my life in 2014 to 2016. So I just wanted to say thank you. It's the least I can do.
Greg has inspired me heavily to write and tell stories. The books he wrote during his tenure at the LEGO Group are still great to this very day, never talking down to his audience in and out of his writing. The passion he has for his craft is undeniable, and I cannot thank him enough for what he has done. Your work has not only inspired me to write and tell stories, but millions around the world. From the bottom of my heart, Greg, thank you. I hope whatever endeavor you embark on next brings you as much joy as working for LEGO did. Never the end.
World building is the biggest task any artist could take on. I'm about to graduate from my multimedia arts and design course, and I look no further than the enriched childhood Greg built whenever I seek color and depth for my palette. Greg and his work inspire me to challenge my artistic standards and dare to be different. Wherever the gods of old, the Bionicle team, LOL, continue their creative endeavors, you can be sure the gathered friends over here will welcome the new stories you'll create. May the Great Spirit guide you.
Mangai, Toa of Water. My friends and I traveled below the surface of Matanui to try to save our island home. But, caught between molten lava and an unbreakable wall of stone, we may not even be able to save ourselves. Below our feet, Tahu is facing dangers of his own. Could it be? Have the Bohrok won at last? No. Not while a single Toa, like noble Kopaka, stands.
Stay back. My ice can hold the lava at bay for a few moments.
Or Anua and Pohatu.
What kind of stone is this? It takes our strongest blows and does not shatter.
Or Liwa, who has survived so much already.
Doesn't shatter. Because it isn't there.
What?
There's nothing you and Anua can't bring down. So if this wall is still standing, it cannot be real. Stop believing in it, and it disappears.
How is that possible?
Ask questions later. The lava is real.
Come on, Golly.
Kopaka, if we can't trust our senses here...
Then we must trust each other.
What about Tahu? We can't leave him back there.
And we will not. But we must act quickly.
I think we're already too late. Can you feel it? The ground is getting hot. Everyone down, now!
Tahu! Are you alright?
Used my sword to heat the air until the pressure blew the nest apart. The floor is giving way!
Use your levitation powers!
And be ready for anything when we reach the bottom.
We Toa have grown so powerful since our arrival on Matanui, yet so often we are dwarfed by the mysterious forces in this place. Do you ever get the feeling there's a lot more to this island than we know about?
Yes, it's not a comforting thought.
Where are we?
Still in the realm of the Bohrok. These carvings of the floor match the Krana we carry, and I think, yes, this is where the Krana are meant to go.
It's begun! The end of the Bohrok!
What are you talking about, Lewa? What do you know? It seems we've been invited in, but by whom?
6 doorways, 6 of us.
A trap?
An opportunity. Everyone take a tunnel, and stay alert.
Each of us chose a different tunnel. I watched Tahu disappear into the darkness.
I see something ahead. A hatch opening. More Bohrok? No. Something far mightier than any Bohrok could be. This island has suffered much at the hands of the Bohrok. Its rivers frozen, its mountains crumbled, its jungles reduced to ruin. But by all the power that is mine, I swear, Matanui shall be free!
While we were discovering ancient power below the surface, above, the Matoran prepared to defend their homes against the swarms.
Are the traps prepared?
The pits have been dug. The rockfalls await your signal.
But will it be enough to stop the Bohrok?
I don't know. But Tahu relies on us to defend the village, and we will not disappoint him. For Takoro! For duty! For destiny!
The depths of Matanui.
Why do you trespass here?
That voice! I hear it in my mind! Who's there? Show yourself! Ugh!
You are an obstacle. You do not belong. You will be removed.
Beware, monster. This obstacle has a sting.
Kopaka and Tahu drove the creatures back into the chamber. It seemed like victory at last was ours.
Drive them to the center of the chamber. Surround them. Strike now, Toa, for your villages and your people.
The blasts, they have no effect.
Fools! By bringing us together, you increase our power. Now Matanui will be as it was in the before time. All that does not belong will be removed, beginning with you.
But if we should fail, who will save Matanui?
Drifter from Bionicle.
Bionicle Star, le retour des grands guerriers. Alors que d'anciens ennemis refont surface, 3 héros, Grèche, Takanuva et Taou se tiennent prêts. Le bien et le mal s'affrontent. Aide Toa Taou à revêtir l'armure d'or pour gagner la bataille finale. 6 éléments dorés à collectionner, 6 Bionicle Star.
The Lego Company, makers of Bionicle toys, presents... Cast out of his own universe and stripped of his power, Matanui finds himself in a remote, decaying wasteland. Bionicle, the legend reborn. Matanui leads new warriors in the battle against evil, but a bigger secret awaits. Bionicle, the legend reborn. All new movie on DVD fall 2009.
Piraka. Gang is on the loose on Bionicle.com.
The power to help protect your teeth. The new Bionicle-powered toothbrush by Colgate. Be the first to collect the free masks.
Lego Creator Game. Ready to collect, ready to build. Grab the blade, blast off. Lego Creator, Lego Racers. Assemble track, hit the spinner. Construct your own race car. Pole position, go. Quest for Makuda. Watch out! Challenge his power. Bionicle Adventure Game. Lego Creator, Lego Racers, new Bionicle. Award-winning board games, each sold separately from Rosart.
From great victories, mighty heroes arise. Meet Toa Nuva. Bionicle, the legend continues.
I am Kopaka. Always cool, always strong. I am here to battle evil. It is my destiny to claim my golden mask of power and become the Master of Ice.
New Bionicle battlecraft of daring design and amazing power. Revealed by the Toa. Stolen by Makuta. Now you can take control and fly into battle with awesome speed and unseen firepower. The final battle for power has begun.
He's diving. We're right on into it. Target lock up. You're right in here.
New Ultimate Battlecraft on BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents' permission first.
I am Gali. My courage is as deep as the ocean. I am here to battle evil. It is my destiny to claim my golden mask of power and become the master of water.
Breaking Bionicle news here in the swamps. The final battle for power is on. Reports are coming in that the evil Makuta will do anything to get the keystone back. The Makuta were on the attack. Like giant creepy insects, they are swarming in on the tower, ready to shoot their blasters. Go online now, be part of the final battle, and you can win at bionicle.co.uk.
The battle for power has begun. A new alliance will form as Matoran and Toa heroes team up to boost their power. Makuta release their secret weapon. Who will win the battle? On BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents.
Arrivano dallo spazio. Sono le penne Bionicle. Scatena la potenza. Lego Writing System. Da oggi scrivere sarà un gioco da ragazzi. Collezionale tutte.
Nei migliori negozi di giocattoli e nei negozi della giraffa.
The Beast from Bionicle.
Ice-Glatorian Galoo, prepare for battle! Afternoons on Tunes, championed by Bionicle. Water-Glatorian Kina, prepare for battle! Afternoons on Tunes, championed by Bionicle. Great Spirit Matanui, prepare for battle! Afternoons on Tunes, championed by Bionicle!
Be warned, the gang is on the loose. You can make their eyes splash and their teeth glow in the dark. Each Piraka has a spiked armor spine and an awesome dual-action weapon. You can also fire their powerful Zammer Spear Launcher and get into action. The Tricker, Tracer, Drifter, the Snake, the Beast, the Bully, all that makes Piraka. Piraka, from Bionicle. Each set sold separately.
I can get a battling Bionicle figure in my McDonald's Happy Meal.
At the dawn of time, the Great Spirit Matanui was sent down from paradise to care for all living things. He brought joy and light to the islanders, known as the Tohunga. The Tohunga thanked him by naming their island in his honor. The world was a joyful place, until the Makuta, Matanui's spirit brother, secretly followed him from paradise. Makuta envied how the Tohunga worshipped his brother's goodness, so after a mighty struggle he cast a spell, which made Matanui sink into an endless sleep. While Matanui slept, the Tohunga's powers and skills were weakened by Makuta's dark powers. But still the Tohunga would not worship Makuta, so Makuta brought dark places to the land, where the Tohunga dared not go because of all the wicked beasts which Makuta commanded. But the islanders kept faith in Matanui and the legend, which told them 6 mighty heroes called Toa would come from the skies, and with the help of the great masks of power, liberate them from the Makuta and his beasts.
Eine Maske stürzt vom Himmel und der mächtige Matanui erhebt sich, um die glatorianischen Legenden zu vereinen. Akka zieht sein Flammenschwert, Bastus hat den Schlangenspeer und Kina meistert den Dreizack. Gemeinsam müssen sie sich der Übermacht des Bösen stellen, um den alles entscheidenden Sieg zu erringen. Neu von Bionicle, die Legenden.
When the legends of great heroes are told, no names ring out like the Toa. Brave warriors with powerful masks and amazing elemental energies. Now these heroes face their greatest challenge. In a strange world with incredible new abilities, powerful armor and weapons, they will face the darkness and the creatures who lurk within it. The Makuta, monstrous warriors of shadow who hope to conquer the universe. Only one thing can stop them. An alliance of villagers and Toa heroes that will shake this world. The Brotherhood of Makuta versus the Toa Nuva in the final conflict. Who will win the battle for power? You can play the game on Bionicle.com. Ask your parents first.
Today I will take my rightful place among the gods.
Okay, we've done this before.
Here, there is only shadow. Shadow I command.
If there is shadow, there must be light!
Hey, Ulorak! Here we
in. Andy McDonald here. Professional skateboarder, 6 times X Games gold medalist. Check this out. Yo, find the power.
On Mata Nui, Island of Legends, the Toa face a powerful enemy, the dreaded Bohrok swarms. The key to defeating the Bohrok will be found in their powerful Krana. Join the Toa on the trail of the Bohrok Va. Their collected Krana hold the key to an ancient mystery. Now they must face their destiny and the might of the Barag. A glimmering exosuit brings hope. Hope that they will have the strength to face these dreaded beasts. But beware of the crushing jaws of the Barag. United, the Toa must capture them, unlock their mystery, and be transformed. Mysterious energies will transform them into a new and more powerful form. Now they are the Toa Nuva, wiser and stronger than ever before. Onua Nuva makes his home in tunnels in the rocky cliffs over Papunihu Reef. Onua Nuva's new tools consist of 2 rock-cutting quake breakers, which double as high-speed rollerblades. Gali Nuva is the most agile and acrobatic of the Toa. Her home is the area around the waters of Lake Naho. Gali Nuva's new tools are a pair of double-headed axes, which transform into scuba fins, vastly increasing her speed through water. Tahu Nuva's home is the hot, molten world of the Mangai volcano. Tahu Nuva has 2 new tools, scimitar-like magma swords, which attach to his feet to become a lava surfboard. Leva Nuva's preferred habitat is the jungles of Kauai Bay, where he cuts through the vegetation with his powerful arms. Leva Nuva's new tools consist of 2 curved air katana, which connect to his body and act as glider wings. Kopaka Nuva lives on the snowy heights of Mount Ihu. He's coolly calculating, coldly methodical, and clinically efficient. Kopaka Nuva's new tools are powder ice skates, which join together to form his ice blade. Pohatu Nuva lives on the foothills and lower slopes of Mount Ihu. He is immensely strong and incredibly fast. Pohatu Nuva's new tools are 2 climbing claws that fit together into his legendary Kodan ball. Toa Nuva, 6 heroes, 1 destiny.
The Great Spirit is awake. Have the Toa save the universe. Is this the end of the evil Makuta? Go online now and you can win at bionicle.co.uk.
In the city of Metru Nui, you can discover how 6 new heroes confront the danger and protect the inhabitants from a mysterious force. They are the Toa Metru, extremely adept, powerful, equipped, and ready for any challenge. They know their duty, but can they stop this new faceless opponent? Bionicle, a mystery to be revealed. Each set sold separately.
distant past, two new heroes awake. Equipped with giant spears and the awesome Ratsuka spinner, they're ready for any challenge. Bionicle Special Edition.
Ready to rumble? Bionicle presents the new Glatorians. Gresh with his split shield, Malum's fiery flameclaw, Ice Axe Strak, Super Stinger Varix, and the liquid blades of Tarax. Gresh loads up against the fearsome Skrull. The fight is on. Gresh shoots. Beautiful deflection. Skrull uses his blocker. He fires. It's blocked. But watch your back, Skrull. Whoa, nice one. Round 1 to Gresh. New Glatorians from Bionicle. Each set sold separately.
Introducing the Mighty Kids meal, only from McDonald's. You're gonna get a masked Lego Bionicle figure with way cool launching action. Only now, since you're bigger, we made your food bigger too.
In the time before time, the island of Matanui was a tropical paradise, but then came Makuta, and the shadow of evil fell across the land. When all seemed lost, came hope. 6 mighty Toa, each with special powers and abilities. Their destiny to challenge Makuta for the fate of Matanui. The Toa sensed that in order to be truly powerful, they had to combine forces and fight as one. The masks then led them to the great temple, which opened to reveal a gateway. It was there, in the underground cave, but the Toa engaged in what they thought would be the final battle. It was a horrendous battle, but in the end, the Toa emerged victorious. Evil had at last been conquered, but before the Toa could let their guards down, a new, darker, stronger evil was awakened. Cocooned since the start of time, deep below the surface of Mata Nui, swarms of bugs lie waiting. The bugs are 6 breeds of a fierce new species, threatening the very existence of the island. Folded in their shield, these creatures appear innocent at first glance, but their appearance is deceptive, and their nature is anything but peaceful. On the attack, the bugs unfold and display incredible strength and agility. They move fast and are very unpredictable. Their jaws tipped with sharp fangs which strike with fearsome accuracy and speed. But the true strength of the bugs, however, lies in their sheer numbers and in a secret resting behind their faceplate. When a bug's faceplate is knocked open, an insect-like power brain springs out and clutches leech-like to the face of its adversary. The power brains give the bugs special powers and characteristics. There are many different kinds of power brains, some more valuable than others. But how will the power brains affect the Toa? Will they give them special powers or infect them with evil? Only one thing is certain. These power brains will play a vital role in the future of the Toa and Mata Nui. There are 6 breeds of bugs, distinguished by their coloring and tools and shield. The first clan of bugs is the bug clan of fire. This breed is extremely irrational and foul-tempered. When provoked, they often explode into fits of uncontrollable rage and destroy everything in their path. The bug clan of water is known for the fluid ease with which its members can change personalities. They trick their opponents by making them think that they're actually friendly or helpless. Then the water bug turns vicious and strikes out with ferocious intensity. The bug clan of Earth is perhaps the strongest of the clans. Its members are smart and good at motivating the other bugs to work together against enemies. Members of the bug clan of Ice are scheming, systematic, and cunning. They're the most logical of the bugs, and they make intricate plans about how to destroy an enemy, and they carry them out with cold, methodical action. Bugs that belong to the clan of Stone are rather stupid and easily tricked, but they're also fearless. They are stubborn, and when on the attack, they will not back down, even when outnumbered. If it can't be burnt, crushed, frozen, or demolished, it's a job for the bugs of air. The toughest of all bugs, fast-moving and determined. The bug is an enemy unlike the Toa have ever seen. An enemy that's entirely alien, yet very familiar. An enemy that contains aspects of the Toa themselves, but looks totally different. It is the bug. When you stare at danger, danger stares back. The container the bugs come in is actually a hibernation cocoon in which the bug can hang. The front paper is removable, and the cocoon will work as a display for the assembled bug. Included in all of the cocoons are a leaflet with an outline of the Bionicle story and a power brain. Additional power brains will be custom packed and sold separately. The bugs are the latest in a series of creatures within the Bionicle universe. So although there will be a focus on the bugs, they're not meant to replace the existing figures. They merely supplement them. For example, parts from the bugs and parts from the Toa can be used together to create a big bug. And the bugs are by no means the last. There are more creatures to come. For now, the bugs still sleep, hibernating in their cocoons, waiting to hatch into the Bionicle universe. But beware. If you wake one, you wake them all.
Let's see if that's working any better. Have we got it going? Let me know how this is working, you guys. I think it's up and running. There we go. Awesome. Okay, we did a test run and we had the exact same problem yesterday, even though I fixed it. But is the Twitch stream going well? Is the Facebook stream going well? Are we all in good shape? Okay, good. Well, thanks for having me, everybody. Thanks for tuning in on Facebook. Thanks for tuning in on Twitch. Thanks to everybody who's involved with the Bionicle Day. And we're going to have fun. I'm here to answer your questions about the time that I spent drawing the Lego Bionicle comic book. Let's see. Do we have somebody who's going to manage the Twitch feed and send me questions, I think, because I'm able to see the Facebook feed. But Liam, if you can manage the Twitch and send me some pertinent questions, that will be great. Let's see. So I'm being asked about the Rhode Island Con. I haven't heard an update on that for a while. I'm going to try to go to the Rhode Island Con. It looks like I am going to be able to go to the Chicago or the New York Comic Con after all. So if any of you guys are comic book fans and Bionicle fans, come see me there. Let's see. So Adam Fields is here. I see Steve is here. Zane Zielinski is here. Lots of faces that I know, so this will be good. Let's see. For those who don't know, I should really give a more formal introduction of who I am. I'm Stuart Sayger. I draw comics for a living. The pieces behind me here are a couple Batmans that I did for DC Comics and Warner Brothers. I actually got to work on the Man of Steel movie, and I've worked on a lot of things you probably know. I did a cover for The Walking Dead. Right now, I'm doing comics for Army of Darkness, Evil Ernie, the rock band Kiss. I did those recently. I just did a cover for Alice Cooper, who's got a new graphic novel coming out. So all that is pretty great, but that is not really where I cut my teeth. The Bionicle was sort of the big job that I had made some comics before. I actually broke into comic books, self-publishing a comic book. This is the first comic I ever made right here. It's a self-published title I did called Shiver in the Dark. This is the first printing of it, and this is actually a third printing of it. I was busy working on the 4th issue of the book when I actually got approached by DC Comics to do a lot of work for them. Ended up doing some trading card artwork for, what was it? A game called Versus that Upper Deck put out. And, if you do good work and people like it, they usually ask you to do more. I didn't expect to have the Bionicle job come to me on the heels of doing all that trading card work, but that's kind of what happened. They, I think the Bionicle comic book, from what I understand, was coming out from DC and had been coming out for a while, and Lego was interested in maybe changing up how they wanted to promote the Bionicle toy line. They were considering maybe not making the Lego comic book, the Bionicle comic book anymore, and DC Comic Books wanted to keep it going. It was a good client, and frankly, I think DC Comics said, well, before you decide you don't want the comic, let's see if we can reinvent it, turn it into something you're interested in. And it seems that Lego communicated the audience they were trying to reach with their newer line of toys, and DC said, well, let's reimagine the comic book. And so I was asked to try out for Lego Bionicle. And they had told me they were looking for a different art style. Thank you for the comment, Chris. And so they asked me to make a piece, but the piece of art that I thought they would ask me to make would be one that was kind of more in line with what a lot of the other artists had done. I'm turning off my phone so you won't hear it ring, you guys. Let's turn the ring volume all the way down. That's good. But I just thought because they were robots, or at least they look like robots, I thought they needed to be drawn in really clean, literal style. And the people who asked me to try it for the job said, no, don't do that. Just be yourself. And I'm sort of known for having a very loose kind of painterly style, which you guys know from the comic book. I can show you some things I've done more recently. This is an original Joker drawing I did not terribly long ago, and you can see it's got my trademarks kind of loose, scratchy style with some atmosphere to it. a lot of white paint added to the illustration. And so I made a piece of art for them that was made in that style, but it was of, as I said, some of the Bionicles. And I thought they were going to just say, yeah, you went too far, we don't want this. But they really liked it, and apparently so did Lego. I wasn't the only artist who was tried out for this job, but the others who were asked to try out, there were about 7 or 9 of us or so, and might have been more, but there were about 7 of 9 of us that were considered the best. And then our sample pieces were colored and presented to different kids to vote on which they liked. They had focus groups. And after about 3 months of different trials, they ended up offering me the job, and it was really kind of a big breakthrough for me. I had only drawn self-published comics prior to this and done some trading cards for DC, but this was the first comic book I'd ever done for another publisher. And it was kind of a big contract for DC. It was clearly big for DC and Lego, and then giant for me. So they had offered me the job before they realized I hadn't done much comic book work. The sample was good, though. And so I just told my editor, I said, you know, I'll work very hard for you and I'll do the work on time, but you have to be prepared that I might ask some dumb questions. And he said that was fine. And honestly, Jay Gardner was my first editor, and he was a wonderful editor. He kind of held my hand through some of the process. And I did some things on the book that were different than a lot of other artists typically did. Like my art was grayscale, as you saw, like the sample I did. It wasn't just strict black and white. I used some paints, I used some graphite, I used oil pastel, anything that I thought would give me a mark I like, I used it, and that made it a little bit harder to color. So they tested a couple colorists to find someone who fit really well for me. But in the end, I think, you know, you guys know the Bionicle comic book, the history of the comic book better than I do. I really know the work I did best. You guys know the things that Liam did and the other artists. But I think that if you took all the artists and said, who looks most alike, who's the most unique, who's different, I'm probably the one that really seems most different. By the way, did the Facebook feed freeze? It looks as though my OBS feed is still going, but Facebook might be acting a little bit odd, which is very frustrating because I have a brand new computer I'm using. How is this working here? Let's see, I'm checking to see how the feed is going. Steve, can you write in the Facebook and let me know if this is still working well for you? Ah, my tab just crashed. We're going to relaunch.
You can enter the Bionicle. In a place of mystery, where evil hides in the shadows.
That destiny I must shatter.
A hero will be revealed.
Trust in the mask. Let it be your guide.
And an adventure will come to light. Bionicle, Mask of Light, the movie. Rated PG, now on DVD and video.
They have heard it is the time of unity. You know so little of your powers.
There are things out there. A big fella with horns.
That's bad. They are minions of my brother, Makuta.
The golden mask of unity. Did you have the vision?
Let's maximize this and see if I can see the comments as well. So it looks like I'm here. So it looks like Tom Kelly, looks like you're back. Thanks, Tom. Tom, I wish I had some new Kiss news for you. Did I tell you that I just did an Alice Cooper cover? It's not Kiss, but we're getting close. It looks like Steve is back. Steve or Liam, if you can put something in the Facebook comments and let me know that we're up and running, that would be great. Or at least over at Twitch, I mean. For those who don't know, San Pellegrino, you guys need to sponsor me. It's the great thirst quencher during these live feeds. Okay, so we're back on Twitch. We are live. Awesome. I'm not sure where I got cut off. I was talking about how I got the Bionicle job in the first place. So I'll back up to where I think things maybe went a little bit sour. I was asked to try out for Lego Bionicle. It was kind of interesting because I had done some trading cards for DC, but the big thing happened was I was in Philadelphia. I was promoting my self-published Shiver in the Dark comic book, and I had an art director from DC Comics ask me if they could have some copies of this to take back to the office, and I thought, you know what? I'm trying to sell these, you guys. I don't want to give them away, but I thought if a DC editor asks you for a free copy to take to the office, you probably ought to give it to them. Well, they saw it, and that's how they asked me to try out for Bionicle. I remember I was talking to Jay Gardner, who's the original editor. He approached me to try out for the job, and I thought they were crazy because I tend to paint in this really loose, kind of expressive style. I thought there was no way that I would get the job, just because I was used to, you know, here's my Axon toy. You know, usually when you draw something that's this mechanical and this detailed, you draw in a really clean, detailed style. But Lego wanted something different. Lego had done the Bionicle comic book for a while, and they were looking to sort of change things up. And they weren't quite sure what they wanted, but they talked to DC, and Lego talked about the demographics they wanted to get, what the fans they were hoping to reach. And DC suggested a grittier, more stylized look. And Lego, as near as I can tell, wasn't completely sold on the idea, but DC said, let us pitch it to you. And so DC had myself and several other artists make sample pieces, and mine was deemed one of the better ones. And they took mine as well as some other artists, and they had them all colored, and then showed those to focus groups for children. And when all was said and done, I was offered the job. I was kind of blown away because when I was asked to try out for it, I figured that I should, you know, look at the comics that had come before me, because Lee Gallagher made some great stuff, and I thought I would just sort of match what they were doing. And DC very matter-of-factly said, please don't. You know, we know that you can draw in this kind of more expressive, gritty stuff like the Batman they see behind me, and they say, do that. I made this piece. I thought they were crazy. Not that it was a bad idea, but it was such a departure from what they'd already had. It seemed like there was no way they were going to, you know, really want this, but they talked Lego into it. Lego got excited by the new approach. DC was happy to keep the client. I was happy to have the job, but it was my first big job in comic books. So there were a lot of people doing things they hadn't done before, or taking risks they hadn't done before. And I'll tell you, it's one of the things I'm most proud of about the Bionicle book is that it would have been really easy to just make more comics like they'd been before. There was nothing wrong with the comics books that came before me, but I wasn't really looking forward to the idea of just coming doing what someone else had already done. The fact they gave me so much freedom and they were willing to try something new, I think it took some guts. So, Steve, if we have any comments or anything you need for me to address, please let me know. I'm getting some thumbs up, and I like that. I can't see the Twitch feed. We're running this to where I can see the Facebook feed. So, if any good questions. Question from Twitch. Let's see. Do you do Bionicle commissions? Yeah, I certainly do. The best way to get if you want an original Bionicle drawing from me, the best way to do it is to come see me at a comic book convention or a store signing that I do at a comic shop across the country. All such pieces are priced based on the amount of labor and degree of difficulty. I will warn you, I typically charge a little bit more for a Bionicle piece than I do for, say, like a drawing of Batman or Superman. And it's not, I'm not trying to be unfair to anybody, but the reality is these are difficult to draw. There's a lot of detail here. To get out the reference, draw all these nuts and bolts. Axon, his physiognomy is very different than Vizon and Fenrak, whereas Batman and Superman basically have the same body type. It is easier for me to do that work. They'll both be nice-looking pieces, but if you come see me at the show, I can make it at the show. Otherwise, I would say write me an email and we can work it out privately, but the problem is I'm doing a lot of published pieces for the comic book publisher Dynamite, and so right now I'm trying to balance all the requests I get. So when I'm at home, I work for the publishers. When I'm in person and I can be at comic book shows and meet fans, I'll make pieces for them there. I think there are a few people here. Steve might even have gotten a custom one from me, and there are a few people who have gotten them. I know there's a fan who had me draw, who did they have me draw? Who's the blue Piraka? I drew the blue Piraka just last weekend in Chicago for somebody. I'm happy to do them. I love to do them. So the answer is yes, but it's a little complicated. Question from Twitch. I'm curious how you got into the comic book business before Bionicle Comic. It's a good question. So I grew up working in a comic book shop. I was 13 years old, and I typed up a little resume. I was a regular shopper there, and I just really wanted to work in the shop. So when you're 13, you don't have a lot of good things to put on a resume. You're awfully young, but I did have a paper route. I had babysat some kids, so I had references. I knew how to touch type, which at the time nobody had a computer, but there were typewriters, so maybe that was valuable. So I turned that in, and the owner of the comic shop, the skills I had weren't very attractive to running a comic book store, but he said, hey, this is a 13-year-old who's trying really hard and is trying to do this seriously. I want to give him a job. So I ended up working there where I bagged and taped and priced up gold and silver comics. It was the Comic Carnival in Indiana, and they're like family to me still. And it doesn't seem like that would be really valuable for me to draw comics, but it was incredibly valuable. I learned so much about the comic book industry. I got to meet some professional comic book artists when I was young because we would have them be guests. I remember I got to meet the Roger Stern, who wrote The Death of Superman, and then I had dinner with him later, and I was, 15 years old, 18 years old, something like that. So you get to learn a little bit of how the industry works. And then in college, in high school, I drew for my school newspaper. So when I got out of college, it was time to get a job, and I'll tell you, I didn't really want to do that. That wasn't as much fun as, drawing superheroes and playing Frisbee all day. So before I decided to become an adult, I said, let's try seeing if I can have a career in comic books. So I made the Shiver in the Dark comic book, which I wrote, drew, lettered, colored, published. It actually just had its 20th anniversary, and I had a successful Kickstarter campaign for it. I'm continuing the series now, so there's going to be more of this coming out. But it's the funny thing. I used to be a bit of a Beatles fan when I was younger, and I remember watching a couple documentaries about them, and their career just went up and up and up. And one of the things George Harrison said was, whenever we took our next step, it kind of seemed like we were ready for it. And I never really kind of felt like I set out to be a comic book artist, but if you look back at my life, You know, I worked in a comic shop when I was 13, and then I drew for my high school newspaper, and then I studied journalism in college, and then I knew enough about how to write and draw and work in the print industry to making a comic book wasn't so hard. Everything just seemed a little bit harder than the thing before. There was no big jump. Even when I got the Bionicle job, while it was my first big job in comics, I had published comics before, so I wasn't completely green. What do we got here? Let's see. Here's a good question. Let's see. Let me back up and read a few of these things. Let's see. I'm reading back some of the previous comments here that I got from other people. Let's see. I'm curious, how did you get into comic books before? Okay. Yeah, Tony, please come to a comic book convention. I'm happy to talk about this stuff in person and ask any specific questions, and maybe even give some examples, because I'll have some work to show to better answer your questions with here. Let's see. Thanks for the comment, Scott Alberts, about the commission. I'm glad you like it. Do I have a favorite panel I drew from the run? I probably do. I'm trying to think. I can talk about the Vitruvian Man panel, which I think is in issue 11. It's the one that everybody hated from me, but we'll talk about that later in the feed. I think it's not my favorite panel, but maybe my favorite page. I don't think it's the best drawn page, but it's the page that I got excited by, because I sort of like the story of Vizon, when he goes into this cave and he touches this artifact, and he's sort of electrocuted by it, and it's already getting the backstory from him. I really like that one. There's also one where there's the Walmart toy who was, I don't remember his name, but he was an exclusive Walmart toy where he bounces around all the page, breaking all the panels. I thought that was interesting. When I made my comic book Shiver in the Dark, I was really going through this crazy experimental period where I thought, I'll use every art supply I can. I'll use oil pastel, I'll use photographs, I'll use ink, I'll use watercolor, and that sort of freedom of do whatever seems interesting. As long as it's interesting and exciting, put it on the page. I tried to carry that over onto Bionicle. So when there were times when I could have some interesting panel layouts. I think there's one issue that has a page where all the characters go through a cave, and I drew it all as like one continuous panel, and you can see everybody marching through the panels, or through the cave, through the entire page. I thought that was an interesting page. So, I mean, the Bionicle world is kind of rich anyway, but the Bionicle toys are not the Bionicle movie, is not the Bionicle video game, is not the Bionicle comic book. The best way to make the comic book interesting is to take the best parts of Bionicle and then take what a comic book does well and sort of push those two together. So I want to be a good comic book artist first, and then if I am assigned Bionicle, how do I make Bionicle fit what a comic book is natively best? That's sort of the best way I know to go about that. Gregory, how are you? Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to have more shows on Facebook, by the way. Tonight is specifically about Bionicle, but we're going to have some other Facebook shows, typically on Thursday. I come on. I can tell you in about 2 weeks, I'm going to have a big live sale. This is my big advertisement. I've got some exclusive Deja Thoris comics coming out. They're going to be available only from me and from my website, and I will be offering those here on Facebook here in about 2 weeks. So thanks for having me on for Bionicle, and thanks for tolerating that I gave a little plug. Travis, I think there probably will be a Shiver in the Dark trade paperback at some time. It'll probably be when I get around to adding color to it, but I know there's a second series coming up, and I'm working on that first. So let's see. Daniel Hunt, were there any concepts or story beats in Bionicle that really stuck out to you? How to say, wow, that's really cool, loved your stuff as a kid? Thank you for that. Yeah, there are some that stood out. Greg Farshey wrote Bionicle, and you guys know he is the Bionicle master. I mean, he wrote all of it. I mean, from what I understand, he had to develop the characters, decide everything about their names, colors, personalities. And so my job was to sort of take what he did and figure out a way to make it look cool. I do feel like I was able to add a lot to it, but undeniably, the best way that I can describe our relationship is that, You know, maybe I'm the quarterback, but he's calling the play. I'm only doing what he's telling me to do. I'm trying to figure out a way to make it work, but he's giving me all the bones and pieces and saying, okay, here's the starting point, turn it loose and draw it and make it work as best you can. And there were a few times when I didn't do much to deviate from what he was doing, certainly not how he had paced the panels. When I got a script from him, most of the pacing was worked out. However, I was given the freedom to change things as I saw fit. And one of the ones that by I say change things as I saw fit, I couldn't change what happened, but I could change the pace in which it happened. I could change where the focus was. You know, if somebody had just been punched out or hit and was knocked unconscious or something, and you know, a Toa had beaten a Piraka, the next panel might have the Toa say something very heroic, and I got to decide how those two things interacted. And so I could have it to where I show this person get hurt, and then the next panel I show the Toa, or for the next scene I could show the person still being hurt and sort of rubbing their wounds, and the Toa's words coming off the panel. You know, I got to decide which had the most impact. And so the thing I think about that I remember that I liked a lot was when Axon first shows up. Axon's my favorite of the Bionicles. I've not had a secret about that. But he shows up and he sort of knocks around two of the Piraka. And there's a time he introduces himself and he holds the axe up above his head. Initially, in the script, I think he's fighting them. And he talks about how he is the defender of the Mask of Life. And there was nothing wrong with that whatsoever, but I thought it was such a good moment that he would announce himself, and I wanted him to have a bigger beat. So I include the scene, it's not in the script, where he's basically vanquished everybody and then he holds his axe up and makes the declaration of his purpose as a character. So I gave him that extra beat, and it steered, I didn't change what happened, but I steered the focal point away from the Piraka onto Axon. And they let me have that kind of freedom, and that was really, really cool. So that's the sort of thing I got to do as far as moving things around. Samuel asks, can you tell us the story of the concepts, the Vizon and Fenrek? I think that's the question that someone wanted us to ask earlier. They said it was a funny story. Yeah, it is, and I knew I was going to tell this story. So this is one of my favorite stories, and I feel bad if you guys have already heard the story. You can see the smile on my face. It's a good story. So I don't remember, I think it's issue 5 that has the introduction of Vizon and Fenrek. What happened was when I worked on the toy line, Lego, we would talk on the phone sometimes, not that often. Most of my conversation with DC and Logo was in the beginning of the project when we're sort of finding out what our working relationship is going to be. And I remember very early on they said, do you want to have the Lego toys? I was going to need to have them to draw them. They had to give them to me. And so when I worked on the Lego Bionicle toy line, I got every Bionicle toy for free. That was a nice perk. But they asked me, do you want them built or do you want to have them unbuilt? And initially I said, well, maybe I should build them because I'll know them more intimately. But then I realized if I build them the wrong way, then I draw them the wrong way, and we can't have that. And so Lego quickly agreed, and they said, yeah, we'll send them to you built. So I would get a script of the characters, a script basically telling everything that's going to happen, and then I might get the box of the new toys, and there would be a color code or a little legend telling me who's who. You know, I would get 6 Piraka, and it would have to say that the green one is what's his name? Vizok. Is it Vizok? No, he's I've forgotten them. Who's the green one? I can't remember. Anyway, I'm going to go on with the story. So I would get the characters and I would line them up and say, read the script and say, okay, I make sure I have the right toy. I would put a little, tie a little string around them with a piece of paper to make sure they were labeled really well. I didn't want to accidentally draw the wrong one, which I did twice. We caught them and I think we got most of the errors fixed. But what would happen is I'd get these toys and I would get the script and I would pull out and make sure I would line everything up, but I get a script and it has Vizon and Fenrek, and I've not received Vizon and Fenrek toys. They haven't arrived, and so I'm talking with Toby Duckowitz, I think was the art director at Lego at the time, and I was talking to my editor, Jay Gardner, and I say, hey, I can't draw this thing. I don't have the toy. And there's such a chain that everything has to go through. I had to talk to DC. DC had to talk to Lego. And then Lego had to talk to Denmark. You know, where's the toy? What's it going to look like? And we're running up close to the deadline. And so we work out the solution that draw around the characters. Don't, you know, if I have somebody talking to Vizon and Fenrek, you know, draw Brutaka and leave space to go and add Vizon and Fenrek in later, which is not a bad solution. But the problem is, if you've played with the Lego Bionicles, they have different sizes, different scales. Some of them aren't all humanoid in construction. And so I had no idea what they were going to look like. So we're up against this incredible deadline. And I've got maybe a day or two to get them done. And I've stayed up all night. I've got everything done. And I've got maybe, it's very short. It's like 48 hours that we have to get the thing done to get it printed on time. And I get a call, and I think it's my editor, though it might have been someone from Lego. And they're being very serious. And they said, okay, we're going to get you Vizon and Fenrek. Here's what's going on. There's one Vizon and Fenrek in the world. They've only made one. It's the master. It's the prototype. They are FedExing it from Denmark to me to where I live. It's not going to Lego USA. They're going to cut everybody out. It's not going to DC Comics. It's going directly to me. And I had to go to the airport to pick it up. And before I could do that, I had to sign all these agreements that I wouldn't let anybody see it. I wouldn't talk about it. I wouldn't reveal what it looked like. In fact, I even asked, I talked to, I guess it must have been Lego USA, because I said, well, what's it look like? And they just told me point blank, they don't know. They have no idea. So, but they told me where to go to the airport. I have to drive out there, have to sign for it, bring my ID. So I get this box, and I got to race home and draw it. Don't even know what it looks like. So I've been up all night, and I decided I'm going to give myself a little break. So I stop at this this restaurant that serves really wonderful brunch, nice fresh squeezed orange juice. And I just said, you know what? I'm going to treat myself. I'm going to take an hour out. I'm going to have this breakfast. And while I'm there, there's this table not too far from me, and there are 4 people sitting there. There are 2 mothers and 2 children, and the children look like they're about 8 and 10 years old. And the food is done, and the two adults are talking, and these kids are bored out of their mind. They just want to go home or play or do something, but they have to sit still at the table. And I looked over, and there's the box. This isn't the box, but I was going to use this to put my camera on in a moment. There's a box with Vizon and Fenrek in it, and I thought, oh, what? Maybe these kids might like to see it. So I put the box on the table. I don't look at them. I don't talk to them. I don't say anything, but I can sort of see how bored they are. And I put it on the table, and I happen to have a little box cutter, or the knife or whatever, the jelly knife, and I cut it open, and I open the box. And there it is, very carefully packed. There's Vizon and Fenrek sitting in there, and I don't know how they kept it together. They packed it incredibly well. They're standing on top of each other as they're supposed to be. I don't have to build it. I don't have to do anything. So I open it up, and I see the cloth cape, which was terribly cool. And it is evident immediately that this might be the coolest of all the Bionicles. And I pull the whole thing up and put it on the table, and it just sort of set it there, and it's standing there in all its glory. And I'm trying not to look at the 2 kids, but my eyes are going over, hoping they'll see it. And one of them sees it and turns on, like just wakes up, and he's like, hey, look. And they're both checking it out and preening, and I'm trying to act like I'm just posing it and doing everything. They're not supposed to see this at all. Lego, I promise you, no one had a cell phone camera. This thing was not going to leak. I was just trying to be nice to 2 little kids. I know I technically broke the rules, but it wasn't that bad. And so what happened was they got a chance to look at it. They didn't get within 10 feet of it, but they got to see it just for a second. And I picked it up, and I put it right back in the box, and I said to them, it's not even in the stores yet. And I put it in, and I boxed it up and put it away, and my food came, and I ate, and that was it. And I laugh because I know those kids, I could tell they knew what a Bionicle was. They knew they'd never seen it. They knew it was brand new. And when I told them it's not even in the stores yet, I know they heard me, but I don't know if they believe me, because in my head, I'm hoping they said, Mom, you got to take me to the store. I got to get that. And they weren't going to find it, because it didn't come out for about 4 or 5 months. And I can only think that they went to school telling their kids, yes, I'm telling you, there's this thing. It's this giant spider. It exists. And they said, no, it doesn't. And then it finally came out. I remember being 10 years old. I remember these conversations. I remember what it was like. And it was awfully fun for me to play along. So it was one of my favorite moments of doing the book. I ate the breakfast. I went back home. I stayed up. It was certainly like a 24-hour, 30-hour period where I just got the pages done, and we just got under the deadline and the book came out. It was really great. Let's see. What are some other good questions here? Can you tell us the story of Concepts? Okay, I just read that one. Let's see. Also, chat would like to inform you that it was Umbra you were referring to. Yeah, Umbra, yes, you're exactly right. I feel so bad I can't remember all these names, but they are coming back to me. Gustavo, how are you? It's so nice to see you. We haven't talked in so terribly long. I hope you're doing well. Oh, so you're going back and forth between the Adams family. Well, that makes sense. Gustavo was referring to Neil Adams, an artist that he and I both admire, who unfortunately passed away here recently. Let's see. Comment from Twitch. Everybody loved the Vitruvian Man panel. It's one of my favorites too. Main complaints were, from what I heard, the Mask of Life's design itself being fairly simple, but I find it cute. Laugh out loud. That is reasonable. I heard a lot of people hated the Vitruvian Man panel. For those who don't know, this is when Motoro puts on the Mask of Life, and I was reading the script, and he was supposed to have, for those who don't know, he was supposed to have this sort of mind-expanding experience, and I thought, you know, the Bionicles are living, but they look so robotic, and I wanted them to be more living if you put on the Mask of Life, and so I thought about the Da Vinci drawing, where Leonardo da Vinci draws a man kind of like a machine. He sort of dissects the function of it, and I thought it'd be really cool to draw Motoro in the same pose. It would be kind of like if Da Vinci says man can be represented more like a machine, then I can say machines represented more like a man. It was very stiff, but that's how Da Vinci made it, so that's how I made it. And I know that there were some fans who didn't catch the reference, and frankly, if you're 6 years old, I don't know why you would. This was me being really high-minded. Some people got it, some people didn't, some people loved it, some people hated it. But it did what I always say is a mark of good art. It made everybody have a response. People remember it. It struck a chord, and that's what I was looking for. Yes, Zactan is the leader, the green Piraka, so thanks for that. Thanks for the editor work there, Steve. Anyway, but that was the sort of thing about working on Bionicle. They were cool enough to let me put stuff like that in there. I can't speak for the sensation and interaction that Gallagher did. The other artists who worked on this, I'm trying to remember who were there were two. Lee Gallagher and... Is it Lee Gallagher? I keep wanting to say Lee Brackett, but that's the person who wrote The Empire Strikes Back. There were some artists who came before me, and I just don't think there's any way they had quite the freedom that I did. I've said several times, I am both the most loved Bionicle artist and the most hated Bionicle artist. But I'm proud of that title, because what I didn't want to be was the guy in the middle that was just kind of, he's okay. I think it's far better to try to make really exciting work that some people really love, even if some people don't get it. Yeah. Bizak is the blue one, okay. Yeah, Sedenbach, you had heard the story. It's a good one. Let's see if I got some other good comments. I'm scrolling through here. Let's see. Have you had to fend off assassins Lego sends to take you out of breaking your NDA? Not yet. And I don't know. You know, there were some things that I haven't talked about that I just felt like I shouldn't. You know, there were... Bionicle was so big. That was the thing that I had a hard time sort of wrapping my mind around. They told me that it was translated to something like 9 total languages and had a worldwide circulation of around, 31.5 million. I remember they told me that one time, and it just blew my brain. I received fan letters from people who I don't know if they knew any English at all. I remember I would occasionally get an email from someone from China. And typically if I get an email from China, it's spam. But not when I was working on Bionicle. There were people who read this who really liked it, and that was really, really exciting. I know that there were a few things that Lego talked about maybe doing at one time. There was talk that they were going to fly me out to Denmark and I was going to meet the creators, and that ended up not happening. I didn't know that my face was going to run in issue 0, where they announced me as the new artist. They had me take several photos. I thought they were for the web the website or something. I didn't know that was going to be in paper. So I was very fortunate to get to be a part of this. I was also very fortunate that they gave me so much freedom. I knew while I was working on Bionicle that it was going to be important. And I remembered being a fan of the Micronauts, which was a toy line that was somewhat similar to to Bionicle. They were interchangeable robotic kind of toys. And when I got the Bionicle job, I was an adult, but I remembered what it was like to be a kid playing with something that was somewhat similar to this. And to me, that felt like I had a responsibility. You only get to be a kid once. And I knew there was a gentleman named Michael Golden who drew the Bionicle comic book when I was little. And it occurred to me that the way I looked at him was how kids were going to look at me. And so I tracked him down at a comic book convention when I got the Bionicle job. And it was like, help me, Obi-Wan, teach me the ways of the Force. And I asked him about what it meant to draw Micronauts and what the responsibility was and what that would mean for the rest of my life. And he gave me some great advice. And he said, you need to learn to figure out a way to love this. Not like it, love it. Because it's going to be a part of your life the rest of the way. And I really thought that was great advice, so I tried to internalize that. And so honestly, when I get asked to be on something like this, if I can say yes, I do. Because I know what it's like to be a fan. And I know that you guys have got questions, and I'm the only guy who can have the answers sometimes. And if I don't remember, it means it's lost to history. So let's get some of this recorded. Let's get some of these stories out while they're still relatively fresh in my mind. Let's see, what are some other good comments here if I've overlooked some. Let's see. You made a lot of custom mask designs in your comics for Bionicle that have cemented themselves in the Bionicle canon. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Did Lego give you a lot of freedom making these background characters? Yeah, they did. More than I thought. So I remember there was one time there was a mask on one of them, and it wasn't intentional, but I get it. There was one that just sort of looked a little too much like Batman. And it really didn't look that much like Batman, but he had posts that came up off of his ears, and he did have like an angular design on his chest. And they said, you should change that. And the funny thing is, when I was designing them, how can I put this? A lot of the Legos have a lot of this, a lot of the Bionicles have a lot of the same pieces that get used over and over. And very often it's the head, particularly on a small Toa, that's different. And so, but they still have a lot of common shapes. Like a lot of them have circular mouths, or they have eyes that are rectangles or triangles. And so becomes this rhythm when you design these, that you think about what are some of the proportions and shapes they might have. And then if you want someone to really sort of feel different, you can just have one or two pieces on the head really stand out, or be really pronounced, or be of a different rhythm. And so these two posts that come out and point off of his head, which were like Batman, were something that the other Bionicles didn't have. So that was a way I could make one that looked different. But in that case, it looked like something else, and we had to alter it. I think it's one of the things that sort of I shouldn't overlook when I talk about drawing the Bionicles. I did it for 2 years. I wasn't given a huge number of characters to draw, but there were some. You got 6 Toas, you got 6 Piraka, you got the Matoran. There were some special size figures like these guys, Axon and Fenrak, or Axon and Brutaka. And so when you have them all in front of you, and you realize there are a couple pieces that are reused, and they have some certain rhythm to what they look like, when you internalize that and you're asked to make one up, if you do it right, you can make one up that looks like it should belong. And I'll bet you guys have pored over these other characters that I've created, and some of you say, yeah, that one looks great, and others you say, yeah, that one looks really weird. And that's the thing that I'm guilty of, where I say I want some to look like they fit really well, and then some, if they're a little bit odd, that means they have more character. It means you can do more with it. I know a few people have tried to make custom masks and make the characters the ones I created, and I will tell you, that is incredibly flattering. A couple people have brought me some of these to show at comic book conventions, and it means a lot. It's really, really nice. Let's see. Let's see. Steve says, to clarify, I put a pause on the questions for a bit to help you get established on the art at your pace. If you want more questions, please ask. Oh yeah, we're doing well. Carlos Deanna and Randy Elliott, and I believe Lee was after me. Okay, Steve, this is awesome. Steve, you're helping a ton here. Let's see, Mr. Sayger, do you see the past Lego Ideas entry by Sakota? The Legends of the Bionicle. One of the Tabulous is a terrific tribute to the full-page drawing you did of Motoro's sacrifice with the faces of the past selves behind him. I did not see that. If you want to send me a link to that or write me an email, I would love that. Yeah, if you go to stuartsayger.com, here's the address behind me here, and it's also in the corner on my screen. There's a contact button, and I would love to see that. Send that to me. That'd be really, really cool. Let's see. Can you follow with photos? Oh, it looks like I'm getting some photos sent to me here. Okay, cool. So I can check this out. Hi, Sarah. How are you? I'm going to see Sarah next week in Seattle. If you guys make it to Seattle and you want to talk to me in person, I'll be at the Emerald City Comic Con. That'll be great. How would you guys like to see some cool stuff from the archives? I'm telling stories. We're going to get to the drawing here soon. Let me pull out some stuff. I always have stuff that I pull out just a little each time I do this so I can tease you guys with some stuff. So how about this? Here is from, I think I've already shown this, so we'll start with this because this isn't as exciting as some other things. I have here, which Bionicle is this? This is the Rakshi. If you guys remember this, this is the brown one. This is the very first Bionicle I ever drew. This is the one that Lego and DC sent me. This is the very first test piece I made. In fact, if I remember right, this is one they didn't even ask for. Let's see how this appears on my screen here. I have to jump around a little bit. That looks pretty good. Let's do that. So this, they sent me that toy, and I think this is the very first one I ever made. And if I recall, I made this without them even asking for it. This is how I got used to the characters, how I figured out I was going to approach them. You know, how loose could I get? How painterly could I get? How defined were the background's going to be? This is it. This is the first one. And I wish I had a date on this, but one of the things that's fascinating about this is if you look closely at the artboard, it has information printed on it, and it says DC Comics and such. By contract, I had to draw all of the Bionicle art on DC paper. I couldn't use my own. And one of the things that's interesting about it is here is a page from issue 5, number 2, and it's also on DC paper, but I drew it on the back. And the reason for that is the DC paper has blue lines on it, as you can see here. But because I drew in grayscale, sometimes it was hard to scan this art and not have the blue lines go away. So what I did was I would always draw on the back of the DC board. So this is the DC board, if you can see it, and I drew on the back. This is Bionicle 5, page 2. And it looks here, I tried to really, because I said I took the stuff seriously, I tried to make notes on all this. You can see I wrote on there, I penciled it on September 10th, 2006. And this is what's really cool. I made a point of Xeroxing the pencils before I inked it. So these are how I made these pages. You can also see I actually drew edge to edge. I drew a little bit larger than I was supposed to, and I had to do some digital work to resize these. But because I really wanted to draw the pages larger so that I could get more detail in, but by contract it had to be on DC board. So that was a way I could draw it as big as I possibly could and then digitally shrink it a little. But you can compare and contrast. A lot of the lighting is already solved here. And then it gets a little bit more thoroughly established here in the inks. But then every once in a while I change some things. So look at this top panel here. You can see how the figures are represented. Clearly at some point I changed my mind completely and redid it here. So this is a snapshot of production, almost like a little artifact. I will show you this. I don't know if I've shown this before. This is a layout I did for the cover of Bionicle number 5, which introduces Vizon and Fenrak. This is dated September 29th, 2006. And this tells me that this would have been right about the time that Vizon and Fenrak came in the mail, and I was up against my deadline. This must have been a piece that I made the day after I came home from having breakfast and showing the kids the toys. This was a layout. This is one that I proposed for the cover. Because the character was new, I wanted him mostly in shadow with a little bit of grazing light to reveal the two. I didn't want to give too much away. This was not used, but I think it's a really interesting concept. So I should pull back a little bit. I hope you can see it all there. But I don't think anyone's ever shown that. I don't think it's ever been published. So you tune in, you get to see the cool bonus stuff. How's that? I'm going back. Do we have any good comments here for this stuff? Let's see. Let's go back to the questions here. Let's see. Do you have any drawings? Let's see. Glatorian. I don't think I have any drawings of him, but Thomas, if you write me an email, we might be able to work out a way where I can see you at a convention, talk about getting a commission, because these things are fun to draw. And there have been a couple that I've drawn for people that were either after or before I worked on the set. I've tried to get scans of most all of them. A couple of these, it's painted, but I don't have the originals of them anymore. They're out there in the world. Let's see. Missed you at E2 last week. I was hoping to be there. Hey, you got more chances. I don't live too far from Chicago, so we'll be able to do that again. Let's see, what else do I have to show? I will show you this. This is pretty cool. This is a little off subject, but I think you'll be amused by this. So these days, here's some of the comic books I've worked on more recently. I got to do some variant covers for the Transformers, which while they're not Bionicle, you can see echoes of how I drew the Bionicles coming through and how I made these Transformers covers. I know a lot of people are interested in one or interested in the other, and I honestly think that it was because of the work I did in Bionicle that the comic shop I teamed up with to make these Transformers comics thought I would be a good fit for Transformers. It's interesting, these toys aren't too dissimilar, and I really feel like I learned a lot drawing Bionicle that made it easier to draw Transformers. As you see behind me are some of my pop-up banners. Recently, I did some Joker covers for DC Comics. These are some of the things I've done. Of late, right now, a series I'm working on is this one here, which is Army of Darkness versus the Reanimator. And what's kind of cool about this book is this is Ash Williams, Bruce Campbell, the actor here. I drew a cover for one of the issues. I think it's issue 3 or 4, which is coming out really soon. And I got to do a lot of machinery for it. So this is the original art. If I could have drawn Bionicle this big, I probably would have. I wasn't allowed to by contract. But if you look at this, you can see I had to draw a lot of machinery in here, and a lot of it is really dark and dramatic. And so a lot of the techniques that were used on this cover were really kind of developed and polished when I was doing Lego Bionicle. Because Lego Bionicle was my first big comic book series, you know, I was cutting my teeth. I was learning who I was as an artist on those. Let's see, somebody write, are those Transformers comics by Jamie Roberts? Let's see, is he the writer? It's written by somebody named Furman, and the other creators are Goody and Bove, so that's probably the penciler and inker. What's cool about these, though, too, is they connect. Yeah. Again, when I have enough time and I've got a good idea, I try to put it all together. I will tell you this, also it relates to Bionicle and me having this journey of being a guy who got to draw comics for a generation of toy lovers. I was fortunate enough that I grew up with Micronauts. That's what I was a fan of. I told that story earlier. I got to draw a Micronauts cover. So for you guys who are Bionicle fans who grew up drawing Bionicle as a kid, if Bionicle ever returns, hopefully one of you gets to draw Bionicle, just like I grew up with Micronauts and got to draw my Micronauts as an adult. That was a good feeling. Let's see. What else do we have here? Let's see. What I also found interesting is I was watching DC event where they did interview with someone. I saw one of your Hal Jordan prints on the wall. Yeah, you did. That was the guy from Friday Night Lights. That was Scott Porter. So I used to see Scott Porter at comic book conventions from time to time. He would do signings for Friday Night Lights, and I was doing, I guess probably Bionicle about the time. But after the show was over, I remember we hung out a few times. I played foosball with him, and he was a fan of Green Lantern that I had drawn, and he wanted his own Green Lantern and Green Arrow, so I drew those for him. It is a small world. Let's see. Who else we got here? If you like, listen, by the way, if you're like those Transformers comics, they're available on my website, as well are some signed Bionicle comics as well. Anyway, what else do I have that I can show you that would be fun? I will say this. This, again, isn't exactly related to Bionicle, but it's close, and I think you'll get a kick out of it, because I was drawing so much metal, so much machinery and such on the Bionicles that, as I said, it's sort of, I learned how I wanted to draw those materials. So recently I did a bunch of Dr. Dooms, and these aren't Bionicles, but a lot of the techniques had to be used. Check out the lighting on these pieces. Sometimes I get in a mood where I will draw the same subject several times and try different techniques. It's if you use the same subject again and again and again, it sort of serves as a baseline. But I saved these because they really reminded me from when I was having to draw those dark, dramatic Bionicles. So I hope you enjoyed looking at those. This is what it means to be a comic book artist. You know, the Bionicle job was one that I completed a few years or several years ago now, but there are echoes of it, and it helped contribute to who I am now. Reminds me, yes, I did the lighting piece. So here's the bad news, you guys. I have to tell you, I couldn't find my Brutaka. I told everybody I was going to draw Brutaka tonight, and I can't find my Brutaka, and it's driving me crazy. So I don't have the Brutaka model to draw tonight, so I may end up having to do another Axon. I promise you I will draw Brutaka in the future. If I draw Axon tonight, I'm telling you it's going to look good. I just can't draw the Brutaka because I just couldn't put my hands on it. I moved not too long ago, and I saved all this stuff, but I boxed it up. So please forgive me for that. Anyway, I do have another camera here. We're going to set it up, and we're going to have a different approach for how I draw. So we're going to have a camera that's going to be able to project downwards, and you're going to be able to see my actual drawing surface and not so much my face, if I can do this correctly. In the meantime, do I have any other questions that I can ask, or I answer, that you have to ask? Please dig in and ask. I want this to be fun and entertaining, and I'm really, like I said, I'm really flattered you guys want me to come on and talk about this. I really hope that as with always, I hope that Lego will bring back more Bionicles. I would love to draw them again for Lego or for anybody if somebody has the rights to the toy line. I know that Paper Cuts made some Bionicle comics after DC did, so there can be more. Oh, I wanted to show you this. This is one of the things that's really, really cool about my personal Bionicle experience. As I told you, I would occasionally get letters from fans. What I didn't expect was when I went to comic book conventions, sometimes I would meet young fans. So I had mentioned that Axon was my favorite Bionicle. So I had a fan, Logan, made this for me, and he was very little, but this is a lanyard, and he made what he called an Axon necklace, and he gave this to me. I'm telling you guys, this is really, really cool, because Logan was very little. It was evident that he'd worked very, very hard on this, and it means a lot to me. I keep this stuff. So Logan, if you're watching, I want you to know all these years later, I still have it, and I love it. So thank you. Let's see. I kept everything as far as, do I still have the Vizon and Fenrek prototype? I kept everything that I possibly could. There were some things that I wasn't able to keep, but I kept absolutely as much as possible because, honestly, I knew people were going to care, and it meant a lot to me as well. It was a job that I liked, and I was really excited when I got it, and I told myself it won't last for forever. you know, I knew there would be a time that I was either drawing something else, and that's why I wanted to keep all of it. Let's see, somebody should give me a life-size Axon mask. I would love that. Somebody, I have a photo of it. Somebody came to me at San Diego this last year. I need to post it on my Facebook page. I'll do it. Somebody came to my table at San Diego and they had built a life-size Piraka mask, and I got a photo of myself holding it. So I'll post that on Facebook in the next day or so, and I'll put it on Instagram too. Let's see. Question, what advice tip would you have aspiring artists specifically for drawing Bionicle? All right, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because this is the sort of thing I can talk about way too much. But depending on your age and your skill set, I would always say to really get good at drawing, it's really important that you make sure it stays fun and interesting for you. You need it to stay a challenge, but you need it to stay fun. I know a lot of people who, I know one guy who got really good at baseball and played it all the time and was very close to being able to play professional baseball. In fact, he tried out for a triple league team, and they said that what he really needed to do was lift weights and do specific exercises that would make his running faster. And I could tell like that was work he didn't want to do. He was more than happy to go out there and bat all day and run and field and do whatever, but go to the gym and do very specific stretching and weightlifting, that's not fun. And he wasn't willing to do that. And so I think you should ask yourself, you know, how much are you willing to do that isn't necessarily fun but will make you better? And don't pollute, don't turn it into work so much that it's not fun anymore. I always say draw things you're not good at drawing. You know, if you really want to draw Batman and get better at drawing Batman, yeah, you work on drawing Batman, but you need to be a well-rounded artist. If you want to draw superhero comics or Bionicles, and you want to do so professionally, like at a really high level, high skill set, the best thing you can do is draw a horse, draw trees, work in different art styles, and really build up all of your skills. When you come back to drawing a Bionicle or drawing Batman, having those wider skill sets will be there for you to draw from, and it'll make all of your pieces better. That's the obvious answer, but more specifically, I would say, you know, if you want to draw the Bionicles or draw Batman or draw anything better, before you put pencil to paper, figure out what it is what you want to say about it. And I really mean that. Not necessarily in terms of a story, but what is the thing to you? So before I drew the Bionicles, period, I sort of sat down and I tried to connect them emotionally. What were they going to be? And the thing that was my barrier was that I'm, for the most part, never considered myself someone who's really interested in robotics. Okay, I was always drawn to people, living characters. You know, I needed to figure out a way for these things to be as lifelike to me as possible and get past the fact that they were hard surfaces. I'm not saying they're not cool. I'm not saying there's not a lot to work with, but my starting point from what I was interested in was a bigger distance from the Bionicles than, say, it would be from like Batman. Okay, so my way to connect with them was how to figure out how to make them most living, most lifelike, most engaging in ways that I was interested in them. And so I said, well, then what are the things that make a human being a different living different living entity than, say, a robot? And I thought, well, people can, you know, get injured. They can break their arms. And if you break your arm, you have to set a cast, and it can heal, but there's a consequence. And so I started thinking that if the Bionicles fought, maybe they could get bent. You know, they could actually have things break, but they could get put back together. And if they fight outside, they could get wet and dirty and muddy, anything to sort of keep them from living in this little, you know, manufactured vacuum. And then I could do things like, and I asked Lego if this was okay, and they let me do it, and I was so excited. I wanted them to be able to move and have body language that mirrored what humans would do, because when we communicate with each other, we get so much from our body language. As you can see, I talk with my hands all the time. Bionicles, very few of them have hands. Axon does, but he's one of the very, very few. Well, that means that getting these characters to emote and communicate attitude was harder to do, because I couldn't, you know, there's a difference between me drawing a panel and there's a difference between drawing a panel of me saying, aha, and saying, aha, and I couldn't have the Bionicles do that with their hands, so I had to figure out more ways to bring them to life. And so I asked Lego, can I bend them a little bit? You know, if somebody's fighting and somebody's stalking somebody, I wanted them to be able to crouch down a little bit more like a tiger. So I would make their spines bend more like our spines bend. You look at the cover of Lego Bionicle #1. That Piraka's back is bending in a way that the toy just won't bend. And in fact, the spines that come off the back of his head, I drew them so they actually duck behind his back arm in a way that the toy won't do that. But I did that because we get more visual information about the attitude of the character from his arm than we do from his spikes. Why? Because we're used to reading body languages of people who have arms. We don't have spikes. So there were little sheets like that. How much information can we communicate? How much can I bring them to life was really important to me. Let's see. How do I work on drawing hands? Asking for a friend. Zane, I'm going to answer that, but you should turn in on another live feed and we can talk about drawing hands because I do it all day long. By the way, thanks for these thumbs up. I'm seeing your responses and it means a lot to me. We'll talk about hands later because first of all, the Bionicles just about don't have hands. Though I will tell you, there was one issue, and I remember talking to Farshti about this, where I think it's Hakan, and I don't remember who the other Piraka he's with, but the text says that one of them uses his powers and sort of moves these rocks, and they're elevated out of the ground like a hand lifts them up. It's just kind of like that. And I said, well, what's his hand going to look like? Because near as I can tell, there aren't any hands in the Bionicle universe. You know, and I really found this to be a really troubling point because I said, if I draw it as a human hand, that communicates that these Bionicles have seen a human hand, or at least they've imagined it. I mean, that puts their world somehow in our world in a way that I don't think we've ever had before. And I actually found that really kind of troubling. I just kind of felt like we shouldn't do that. And I asked him, you know, do you want me to draw a sort of robotic hand? And I think if my memory serves correctly, and I might have it wrong, I think the attitude I was given was just draw a human hand because the kids will know how to read it. By read it, I mean understand what it is. And that never really sat right with me exactly. But here's the thing. I am hired to draw the thing. I am brought along for my ideas and how I think the thing will work best. But I am not the boss. You know, very often I would say, hey, I think this should be done this way. Like I said, I moved the panel with Axon. And when I suggest things like that, very often they say, yeah, that's a great idea. Go ahead and do it. But not every time. And that was an instance where I kind of felt like, you know, maybe instead of a hand, we should have a plateau. You can just have rocks come up. It could be, or it could be like, a geyser, and they could be on a slab of rock, and the geyser is blowing and it's holding them up. That's the sort of thing we've already seen in the Bionicle universe. That wouldn't be adding a new element. But the Lego people didn't feel that way. They thought that it was important for the hand to read as a hand, and if the physiognomy was more like a human hand, it didn't matter. And I just said, cool, you guys are the bosses. I'm here to make the comic you want and to make it the best the best way I know how to. I've suggested my idea. You listened to me. We discussed it, and a decision was made. And so I drew it the way they wanted it. A question I forgot to paste here, but I'll re-ask. What was it like working alongside Greg? So I didn't work with Greg alongside that much. Greg did his scripts. Everything was very big and there were a lot of people involved. The way I understood things work, Greg wrote his scripts, and they may have been given to Toby Dutkowitz, who was, I think, a creative director at Lego, and I think he gave them to the people at DC, who then gave them to me. And I was technically hired by DC Comic Books. I worked for them. DC worked for Lego. That's how the comic book was made. So if Lego wanted something done, they didn't talk directly to me. They communicated to DC, and DC brought it to me. And so only very rarely did I have much direct interaction with Greg Farshti. There were times where we would have like a 6 or 7 person conference call where Lego was involved, DC was involved, I was involved, and we worked some things out. We got all of our heads together. But for the most part, he was he had a vision, and he would create the vision, and then it would come to me. And if I saw something I thought was odd, I could usually, or wanted to change something, not odd, but maybe I didn't understand it, I would write Lego, they would communicate to DC, and I'd get an answer, and we would just move on from there. Only when it was really convoluted was it necessary to bring everybody in. Now, I say that, but then I was very fortunate because 2 years in a row at the San Diego Comic-Con, Lego had a big booth there, and I got to interact with Greg in person. In fact, the first year I was there, they took the poster that I made of Hakan, and they made a giant, like 2-story statue of him. And there's a photo of me leaning against the statue based on my drawing of Hakan, which is really, really cool. But they'd arranged it where Greg and I did signings on Saturday. And there are just a few photos of it where he and I are side by side. And we did get to talk a little bit, and so what are we doing for the next issue? Or, how's the story coming along? Hey, what did you think of how I drew, Piraka or something? He was very supportive. And I actually felt that he had a harder job than I did. I was given a lot of freedom. He decided what it was I had to draw, but, he had several years of Lego history, Bionicle history, that he had to stay true to, and I didn't. He had to figure out what the Legos were going to do. I had to sort of visualize it and come out with a dynamic way to do it. And while I did get to invent some background characters, things like that, I really felt he had a lot more to keep track of. I always kind of felt like my job was to take what he had envisioned and already had going on, and my job was to make it look cool. He was nice to me. We got along well. But it was pretty evident that he had a lot more to worry about than I did. No, Ailey is not here today. Ailey has her own job and she's working. So anyway, I'm going to... wait a minute. To be fair, they did have human hands in the movies to make them more expressive, though apparently that was a controversial decision internally too. But it had a lot of fans like it. I always wish the Bionicles had a little bit more hands. I mean, I like the tools. For those who know me, my favorite things to draw are heads and hands because you can really get expressive with them. But I learned a lot about how to communicate mood and attitude through Bionicle because I didn't have the hands to lean on. I had to find other ways to have them be expressive. So, let's see. How about this? I think it's about time I do some drawing. What do you guys say? So you're going to love this. I hope you do. This is what's fun. I said by contract I had to draw the Lego Bionicles on DC paper. And I have some of their paper left over. So to make this as authentic as I can, this is an unused page of the DC paper from 15, 16, 17 years ago. And just like I did then, I'm going to do now, I'm going to draw on the back. Now, here's what's interesting. It's really good paper, but it's different paper than I work on now. So it's got more texture. And in fact, in some ways, because it has more texture, it means the drawing is going to look a little bit different than what I normally do these days. So I'm setting up my camera here so I can get high enough that we can get a good view. And I'm going to try to draw like that. And I'm going to change my screen setting, and I want you guys to tell me whether or not this works, okay? So it may take me a second to get this set up. How's that? Let's see what we can do here. I'm going to try to add something here just for fun. I've never really done this. Let's see. Video capture device. Ready? I hope you guys dig on this. I'm trying to do something I've never done before. Look at that. I think I'm going to be able to have my head up here so you can see me here too. Put that over there. Bring that down there. That's not bad. You guys will be able to see me a little bit while I draw. High tech, isn't it? Lock the preview. Okay, so now I'm going back to my view here. Let's see. Like you knew what you were doing. Yeah, thank you so much. I like that. I'm going back to Facebook right now and reading some of the comments that I've missed. So if I'm blabbering for just a moment, please apologize. Or I apologize. Please accept my apology. Let's see, a question I forgot to paste here. Okay, what was like working with Greg? I did that. To be fair, they have a lot of human. Yes, I read that. Let's see. Sarah, he told me how you want to start and how... He told me to know how you want to start and know how you want to end and let it flow. He didn't like those charts we all learned in school because it limits what you can write. Oh, Sarah, you talked with Greg Farshi. That makes sense. I understand your comment now. I had some interaction with Greg not too long ago. I really want to sit down and sort of reflect with him and sort of say, hey, let's talk about what it made to crank this thing out. You know, he was full-time at Lego. He was working on Bionicle things that weren't comics. So he had a lot to do. I got to focus on this one job. All right, so we're going to do an axon here. You're going to see all the techniques. I'm going to change my lighting. It's going to get really, really bright here. Let's see if it's too bright. It's kind of bright. Let's see if that'll work. Maybe this will be better. I don't want to glare on the camera, but I want a lot of light on my drawing surface. We'll try this. It's not ideal, but bear with me. Thanks for your patience. I'm trying to give you something custom that you like. So let's see. I think last time I drew Axon, I did sort of a 3/4 view. So how about sort of a good straight-on view? And I might cheat because, like, I'm going to have Axon kind of running towards us. His head won't move forward quite as much as I'd like it to. So I'm going to go ahead and draw it right out of the gate in a position that it otherwise normally couldn't really do. But oh man, this paper is so rough too. So this is a thing when you work on comics. Typically, comics are drawn on either smooth paper or vellum. Vellum means it has sort of a pebbled finish, and it's actually a reference to back when people used to draw on animal skin before there was paper. I'm talking hundreds of years ago. Let's see, there's an eraser. I'm going to start off doing this thing. This is how I think I make my best pieces. Because Axon is more or less humanoid in proportions and figures, I'm going to start off with sort of a pose of a human that I would like, and I'm going to turn it into Axon after the fact. So this is his axe, and I like to work pretty quick and loose. I hope there's not... Yeah, you guys can see some of my work here. I didn't want it to be so so light that you can't make anything out. He's got his fin. Oh, here's what's great about drawing the Bionicles. So if I'm working on just the head, I can take it off. Isn't that nice? Let's make it bigger because his head is so cool. And it's not quite a spear, but it's close. He's got that big fin. Now, I usually start off pretty loose and light like this. I'll tighten this up as we move along. Also, I'm happy to talk while I do this, but I probably can't check the questions as often as I'd like. So I know sometimes artists are just quiet and they keep their head down and draw. That's boring. That's like watching paint dry. You want me to still be able to talk and answer questions. So don't feel as though you can't ask. Okay, so there's a good start of his head. And see how it's pretty loose? Honestly, this is about all the further I go. I will come in with ink before too terribly long, and I'll tighten a lot of the rest of this up in the ink stage. Let's see, he's got an arm that comes forward here. Now I'm already cheating on the physiognomy, so I'm going to draw Axon's arm so it's coming forward, and it can't really come forward more than that. It can when I draw it, though, because I get to cheat. I don't know about those. I didn't know about Gallagher and Randy Elliott and all those guys, but I can move this stuff around and put it where I want it. Taking the axe off because I want to get a better look at it. I mean, you got to get a really good axe if you're going to draw axe on. Gonna do some very simple little 1-point perspective on that there, just to give it a little bit more depth. Wow, I had to advance my pencil lead that quickly. Why? Because this paper is that rough. It just buffed it all off. It's incredible. You know, if you guys are comic book fans, there's an artist named Adam Hughes who's really wonderful. I mean, just top-rate comic book artist. And he would talk about he would use like a 2B pencil, or excuse me, he drew with a 4B pencil, which is a rather soft pencil, but he lives in the south of the United States, and when it gets humid, he switches to a harder pencil because the humidity gets in the paper and he makes the paper a little bit more receptive to the graphite. Now that is somebody who's really sensitive to their art supplies. And if you do this stuff long enough, it gets that way. I'm going to check quickly and see if I have any comments I want to address here. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Just another exercise in page organization. Yeah, you got that. Let's see. Senior project helped me in writing. Hi, Gustavo. You guys have got this nice conversation going on. I kind of love this. Let's see. Travis. Let's see. You talked about meeting up with Michael Golden, but did you ever reach out to any of the prior Bionicle artists or check out any of their work? That is a really good question. Yes and no. So DC or Lego specifically told me, it said, like, leave those guys alone. Don't look at the other art. We want you to make your own stuff. And I really took that to heart. I thought, all right, they're looking for a different art style. I made a point of not looking at what the other guys did, at least while I had the job. Now, afterwards, I said, I want to see what they did. And I really could kind of understand how there were some fans who liked me and loved me, because I really did draw differently. It really was notably different. No one was going to confuse me for the other guys. I will tell you this. I went to DC Comic Books, their headquarters. I was doing a comic book convention in New York, and I happened to stop by because I just wanted to meet people. I was working for them, but I hadn't met in person. So I thought, let's shake hands and get some goodwill. And I wanted to be able to read them. I wanted to be able to know them as people. And so they were very, very nice and very, very cool to me. And they asked me just basic questions about the job, and how they said they really liked the sample, and they told me who colored it, the sample that got me the job, like I was just getting started. And I said, they told me how many people they had tried out and whom I had beaten. And I was kind of flabbergasted, because I'll be perfectly honest, an artist who had tried out for this that I think is really, really skilled is Tom Drenberg. And I said, oh, I really like Tom Drenberg's art. I would love to have seen a sample. And they said, oh, well, we'll show it to you. And I was just blown away that they were basically willing to show it to me, because I hadn't even started and I had just gotten the job. That was, it was kind of amazing there. I wanted to make his hand larger. And then they showed me the sample, and it was awesome. And that was kind of incredible, because I felt like, oh my gosh, this is the guy you didn't take. And I just loved it. I'd always liked his work. And so to see that, it kind of made me say, like, look, you got a lot to live up to. Tom's a really good artist. He made a great sample. I know they liked your sample. The thing is, Tom drew in a very conventional style, very clean, like what they'd already had, and they clearly wanted something different. And I think that it's very possible Tom could have made something that would have been more in line with my style, and maybe he would have had the job, but that's not what he pitched. That's not what he promoted. Sorry, Tom. I remember I talked to him online a little bit about it, and he said, you know, that was the job I really wanted and also one I was really dreading. He was like, it's great work, but he was joking. He wasn't dreading it, but he said, you know, drawing those things every day was going to be like drawing the inside of a car engine. And I thought, yep, that's true. And that's where Golden's advice was so helpful. You know, figure out a way to love it. I knew that there were... everybody has things they like to draw. Well, figure out a way to like this. The work will be better. You know, here's the thing. I'm done with the Lego Bionicle job. You know, this is not something I'm being paid for right now. If I don't want to do this, I don't do this. But I wanted to do this. I was asked to do this, and I like the community. And it's kind of a nice little stroll down memory lane for me. Would I draw them all again? Yeah, I would. I think I could probably... it would be interesting to see what it would turn into, because I'm sure my style's different. My approach is the same, but your tastes always change. I always feel like an artist, and what they draw is a little bit like being a boat in the ocean. You know, you can paddle in one direction, but realistically, the ocean's going to affect you as well, and you may end up going in a particular direction, but you'll probably be taken someplace different than where you expected. Okay. So I will tell you too, as far as my approach for drawing these things, one of the things that's really important here on Axon is, this might surprise you, is on the back he's got this hose and this post. That is a really important thing for the way that I like to go about thinking about drawing these characters, because that is behind his head, and it's going to give him a lot of depth. It gives him a lot of rhythm through his body back here. It's a great visual device. Also, I want parts of this to come forward and parts of it to recede. So I'm not going to draw every bit of detail. Some of this stuff is going to be black and silhouette, and it's going to exist only as like a silhouette to sort of feel like it's receding, and then the more important parts come forward. Let's see. What have we got here? I'm reading some more comments here. Let's see. Set him back. I gotta go way back. Talked about meeting with Michael Golden. Okay, I'm caught up with that. I have to wonder if DC has stock in some pencil or graphite company. That's the only explanation for the paper that I can come up with. No. See, I know why you think that. And if you work like modern comic book artists where you just want really, really clean lines, yeah, almost all comic book artists, modern artists, work on the slick paper. I use the rough paper because I like to work more like it's a painting. It gives you something that's a little bit closer to a canvas. Let's see. Early Bionicle artists had to cheat the most because the figures had so much less articulation compared to the later ones. And I see somebody gave that it's a thumb up, and I believe with that. That's the tricky thing. You know, the question is, how much was Lego willing to let you cheat? I was given, I know for a fact, by far the most freedom. But absolutely, there's always going to be a little bit of cheating just to make the things work. Less of a question, more of a compliment whenever you get to it. I really enjoyed your stylized work because it fits so well with the themes of the story. In essence, these characters were robots that forgot they were robots and became people. Let's see. What's funny is, yeah, people, I had to hit and see more. And the organic way you drew them while still having the clear mechanical parts was such a good visual way of portraying that core theme. Man, Daniel, you summed it up. That's exactly how I think about these things. And I'm very flattered that that comes through. Some of the more recent toys that are Bionicle-like are weaponizers, modulators, and fossilizers from Transformers, especially War of Cybertron. Seth and Bach, you are always talking about Transformers in a way that is above my head. I'm sorry I can't keep up on all this, but I should have seen that coming. Let's see. Gustavo says, ever use a 2H secretary pencil like Neil? Yeah, it's just a 2 hard. The H means hard. And I usually don't work much harder or softer than 2H or softer than 2B. Where does Adam Hughes live? Seta asks. I think it's in Atlanta. Let's see, I'm going through some more questions here. Someone from the Twitch chat wanted us to forward this art for you to see. I am going to look at that, and I just can't do it right now. Steve, thank you. I promise I'll go back and look at it later, but I'm going to get back to drawing this guy. So here's the other thing. You think drawing on rough paper like this is hard on your pencil. It destroys your pens, and I mean that right now. So this, the brush tip pens and things like that I'm going to draw this with, this paper's rough enough it's going to kill them. I want to say that I don't know if I got a, I don't think I got a stipend or anything for art supplies for drawing Bionicle, but boy, if I had, I'd have used them. Let's see, let's get Axon's hand here just right. I'm doing this pretty quickly, but you can sort of figure out how my approach works. I shouldn't have been using that pen because I need a bigger, heavier weight. This paper is just pounding this thing. I'd forgotten how rough this stuff was. I like it, but it is a beast to draw with. And the other thing that is hard for drawing Bionicles for me is I like to really get, and this really is a big deal for me, I like to get lathered up. I like to draw with a lot of spontaneity and just sort of have the rhythm of the piece sort of take over. And I can't really do that with these characters. They're just too demanding. It's coming back to me, though, how I did some of this. It's kind of interesting to feel the muscle memory come in. By the way, this is going to be a nice piece, but you have to understand that I use a lot of paints and inks on top of one another to make sort of alternating opaque layers. What's that mean? Well, it means that I'm only putting on the black layer now. There's going to be white that goes on top of this. This is a brush tip pen I'm using here, and it's taking a beating. I can feel it. Speaking of Neil, this is a pen that Neil uses. He likes it more than I do. There's a similar brush tip that I use a lot more than he did that is same manufacturer. So they do similar things. They give similar lines. I like most of my drawing materials and pens to be able to produce a lot of ink. I really like to go quickly. I like a lot of spontaneity in the line. Neil tended to like his lines a little bit cleaner. You know, he just wasn't as painterly. Everybody does their own thing. I have no issue with Neil's work. In fact, he was my childhood favorite artist. I think that he always thought that I drew too quickly, but I have my own style. I've got my fans. He could tell that people liked what I was doing, and if you guys know Neil Adams, he's if you have something that works well, do it. He was very supportive of me. I really, really miss him. I learned a lot from his work, an absolute lot. If you guys want to know partially where some of my approaches from Lego Bionicle comes from, Neil's my biggest artistic influence, and I'm sure there's some echoes in what I'm doing to the way he did it. The way he would have done it. He didn't draw a Lego Bionicle, but he drew lots of other comparable robots and things. That's not a bad looking axe right there. By the way, you can continue to ask me some questions if you have any. We're not done. Let's go on and get Axon's head here. This is, if you don't get the head right, you got nothing, right? Let's get this right. So here's the other thing. I'm also just getting a lot of the baselines down. I mean, I'm going to come in with some wet media and really turn this into a full-on Sayger piece. The things that it has that make it that'll make it uniquely mine have yet to been added. I will often use my fingers to smear inks and paints with. You can see I'm drawing all of this freehand. Even that was supposed to be a straight line. Well, when I drew the Lego Bionicle comic book, I would sometimes draw them freehand and sometimes I would draw them with a ruler. You'd think it comes down to, you know, what's the issue? Is it I'm lazy? Is it, you know, why do what one way sometime and others another? And the reality is, distance, how detailed something needs to be, how far away an object is will affect techniques you want to use, but also it affects the feel of the book. You know, if people are fighting and there's, you know, an earthquake or something going on, I'll go ahead and make things drawn by hand. I want it rocky. I want it, and by rocky I mean moving around and unstable. And I want Axon here sort of charging towards us, so I feel like drawing my lines in a spontaneous manner. Maybe they're not quite as solid or precise, but they've got a greater action to them. Let's see here. Do you guys hear my dog? My dog is getting restless. You guys, I've got a great dog, but dog thinks that live feeds and Bionicle is not much interesting beyond chewing on it. She's very sweet, but I really hope that I don't drop any of these pieces on the floor, because it's off to eBay for replacements if anything like that happens. They'll get gobbled up. That's not a bad little Axon head. I've cheated a little bit on here for what it actually looks like, but I think it gives it a little bit more character. I'm not afraid to do that. Let's see if we have any other comments here. Let's see. Oh, Mara, you turned in. So nice of you to see you. Let's see. Let's see. Sedenbach says, oh yeah, Adams has me beat. I spent time in Florida, but not Georgia as a kid. Yes, okay, let's see. Steve, do you wonder which character was the most complicated to draw? There were a few. There was that giant beast that was made out of Axon and Piraka together. He was hard to draw. I'll tell you what was hardest as far as, like, not necessarily character, but body parts. So you might have some characters that could have, like, ball and socket joints, like this right here, like the hand, and you could screw up and get it upside down. And you don't want that. You want it to sort of always line up the direction you need it. You know, a hip could get twisted around all the way like that, and you don't want that. So making sure that everything was facing the direction you wanted and not too... Like, you could have the feet face forward, have the hip face forward, but have the leg be completely off. And so there would be times where you'd say, okay, I have to make sure everything is lined up properly. And then sometimes you'd even draw it. If you would position the character in an odd angle and he suddenly looked too thin, you might twist the leg so that it looked thick. It wouldn't be how he would normally stand, but because it was plausible and it gave a nice weight to the figure, you might do some things like that. Now here's where this stuff back here becomes really important, because I want him to hunch over, so I'm going to really have it come up higher on his back than it actually normally would on the toy. But doing so will make it look like he's leaning over more. if Zane is still watching, I'm sure Zane is laughing and rolling his eyes because these little bits I added isn't exactly what this thing looked like, and I'm guilty of saying, yeah, but it sort of holds the same position in space. It sort of represents the same thing. It's not as accurate, but this is the part that I'm focusing on. Now this arm is going to be hard to draw because it's coming towards me, and I would pop it off the figure to where I could handle it better, and back in the day I would have, but the reality is I don't want to break anything, and these things, plastic gets old. I think the Bionicle toys have been very resilient, and I think it'll pop off with no problem. But as you know, occasionally has something where you get a little bit of plastic fatigue. It's funny though, I've got my Lego toys from when I was little, and I mean I can play with Legos that are 40 and 50 years old just like they're new. It's so great that they're interchangeable. They just work and work and work. But the ball and socket joints, from my experience, those are the ones that were most delicate. And I did have a friend who, when I got this job, he wasn't a big comic book guy, but he was really excited to see them. And he said, these are amazing toys. And I said, yeah, they're really cool. Well, what he meant was he was a plastics engineer. And he just said, you have no idea. He said, these are, if you want to know one of the reasons that Legos can be expensive, it's because they take a very specific hydrated plastic. If you're going to have a ball and socket joint that can pop inside one another and not crack and not break, but still have tension, that is really demanding. I mean, the quality control in that plastic has to be really, really high. And I never thought like that, not once. He told me that. This also isn't the pen I probably would have drawn this with back then, but it's a little bit faster, and you can see I'm trying to stay moving. So I am going faster than I otherwise would have, but I was typically pretty fast because I like the spontaneous lines. I always joke that I'm not good at portraiture either, that the skill I'm really lacking is I'm not good at looking at something and drawing it. I typically like to take a look at the toy once, make a mental snapshot. Okay, I know what it is, and make something up. And you can't do that with Bionicle. It needs to be a little bit more accurate, a little bit more on model. I'm going to cheat here and add a little block to make his shoulder connect a little bit different, but it doesn't really have that. But that's the sort of thing where we might add a little bit of girth. This too, that's not really, he's got things like that on his back that bump out, but they're not really there. Not at this angle. But by doing that, it holds the figure together a little bit better. I'm getting close to where I'm going to come in here and add some ink to this, and I'm going to tell you, you guys are really going to like it when I ink it, because that's where it's really going to become a Sayger piece, and people are going to say, there it is, now it looks like you. What do you think? It's got some pretty good pieces looking thus far. Let's go back. More comments. Let's see. What was some of your favorite Neil Adams comics? Oh, well, we can talk about that. I really like Detective 408, The House That Haunted Batman. I like when he does comedy, if you can believe that. He did some things in National Lampoon that are kind of funny. When he can draw people really mugging and making jokes. His X-Men were wonderful. Tom Palmer, for my personal taste, over-inked him a little bit, which is kind of ridiculous. That's like, it's like reading somebody's, essay and saying, I give you a 99, not a 100. Adams was a guy that when he drew a comic, if I didn't have it, I was going to buy it. I fell in love with his stuff when I was really young, and he definitely was an influence on me. And it was interesting because he, if you guys haven't heard this story, I feel like maybe you're one of the few audiences that hadn't heard it. Neil and I got in an argument at a show. I'm not kidding. I didn't know him. I knew his work. I loved him. Loved his work. But I didn't really know him. And we got in an argument, and it basically had to do with like how we set up our booths and the space they took up, so on and so forth. And I had a big display of my art, and there were some people that he knew that really didn't like the big walls of prints and such like that. And I just said, like, look, you know, I'm here trying to show my art. This is how it looks best. You know, and he just kind of felt like, well, I don't think it's very fair to have a big wall like that. And I just said, like, Neil, you know, I got one table, you got 20. There's nothing fair about that. And I even told him, I said, you don't want it fair. You know, and in fact, I understand you're a big star, and that's why they give you a big table, but you can't say that it's fair. It's certainly not equal. And I remember saying to him, I said, look, here's the thing. I mean, you're the big cat here. You're going to sell the most art out of anybody. I believe that to be true. I'm sure you're going to outsell me, but I said, but I'm not going to get out of your way to make it easy. You know, I have just as much right to be here to sell my art and meet the fans as you do. Chances are you're going to sell more and meet more and do more than I will, but you know, my job is to be the best artist I can, show my work, and, you know, compete, not just for the fans here, but for all the jobs, all the work, everything. That's how this works. And he had a lot of respect for that. And I could tell it, even as it sounded like I was kind of mouthing off to him. He took it. He liked it. It rang true. And ever since that happened, he liked me. And I would see him at shows, and he would say hi to me. And the man did so many favors for me over the years. And I thought it was awfully cool that he saw the kid who was gonna try hard, and he liked him. That was me. This is where this thing's gonna come alive, and you're gonna really be happy. Now, one of the things that's not good about having paper that's quite like this, I can't quite get it wet enough. That is to say, you can see I'm smearing things around and doing some lighting things. I can only smear it so far. When the paper's really rough, it's referred to as being thirsty. And when it's thirsty, it sucks up the ink. If the ink could stand on top, I could smear it more, but it won't do that. Not with thirsty paper, and that's porous paper. That's rough paper. That's a reason to not do it this way. Not enough to make me stop, though. What do you guys think? How is it looking? Let's see. Next question. One thing I really liked was the very cool Takia shark drawings you made as part of the Mari Nui. How was making that compared to drawing a set? Because that felt like a very biological looking design. Man, that was, I think, this is what I'm thinking of. It's like we have to make this stuff up sometimes. I mean, this is kind of what I'm talking about. You know, you get asked to do things that aren't in the Bionicle universe, and sometimes you have to make them up. I mean, I could have to occasionally make up like a sea monster or something like that. And it's like, I want to make a cool looking sea monster. You don't want it so cool that somebody's so distracted and they're like, wow, I want to build that sea monster, because there isn't a set for the sea monster, and there's not going to be. I always kind of felt that villains need to be threatening. They have to look cool. They have to be capable. So if you like that shark, it was me basically saying like, all right, here's the hero. If the shark is going to be a threat, how cool does the hero look? What would be a good enough, you know, threat that he's up to for the challenge? By the way, you guys, you have no idea how good my dog is being. I think she's going to get some chicken tonight. What do you think of that, Addie? I think she deserves it. Should I give my dog some chicken? Let's see. What's the next question here? Let's see. Do you have a favorite brand of pens for inking on paper you prefer, and then the paper that DC was assigned to you? I usually like ones that are wet. Everybody uses something different. A lot of it comes down to tip. So nothing beats drawing with a proper brush. It's just the way it is. But having said that, I like the Faber-Castell pens, which is what I'm using right now. They're really inexpensive. They're very wet. I know a lot of people like microns and such, and those are good pens too. But there's a little bit of a relationship. You know, you get used to something that works a certain way, and so you keep using it. I remember Kurt Cobain said he had a guitar that he got from a pawn shop, and it wouldn't stay in tune. And it was not a good guitar, but he loved the way it sounded. And, you know, if he could put up with having to tune it all the time and fight it, you know, for the 5 minutes or whatever that it was in tune, it made the sounds he wanted. And I feel like a lot of art supplies sort of work that way. If it gives you what you want and it works, you know, for however long or short, you know, sometimes you put up with those things. None of this is perfect. You know, digital's perfect because you can do undo, except guess what? They say there's digital painting, and I may kick off a firestorm here, but digital painting to me looks like digital painting. It doesn't look like painting. If you want it to look like a paint, you got to use paint. So here's what I got to do. I draw the Kiss comic book. I do covers for this for the Rock Band. And in this case, it's in a bag, in a plastic bag. And I'm going to use the back of this to keep ink off my table. If you're wondering what I have that I'm doing here, it happened to be a handy comic book that I worked on, so I'm reusing it. Now, some of this is a little smeary. See how I got into Axon's head there? That is okay, because I like to work opaquely, and we're going to introduce some black, some white paint here in a little while, and it'll solve any sort of problems I have. Not any of them, but most of the problems I have of, like, drawing over an object like that. We can make it work. Because what I can do is I can put in this lighting here and come back in with a white pen and reintroduce light to the figure. It's not an all or nothing proposition. You get a lot of good textures and a lot of highlights and things when you use a lot of black, and you can put white back on top of them. It's also another reason to use a rough paper like I'm using is very simply this. I'm concerned about making these things look too cold, too robotic. We talked about making them look more lifelike. Well, the roughness of the paper adds in a rough variable to the line art. It keeps it from being too uniform. It's what allows me to have built-in texture when I smear. These are the things where you pick a paper that's different like this. Let the materials do some of the work for you. You know, how does the thing behave? Okay, well, if that's the way it behaves and it works for you, you incorporate it, you plan on it, you don't fight against it. It's an asset. Okay, here's where the lighting starts to get tricky, and this is where I earn my keep, where I'm a better artist than some. If you want an art lesson, here it is. All your lighting is relative. It's not absolute. This is white. This is black. This looks brighter because it's next to something that's darker. This looks darker because it's next to something that's lighter. What I want to do is I've got some areas that are gray where I've kind of smeared things. And to make areas look brighter, you put something dark next to it. So Axon's got his arm coming forward here. These pieces here are flat panels that should be reflecting light. Well, I can't add any more white to that that's not already there, so all I can do is put black around it. By putting more black around it, I make the areas that are left white appear to be brighter. And it's really something that I do kind of by feel. Have to do a lot of it and sort of learn how it works. And once I've got a feel for it, then I can make some sort of bold decisions and Now again, I'm going to come back here with some white, and this will come alive. I hope you guys are enjoying this, because I think this is looking to be a good drawing this far. Let's see. Oh, Gustavo gave me a drink, which I think is a reference to me saying Neil Adams' name or something. On my live feeds, other live feeds where I draw, I'm often make my fingers dirty or do some other things. You can tell me what the drink was for this time. Let's see. Settenbach, Stuart, Sayger. If you tell me a few Bionicle characters and or races types, perhaps I can try emulating him with those Bionicle-like Transformers I mentioned earlier. Well, maybe when I see in person we can talk about that, because I got to tell you, both worlds are pretty convoluted. The characters are pretty diverse and pretty hairy. Let's see. Yes, Gustavo, there is Stu DNA in the art. Yeah, this is that merged character Steve posted the link to, and he was hard to draw. How was your last convention? How was the crowd? Last convention I did with C2E2, and the crowd was great. I was so happy to see so many people I hadn't seen for a long time. I'm still wearing a mask. There are a lot of people who have been vaccinated, but there's some who haven't been. There's some who can't. I've got friends who have children. They can't get them vaccinated. And so I just felt like I see a lot of kids at comic book shows. I'm going to wear a mask for them. But I was able to see friends, people I hadn't seen in a long time. That was great. I know that Zane is tuned in tonight, and I got to see him this last weekend, and that was great. Let's see. I'm going to chop in this form a little bit more. Again, putting more black next to a white to make it brighter. I call it chopping in because I'm picking a hard edge and cutting away from it. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just sort of a mental trick that I say to communicate to myself what I'm doing. Oh, you need to cut that in, chop that in. It's like there's not light there, but then I chop it in by putting a dark next to it. Okay, I got any other questions or comments here? Let's see. What else am I asked here? Actually, sets from this era onward are notoriously fragile in the joints, unfortunately. I kind of wondered about that, Liam. That's a good comment. Let's see. Is that the combination of the two Bionicles I assume that Stuart mentioned? Mike Grell has always been a favorite of mine. Grell is really great. I had my table next to Grell one time, and he drew a Green Arrow with his eyes shut, and I drew a Batman with my eyes shut, and we traded. My Batman was okay. His Green Arrow was phenomenal. I don't know how he did it. It was crushing. Let's see. Have you been to or considered coming to Toronto Comic-Con and Fan Expo? Do you keep me posted? I live in that area. Okay, Liam, we should look into that. I would really like to come. I know the Fan Expo people, but I haven't done a show in Toronto for years. Actually, the best way to get me there is for you to contact them and say that you'd like for me to come. And particularly if you want to set something up, we might be able to do something Bionicle related at the show, which would be really cool. They like that sort of thing, and if you mention that, then they make a point of trying to bring me in. I think that would be a lot of fun. We should look into that. Have you seen Sandman? Like it? I haven't seen it yet. I need to. Wow. Roxanne Moore is here. Roxy, how are you? Man, you were someone who was around for all of this. Don't you wish we were as young as we were in 2005? I'll move on from there. Let's see. Do you like brushes made of actual hair, or do you not care? Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing about that is a sable hair brush. There's nothing like it. Using animal hair is kind of a problem, but it is a fiber that man hasn't been able to reproduce. Everything behaves differently. The funny thing is, I've used old brushes. I've used old sable hair brushes. I've used old nib brushes, and everything behaves differently. You can even have paper that a company will tell you it's the exact same formula, but if it's made on a different machine, or if the tree sources are different, you got to consider all the chemistry that goes into this. This stuff is even if you bought two brushes that are exactly the same, and they're made from the same factory at the same moment, they can be different. I remember talking to a lot of artists who use metal nibs. They'll tell you can buy a box of metal nibs, and some are good and some are bad. And a lot of artists will even alter a brush or a metal nib while they're using it. They'll use sandpaper, or they'll use very small scissors, and they'll shape and reform the things to make it behave in a way they want. So, you know, you can say, oh, I use the same brush that this other artist uses. It's like, yeah, but they've modified it, or you've modified it, or you're using a different ink. You know, I use the same basketball Michael Jordan uses, but I don't get the same results. I can tell you that right now. Let's see. I haven't done much with horsehair. It's a coarser hair, but you can work with it for sure. Let's see. I am surprised how immaculate your Axon model is, knowing your style. This is a testament to how clean you do work. Well, thanks for that, because it's, believe me, this is about to come alive. I'm getting to the point where I'm going to introduce some white paint to it again, and this is really going to sparkle. If you guys are still watching, please stick around, because it's going to get better. Let's see. Sedum says, I don't know about Lego plastics recently, but I know Hasbro's been having yellowing plastic with WFC and Legacy figures. Luckily, hasn't been figures with ball and socket joints. Yeah, the ball and socket joints, I mean, I don't know enough about this. You guys do, but I would figure if you have a Lego and you snap the ball and socket together, you leave it there. Let's see. You can easily de-yellow old plastic. Just use isopropyl alcohol by rubbing the alcohol and vinegar, soaking it. I would not have known that. Peroxide works the best way. Let's see, this is a bunch of yellowing. Aaron Boggs, always a masterclass. That's the comment I love. Thanks for pumping up my ego. Plenty of comments from the chat. Complimenting the progress. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like it. Let's see. A fun challenge is to do blind drawing. Man, is that true? Okay, I'm going to get back to this and focus on this for a second, but please continue to ask questions. Steven, if you have any that seem like they're really some good ones that are over from the other feed and we want to give them time, let's have them. So what I'm going to do at this point, this thing is not done, but I'm going to do some erasing and sort of see what I have. The funny thing is, this, you talk about something that'll also eat up your eraser. Crumbs come from this rougher paper immediately. It's just like using sandpaper. So I'm cleaning this up. We're going to get down to our figure, see what's here, see what's not here. Now, the interesting thing to remember, too, is I didn't use any grays. I've got areas where I allowed the paper grain to come through the black, but I didn't use like a Copic, the gray marker, or anything like that. I don't really do much of that. I've got some, but I'd rather have all my grays worked out in a textured surface. And part of the reason for that is I think it gives the thing more a naturalistic look to it. Now, I've done a lot of interesting work with lighting in comics for a long time now, trying to use lights and darks on top of one another to give me the technique I'm looking for, and or give me the look I'm looking for. And the thing that happens a lot is I'll get to about this point and I'll go back and forth between adding lights and adding darks. And sometimes I don't know what I need to do in one area until I do something in another area. There's a little bit of a ping pong effect. And where I'm going with that is soon I'm going to add some white paint on Axon's face. And when I do, it's going to affect the relative sense of brightness of other parts of the drawing. And I'm going to jump around adding lights and darks back and forth, saying, oh, like here's one already. See Axon's eyes here? They're going to glow. This is really key. They're going to give off a lot of light. The axe is at a plane where it would reflect the light to the viewer pretty well. What's also really at a plane to do that is the side of this raised object here. So I'm going to have a strong white in there. I said the tops of these are going to be white, and they would have stayed white as though I have a downlight here, but I think his face is more important. I want the light from his eyes to really look bright. And so that side of that edge of that block that's going to reflect back to me, it needs to be really, really bright. Probably one of the brightest things here, which means I have to darken this up a little bit. I wasn't going to do that, but once I start playing with the math of how the lights play with one another, I have to darken those up. But you'll see. You're probably saying, gosh, this whole thing's getting dark. Well, it will, but I'm about to add some white paint and pull it back. See this post? It's in front of the glowing lights. These should be dark. In fact, a lot of this should be dark. We'll just chop that in like that. Here we go. Okay, so what I like to do when I add white is usually use this thing. It's a Presto correction pen. It's a whiteout pen. I usually get started on my thumb. I can talk about this a lot. If you guys ever want to use one of these, go to your office supply store and buy this. It's $5 to $8. Here's the thing. It's really finicky. It's got a tip on it that's a needle. It's not a ballpoint pen, so it flows differently than a lot of things. And the heat of your hand makes the liquid and air inside it expand. And so I like to not touch it any more than I have to, because when it's got pressure inside it, it flows in a different way, and I don't like it. They'll never tell you this, and this aren't criticisms of the thing. I've used it enough that I'm kind of intimate with it, and I know how it's going to behave. But see how it added a nice white paint, and I was able to get that light back in his eyes. Now, to really make his eyes look bright, I have to put in more black around him and darken up this ridge. Once you do all this, those eyes really start to glow. Now, so that's my primary light source. I've got another light source gleaming down here. So I'm going to start cutting back in with some highlights, sort of define these areas that will catch more light. And you're going to like this drawing a lot in a hurry. Come on, buddy. I need it to work. It's a finicky tool sometimes. Doesn't help that I've got that comic under it, does it? There's some other spots. I need that. That should be illuminated. Let's work on his head here a little bit. Come on. There we go. Boy, it really is rough, and it's grabbing the pen a little bit differently than I'm used to. Only because I haven't used this paper in so long. It's doing just fine, just not familiar with it. Let's get the top of his knuckles here. Now, I'm going to make him look really cool. Let's have some fun with it. It's got a little ball bearing in it, so you can shake the paint in this. It really is just to allow it to flow better. You don't want to make too many of these, and you don't want to make them all the same size either. But if you find the right spots, and you get I can't even tell people where to find these, or that is, find them, like determine where they should go. I've drawn long enough, I can kind of feel where they go relative to what my light sources are. Here he's looking pretty good. And I'm going to use this this small pen, and by putting a little bit of black around some of these highlights, it creates a stronger contrast between the areas of light and dark, and it makes the form jump out a little bit. It's kind of a cheat. It's not really what the eye would see, but it is what photography does a lot. So we've looked at enough TV and photography. It happens more in television where you get this like fake contrast. We've looked at enough that the eye starts saying, yeah, that looks real. It's not real. It's not even how things really work, but it's strangely convincing. What do you guys think? Let's see if we have any other comments here. Let's see. Sedum, man, you have got the comments. I can't touch all of them. Let's see. Let's see. What am I going back to? Let's see. Been way too long. Afternoon from Melbourne. Matt Arcaro, how are you? It has been a long time. Matt, you should know I'm doing an Alice Cooper comic. Did the covers for that, so you'll want to dig on those. Let's see. What are the other things you've worked on with Lego besides Bionicle? Nothing really. I'm trying to think. So, I was approached maybe about doing something on Ninjago one time, but I didn't have the time to do it. So this is really it. Let's see. Is that a not fully unwrapped kneaded eraser? I don't know. Probably. Oh, this thing here. This is a makeup sponge, if that's what you saw me using. I'm guessing that's probably what you were asking about. How many drawings do I do in a day? Most days I don't do any. I shouldn't even tell you that. The hardest part of being a comic book artist is that drawing's the part you know how to do best, but you got to do all the other stuff. I have to do taxes regularly. I have to write emails regularly. I have to scan. If I do a show, I have to pack for a show and then unpack for a show. I really should be drawing more. I draw as much as I can, and when I say most days I don't draw, that's not true. But there are days that go by where I don't get to draw at all, and I will work 12 hours that day. Let's see. What are some other good questions here? Make the eyes really come alive. Yeah, thank you. I do a similar thing with white gel pens. Oh, these are very similar. So I don't like gel pens as much as some other people do. Not that there's anything wrong with them. If they work for you, use them. I'm just not used to them. But it's the exact same approach. Let's see. Don't know if it was covers or interiors as well, but he had art in the Vampirilla art books. Yes, I did. Let's see, what paper do you normally use now? I'm guessing it's just normal art paper. I like to draw on Strathmore 300 series paper, which Bristol board, which is fine paper. They make higher grade papers, but 300 is kind of what I got used to, and so I've stayed with it. When I do some pen and ink work and I want stuff that's a little bit more fine, you can go to 400 or 500. 500 is really nice. You know, the more rag content, meaning cotton, the better the paper you've typically got. That's the place to go. Let's see what I've got here. I love how the highlights and rim light make him pop off the page. Thank you. I don't know that feeling as if Lego, whoops, I tried to scroll and I lost your comment, it jumped. I know that feeling as a Lego artist as well. Most days you don't get to build, you just do the busy work. Man, that's true. You mentioned earlier that you can still play with your old Lego sets and how they hold up. What Lego sets do you have as a kid? Have any favorites? Yeah, we can talk about that in just a second. So let's see. I had the red and white spaceman, and I loved those. There was like a spaceship that was kind of flat and had big blue windows, and I always wanted that. I never had it, but I had a couple of the moon-based rocket set, which I thought was really cool. And I always thought it was weird that they were blue and red, because to me, or white and red, because I always thought, is this like subtly like United States astronauts and Russian? It just kind of, in the 80s, it kind of seemed like that's what they were. I don't know. I was always frustrated because I would end up building things where I needed some of the bumps to go upright and then others to go upside down. I remember I kept trying to use two hinged windows and have them open like this so they could be like a mouth. But they can't do that. You can't put them upside down. So I did my best I could. Sometimes you cheat and use pieces that were flat on top to create a flat surface where you could have things that would not connect but touch, where you otherwise would have had a gap. I had a couple friends who had Legos, and if there's anything that's frustrating about Legos, and I'm sure you guys will all agree with me on this, they're great to play with. You could go to your friend's house and they had Legos and you could dump them out and build anything you wanted. But like, if I played with G.I. Joe or Transformers or something like that, I could bring my G.I. Joes and Transformers and play. I could have mine, you could have yours, we could mix them together, and at the end of the day, we could sort them out and everybody got their own toys back. You can't do that with Legos. You just can't. Yeah. All right, so most of this is in place. I'm going to tighten this up in a few spots and then maybe do a few more little things with some lighting and call this kind of done. But you know what? I might get out the airbrush and do some highlight things on this. That could be kind of fun. I have to go in the other room, and you'd have to forgive me because I'd have to step away and get it. But if you guys think you'd like to see me use the airbrush on this, I can. You'll have to put something in the comments section or else I won't think you care. This is where it pays to pay attention. You can tell me what you want done. This is going to be darker, I think. Yeah, that helps. So the funny thing is, because I like to play with lighting so much, I realized that dramatic lighting often has a lot of darks, and then your highlights, which are somewhat limited, they become the points of interest and excitement. So the more black I'm putting on this, the more it makes his eyes really jump out. That's what I'm going for. I don't want to lose too much of the figure because we want to be able to see him somewhat. I mean, he's cool, right? But we can control what's important on this piece and what people pay attention to. I think he's looking really good. I hope you guys agree. This might be one I have to digitally color. What do you think? Would that be fun? Let's do that. Maybe I won't use the airbrush because the airbrush is so destructive. I can digitally color this and then I can post the digital coloring and you guys can see that. I think you'll like that better. Yeah, I changed my mind. I know I just asked you about the airbrush, but I started thinking about it. I said, no. Save it so you can tighten it up digitally. That'll look really nice. While I'm at it, I'm going to do a little bit more work here on the highlights and shadows, just to make it have a little bit more crispness, a bit more pop to it. That was a really subtle thing there. I took away that highlight and I turned this more into a silhouette. It allows that shoulder to come forward more, be brighter, and make the axe come forward as well. See how I'm building all that black up? Because I said I wanted that white area to be really white. That's how I'm pulling it off. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm pretty pleased with this right now. Probably come in and add a little bit of more white paint in a few places. Let's see. You're the artist. Nice comment. Thank you. It makes me feel better. Travis, I thought I was going to do it. I changed my mind. I think it's going to work better this way. But I can maybe do both. I can scan it color digitally, and then add airbrush, and then I'd have 2 versions if I want to. So now it looks like he's stepping from the shadows into the light source. Yep, that's the goal. This could use a little heart, stronger black. Make a better silhouette there. This thing is just abusing these pens. I'm telling you, I've used only $30 worth of pens got used on making this thing, but like I said, it's worth it. Also, I'll even smear the white paint with my finger just to get the effect I want. So what do you guys think? By the way, would you like more Bionicle comic books? Tell the truth. I heard no hesitation. I don't know if that was to my question about Bionicle comics or not. I'd like to do more Bionicle comics. I think it'd be fun to write these things. I gotta tell you though, I don't know if I could keep up with Farshti. I mean, he's the master. But, you know, anybody who plays, I feel that anybody who plays with this stuff, we've all imagined stories we'd want to have them do, the adventures we want them to have. How am I going to do this? That is breaking up that black just to give it a little bit extra depth there. Put some highlights back in that. Give it a little bit more depth that way. A lot of this going back and forth with your lights and darks is, you know, pushing the objects back and bringing them forward. It's a little bit of both. Put in a little cutout in his head there. It's not really actually there, but it makes on the toy, but it makes a nice sort of shape for a little bit more depth. That's where I cheat sometimes on the design. I've got the opportunity to have a really nice cool silhouette against this background. Make it a little bit more solid. So that's what I'm doing there. Well, what do you guys think? I'm going to change my camera view so we can get a good look at it. How's that? I got to tell you, this one, last year's came out pretty good, but this one's better. If you disagree, that's fine, but I'll be very surprised. Let's get this camera out of the way here, and I'll adjust my lighting. How's that? Not too bad. I'm pretty pleased with that. Now, I promised to Brutaka. I couldn't find my Brutaka figure, so we had to do an Axon. But I'm telling you, I'll color this up. It'll look really, really cool. I'm sure I'll take it to Seattle with me. So you guys, if you want to see it in person, I'll have it there. And, you know, I made a really cool looking Takanuva not too long ago. And I kind of feel like this makes a nice companion piece to it. So thank you very much for tuning in. I love all the hearts. I love all the smiles. Let me tell you, I hope that I can return to Bionicle someday, and I hope they'll make some more comics. I'd love to come back and do this with you guys again. If you ever get the chance to come see me in person, ask me about Bionicle. I'd love to talk about it. If any of you wanted a custom piece, come see me at a show. I can do it that way as well. And also, I'll tell you, as I plugged it before, I've done a lot of things outside of Bionicle. If you tune in on Facebook and Instagram, I should have some live feeds coming up later around the 26th of August. I've got an all Deja Thoris show I'm going to be doing because I've got the new Deja Thoris. By the way, 6 exclusive Deja Thoris covers. If you like pretty girls, I'm going to have that. That's the sort of comic that I'm going to be selling there. And what else have I got? I got other things I didn't get to show this time. I'll save them for next time. Are we going to do this again next year? I'll bet we can. Let me read the last little comments I have before we sign off on all this. I really want to thank you guys for tuning in. Steve, if we have any comments that we need to address, let me know. Thank you, Monica. Glad you like it. Aaron, really nice to see from you. I hope I get to cross paths with you in person here. Liam, I can't thank you enough for putting this together. I really mean that. Steven as well. Both you guys have been really, really good to me. I love this community. I'm delighted you guys are keeping the Bionicle world alive. I think that I don't think we've seen the end of it. And for you guys who are doing things like making custom figures out of the designs, the ones I made, I think that stuff is totally cool. I mean, this is toys, all about making other toys. So why wouldn't we do it? Let's see if I have any other comments here. Yeah, Liam, I am down for next year. I'd love to come. Anyway, check out my website if you would. It's on the corner of the screen here. It's stuartsayger.com. I know I've got some of the few Bionicle comic books that I have left there. There are a couple pieces of the Bionicle art that I had shown where you can see it in like pencil inked piece. Some pieces didn't show up in the magazine, just a few. So you can see some behind the scenes stuff there. But follow me on Facebook, follow me on Instagram. It's just my name, Stuart Sayger. And I will color up, and you do want to follow me for that because I will color up this Axon and I'll post it there where you guys can see it. So, anything else we should address? Yeah. I don't know if you'll see me on the 18th or not because I'm going to go live once I get the comic book. It's supposed to... The Deja Thoris comes out on the 26th, but I usually get them early, so I might be live on the 18th. For those of you who know, I'm usually showing up on Thursday. So, and listen, I'll find Brutaka. I'll make Brutaka. We need a Brutaka. I mean, if I have a Brutaka that's the same pose, but instead he's got his, I don't know what you call that blade he's got. It could be a mirrored image. They'd look really cool side by side. So... one final comment from, let's see, Sean. Hello, Stuart. I just popped by to say how excellent you were as the artist for the first years of Bionicle Ignition story. Your art was perfect in the atmosphere of the Voya Nui and gave it an air of mystery and danger. That's my job, and I love hearing it. I'm telling you, I'm going to go out on this. I really tried to make this book interesting. I tried to make it different. I knew that I was making it in a style that was a little different than what a lot of the people who'd come before me were. I know there were some people who didn't like it at first. It was a different flavor, different style. People have told me when they were young they didn't like it. They get it now. And if I wasn't your favorite growing up, I'll ask you give it another shot because I actually think that my art was designed to appeal to an older audience, and a lot of people have told me they like it better later on. If I'm still not your favorite artist, that's fine, but thanks for giving me a shot. I worked really hard on it, and I tried to do something that I thought was good and was different. So at the very least, you can't say that I didn't try hard. And also, thanks for everybody who tuned in on Twitter. Thanks for Twitch, excuse me, and thanks for those who followed on Facebook. And if we don't have anything else, I'll probably sign off. Steve and Liam, I'm going to leave it to you. Are we done? I'll bet we are. Okay, I'm seeing lots of smiley faces and happiness. That tells me you guys are ready to go. Come see me next year. We'll do it all again, okay? Take care. Good night, everybody. This is the actual sign-off right here. Bye-bye.